I'm in charge of SCP, Chapter 201. With vacant eyes, Loris and Yang Shui pulled out a gun and pointed it at Zhangju's head. Kiddo sneered, Advisor Zhang, it seems I no longer need to know why you're not infected. Exterminating you physically seems a little more straightforward. Ho ho, you're really good. I'm scared, oh I really do. Facing the dark muzzles of the two girls, Zhangju laughed, and, not to be modest, they can't kill me with just that. Zhangju faked his scared expression. He was very calm, doesn't even show a hint of fear. Kiddo said sinisterly, what about adding them to the mix? As he just finished speaking, the researchers who had been lying unconscious on the ground also stood up and surrounded Zhangju. Like Yang Shui and Loris, they stood up with their vacant eyes, dull expressions, and their behavior was clearly not under the control of their own bodies. As if they were a bunch of zombies. It seems that these people are also affected by SCP-3125. Ah, that's your trick. Zhangju said perfunctorily, look, I'm dying. Can you tell me something like where Yang Wensong went? I don't have that kind of time. Kiddo said, you all give me the same feeling. You make me feel so disgusted that I can't wait to kill you all right now. Zhangju raised his eyebrows, us. Yes, you guys. Kiddo looked at Zhangju viciously, first the woman named Wheeler, then the man named Yang Wensong, and finally you, Zhangju. He almost gritted his teeth as he read out the names of the three of them. It's obvious that you are incapable of stopping me, yet you have to cause me so much trouble. You all deserve to die. Damn it. I wouldn't be in this condition if it weren't for you guys. The earth would have been mine long ago. The human race would have been mine long ago. With every word Kiddo said, the veins on his head bulged outward as if they might burst at any moment. He is just an infected person of SCP-3125 and became a spokesman for SCP-3125. It was obvious that SCP-3125 simply hated these people to the bone. If its entity could enter the real world, I'm afraid the first thing it would do would be to plow up all of their ancestral graves. I'm honored to be ranked alongside the two of them. Zhangju spread his hands, but actually, the main thing is that you're also a piece of trash. When Zhangju said this, it even touched SCP-3125's scales of adversity. What did you say? It roared. Why are you shouting so loudly? Zhangju wiped the saliva from his ears as he looked at Kiddo and teased, am I not right? I'm such a suave person, not to mention that you can't toy me as you should. Since both of them are ordinary people, you can't even handle them. What are you if not a piece of trash? Zhangju looked Kiddo up and down, the site director before crippled you, and Yang Wensong sealed you here for more than 10 years. What else can you do but to take it out on these researchers who are not strong-willed? I'm ashamed of you for killing Yang Wensong, destroying the Antimemetics division, and sneaking around. Look at your face now, SCP-312. In my native language, you are a shithead. You know shithead. Although 3125 did not understand what it meant. But looking at Zhangju's expression, it knew that it was definitely not a good word. It was furious and said through Kiddo's mouth, that woman only erased a very small part of my body. As for Yang Wensong, he didn't become like this because of me. His consciousness detached, and he didn't even dare to return to his own body. SCP-3125 was completely enraged by Zhangju and spoke out of turn, revealing the true condition of Yang Wensong. Only then did Zhangju realize that Yang Wensong's current situation was called consciousness detachment, which seemed to be a way to escape being infected by SCP-3125. Thinking about it, Yang Wensong was not even conscious of his own body. He was like a stone, a dead thing, and such metaphysical concepts as SCP-3125 naturally could not infect him. This is the most effective and least expensive way. Because once the anger erupts, regardless of whether the enemy is a human or some other demon or monster, their IQ basically goes to zero. Otherwise, when it comes to playing with emotions, most of the SCPs didn't like human beings, especially human beings like Jiangju. SCP-3125 spoke out, only to realize that it was a trap set by Jiangju, and it became even angrier. Jiangju, so what even if I tell you about it? If Yang Wensong dares to come back, what awaits him is an endless nightmare. As for you, you will die. Looking at Kiddo in front of the ranting, Jiangju tilted his head. Hey, look at your current state. In human society is called incompetent rage, you know. If you can materialize, I doubt you can kill me. Materialization is not possible. SCP-3125 is currently too weak. He needs more followers to be able to descend to Earth again. But in its eyes, killing Jiangju was simply a trivial matter of effortlessness. Kiddo had lost in terms of power. Then controlled those researchers and began to surround Jiangju. The researchers were like zombies, with their hands stretched out flat and their bloody mouths open surrounding Jiangju, not giving him any room to escape. However, the current Jiangju was not afraid of these ordinary people. Not to mention that they were only human. Even if they were crocodiles, a bite on Jiangju's arm would probably break off a few teeth. All the researchers who entered his attack range were kicked away with one kick. The lighter the fracture, the heavier the internal bleeding. He didn't attack hard enough so that they couldn't attack Jiangju and still save their lives. This was still something that Jiangju had saved his strength for. In just the blink of an eye, 24 researchers were kicked to the wall by Jiangju. SCP-3125 had previously come into contact with civilian personnel like Yang Wensong and had never seen a freak of Jiangju's battle prowess and self-imposed magic immunity. For a moment, he froze, seemingly unsure how to proceed. How about it? I said you're trash, right? Jiangju laughed. Kiddo's face looked sinister, and he ordered Loris and Yang Shui, shoot him. Before that, he was afraid that the Kiddo's body would be destroyed, but now he couldn't care less. Loris and Yang Shui once again aimed their guns at Jiangju. This time they completely ignored the existence of Kiddo. Even if the two died together, it was nothing for SCP-3125. At most, it would take some more time to recultivate a heavily infected person as a host, and it would be fine. Jiangju was not afraid at all. In order to kill him, the caliber of the pistol would have to be enlarged at least 1,000 times to be effective. However, not everyone knew about this. Just when Loris and Yang Shui were about to pull the trigger, a sudden change occurred. A wooden stick came flying through the air and hit them right in their hands. The stick's angle was so accurate that both guns were knocked down. There were other people here. Jiangju looked out the door. A person he could never have imagined appeared in front of him. Chapter 202. Just when Loris and Yang Shui, that were controlled by SCP-3125, pulled the trigger, a wooden stick flew outside the door and knocked the gun out of their hands. There was someone else in here? Jiangju and Kiddo looked at the door at the same time. A person that Zhujiang couldn't have imagined in any way appeared in front of them. Gray. Gray had used a Z-class memory enhancer, and although he had recovered all his memories, he had also burned out his brain at the same time. He died bleeding from his 7 orifices in a miserable way. Both Yang Shui and Jiangju had repeatedly confirmed the fact that he was dead. They buried Gray in the sand dunes not far outside the site, and later Loris went to pay her respects. The Gray in front of them was covered in traces of sand and dirt, so it was clear that he had indeed crawled out of the sand. However, the feeling he gave to Jiangju was very different from before. The original Gray was forced to remove all of his memories after the battle with SCP-3125. All the senior researchers of the Antimemetics Division were wiped out, and the others were evacuated. His ability is not enough to take up this heavy responsibility of what happened back then. He showed the usual hesitation and uncertainty that this Gray, who came back from the dead, had a whole different look in his eyes. There is no longer that familiar look. Instead, they were resolute and confident. Jiangju looked him in the eye. "You're not Gray." Jiangju said, "Who the hell are you?" "Advisor Jiang, you're really something." Gray said with a smile, "With people like you, the Foundation can go farther." His attitude and tone of voice were completely different from Gray's. It was as if he was talking to a senior. As if a junior was talking to his senior. It seemed to be a different person indeed. Before Jiangju could say anything, Kiddo pointed his finger and suddenly became shocked. "It's you." Kiddo's expression was agitated, his eyes were red, and he looked at Gray with eyes full of resentment. He hated to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "Not bad, it is indeed me." Contrary to SCP-3125's reaction, Gray's eyes were calm. "We have struggled for more than 10 years. It's time to end this." When the words came out, Jiangju could guess his identity. "You are Yang Wensong." Gray nodded gently. He looked at his current body and laughed to himself. "My consciousness has been wandering around the site, and only someone like Gray, who died from brain damage, could be possessed by me. Since Gray has been injected with a Z-class drug, I won't be infected while I'm in this body." Jiangju laughed. "That dark figure is you, right?" "Yes, I've been watching your actions." Speaking of which, Yang Wensong glanced at Yang Shui with a tender gaze. "Thank you for protecting my daughter." "You're welcome." Jiangju said, "But Dr. Yang, if you want to thank me, you better come up with something good. You should have some kind of savings or treasure after so many years at the Foundation." The two of them were acknowledging their relatives here, and SCP-3125 was already furious. It controlled Kid and said, "Yang Wensong, since you dare to show yourself, neither of you two will leave here alive." Before it could finish, Jiangju slapped him in the face. "Why are you so fucking clueless? Don't interfere when adults talk." "You! How dare you talk back?" he said, followed by another slap. Two of Kiddo's teeth were knocked out, and his mouth was already a bloody mess. Jiangju hit Kiddo's face so that SCP-3125 simply couldn't cause any substantial damage. What had happened was not very damaging but extremely insulting. SCP-3125 has been fighting humans for many years and has always had the upper hand. When has it ever been treated this way? Yet two of them can't be bound by magic. Yang Wensong was also not afraid of it because he occupied the body of Gray, who had used the Z-class memory enhancer. As a metaphysical concept, SCP-3125 suddenly found himself helpless against the two of them. As soon as SCP-3125's mind moved, Loris and Yang Shui attacked Yang Wensong. Although Yang Wensong is a civilian, but looking at the stick he just threw, you know that in terms of physical strength is definitely not weak. Yang Shui and Chen Xiao learned Chinese martial art. If the two are sparring, who wins and who loses is unknown. But after her mind was affected by SCP-3125, her body was not so sensitive. Yang Wensong, who possessed Gray's body, subdued them in 3 blows and tied them up with ropes he found from nowhere. During that time, Kiddo stormed and grunted at them. Jiangju simply knocked all his teeth out so he couldn't speak. However, the problem soon came. However, they took care of SCP-3125's followers on this site. But just as SCP-3125 had no way to do anything to the two of them, they also had nothing effective to do with SCP-3125. He tied Kiddo, sat on the steps, and looked at Yang Wensong, who had his head bowed in contemplation. "The way you look now, there's really no way I can associate you with that wise man." Yang Wensong smiled, "Then what should I look like?" "Wearing glasses and well-mannered." "Something like that." Jiangju looked at Yang Wensong without speaking. I know you still have your doubts about me. Yang Wensong looked back over. If you have any questions, you can ask them, and I'll try to answer them. Good, then I'll be polite. Zhang Ju said, all these years, you've been hanging around here? What have you been doing? As you can see, I was looking for a way to defeat SCP-3125, and it can be said that I was thinking about this matter every moment. Any results? A little progress of sorts, but not as a mainstream tactic. How so? You should know that SCP-3125 can control human beings by controlling their intentions and thoughts. After a period of research, I found that it cannot succeed when a person's mind is in chaos, and I relied on this to escape its effect. But at the cost of the person's consciousness is detached from the body. Zhang Ju looked at him. Then why didn't you suggest to Director Healy to use this method so they wouldn't die either? Yang Wensong sighed. This method was only in the research stage. None of the several tests I did succeed. Most of the D-class personnel went crazy, but the situation was already serious. SCP-3125 infected many people. Many of my colleagues on the site were killed by their peers, and people couldn't trust each other. If it continues, the whole site will be completely wiped out. That's why you hide all those memory enhancers. Yes. Speaking of that past, Yang Wensong could not help but be gloomy. After discussing with Director Healy, I decided to hide the matter. As long as the researchers were not given the memory enhancers, they would forget those killed companions. It was better than killing each other under panic. Zhang Ju said, but if that happens, there will be no way to proceed with the research on the antimimetic anomalies contamination project. Yang Wensong nodded. Director Healy decided to throw her weight around and go head-to-head with SCP-3125 once it started to appear. Although I opposed it, she didn't take my advice. But I can understand her. Even if we continue to delay it, it's just like a volcano waiting to erupt. Having said this, Zhang Ju looked at Yang Wensong and did not speak for a long time. He pondered for a long time before asking, if I'm not wrong. The battlefield for your research is within door number 3 of that underground building, right? Chapter 203. Zhang Ju looked at Yang Wensong. If I'm not wrong, the battlefield of your research is within door number 3 of that underground building, right? Yang Wensong nodded his head. SCP-3125 was defeated before, using the concept amplifier invented by Dr. Hughes. We stood on the shoulders of our predecessors and improved the amplifier concept, thinking we could nullify SCP-3125 again. But we failed. Zhang Ju said, because SCP-3125 itself was evolving. Yes. Yang Wensong said, SCP-3125 has learned how to resist the concept amplifiers, and he's even using the machine as a medium to launch himself into the real world. He shook his head slightly. After we lost, we sealed that door completely. SCP-3125 had filled that room, and many people were infected or had been infected but didn't know it yet. Then Director Healy activated the final contingency plan, and those researchers who had worked in the Antimemetics division took their lives with the poison that had been prepared long ago. Some of the heavily infected SCP-3125's followers tried to resist, but they were all wiped out as well. At that time, I was spared from using myself the technology that causes mental confusion. Zhang Ju pointed at Yang Wensong's current body. Then what happened to Gray? Why wasn't he infected and stuck here until now? He is sort of a backup plan I left behind. Yang Wensong said, from the beginning, I was prepared for the experiment to fail. The group of young researchers, all of whom I had carefully selected, had never been exposed to SCP-3125. They were mostly gentle in their behavior, the opposite of the violent philosophy carried by SCP-3125, and could resist the effect of SCP-3125 for quite some time. But unfortunately, even though I had sealed off that underground building, SCP-3125 infiltrated the real world, and our researchers were decreased, from more than 100 to only 24 at the end. That's why you sent someone to ask the Foundation for help. Yes. Yang Wensong sighed. In a moment, this site will be all affected. Once they leave the site and appear in human society, the consequences will be unimaginable. The person sent out to ask for help is my assistant. Before it happened, I used a memory eraser to clear his memory. A few days ago, I put the last bottle of memory enhancer I carried with me on his desk. After he remembered everything, he decided to ask for help from the outside world. When all was said and done, the vast majority of what had happened throughout Site 237 was explained. But there were still many details that Zhangju was still confused about it. You put that walkie-talkie, right? Zhangju asked. The person who used Morse code to tell me the code for the underground building was also you, wasn't it? It was me. Yang Wensong said, in my conscious state, I only have a little entity and cannot make a sound. I can only use that method to remind you. Then why didn't you just show yourself to me? Because I can't be sure whether you are infected by SCP-3125 or not. I am very fragile in my consciousness form. Even a child can beat me up. So, until you get a proper body, you can only watch us from afar just to be safe. That's it? The conversation proceeded to this point, and silence fell between the two again in tacit agreement. Yang Wensong knew that Zhangju was stringing the whole thing together to see if there were any holes in the middle that couldn't be explained. Seeing his serious look, instead of getting angry, Yang Wensong became more and more appreciative. Since Yang Shui and Zhangju had entered Site 237, he also missed his daughter very much, but his gaze was more focused on Zhangju. Yang Wensong found that even with all his years of experience in reading people, he could not see through this young man. For the most part, he looked frivolous and empty-eyed. There was always a self-confidence that was second to none. One could even call it unique. But behind this trait is the reason for his own great strength. Put aside his perverted thoughts. Even from a spectator's point of view, all the decisions Zhangju made were nearly perfect. His logic was rigorous, his thinking was clear, and many times he had avoided the traps set by SCP-3125. The rarest and most valuable thing is that he never misses a single detail. At this point, even Yang Wensong is willing to bow down to him. The Foundation must have spent a lot of money to recruit such talents. Zhangju did not say a word for 10 minutes, and Yang Wensong waited silently on the sidelines. After all, the story of the Antimemetics Division was already astonishing, involving various logical and timeline reversals that the average person would not be able to digest in a short time. Zhangju knew about this department, which was already very difficult to do. Even if he didn't believe in himself, Yang Wensong could understand. But the good thing was that Zhangju was not a straw man. After another moment, he took a long breath, patted his buttocks, and stood up. Well, Dr. Yang. I believe you for now. Yang Wensong smiled. In that case, Advisor Zhang. Can you also tell me briefly about you? As far as I know, the Foundation doesn't have the position of Special Advisor. It's simple. Because this position was created for me. Zhangju said. So that's how it is. Yang Wensong nodded, not surprised that with the abilities Zhangju had shown, he could afford to have the Foundation look up to him. He asked again, Advisor Zhang, if it's convenient. Can you reveal why you were able to shield yourself from SCP-3125's effect and not be infected by it? Which could potentially be the key to our dealing with it? There's no need to consider that possibility. Zhangju waved his hand. There are probably two reasons why I can be affected by SCP-3125. First, because I brought this with me. Zhangju pointed to the ring in his hand. Yang Wensong looked at it carefully. Is this SCP-714? As Yang Wensong could recognize SCP-714 at a glance, he naturally knew something about its properties, so Zhang Ju saved himself a lot of lip service. Although SCP-714 was able to resist mental attacks, it had many debuffs, and its side effects were more deadly to the average person. Yang Wensong looked at Zhang Ju with a questioning gaze, hoping he could give an explanation. "That's the second point I'm going to make," Zhang Ju said. "I have some immunity to certain SCP items. Something like SCP-3125 might be deadly to you guys. But to me, he might not be as much of a threat as a female cat in heat. So, it's a special condition." Yang Wensong nodded his head. In all his years of work, he had seen many SCPs and was not surprised by the unusual abilities Zhang Ju had displayed. But that also cut off the idea of thinking out of Zhang Ju's body. This was because abilities like that usually can't be replicated. To put it bluntly, it was an individual condition that could not form a replaceable pattern for replication and would be useless for doing so. Zhang Ju looked back at the researchers who were tied up. "Dr. Yang, you've been here for so many years, and you haven't figured out a way to eradicate SCP-3125. Your daughter could have been affected by it too." Yang Wensong sighed. "There is a way, but what?" Yang Wensong looked at Yang Shui. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Zhang Ju again. "It may require some sacrifice on your part, Advisor Zhang." Yang Wensong had a strange look on his face as if he had something in mind for him and Yang Shui. Zhang Ju hastily hugged his shoulders, his face filled with panic. "Dr. Yang, what are you saying? I know you love your daughter and see me as a suave, handsome, respectable person. But I'm still a child, you can't force me, but it'll cost you extra." Chapter 204. Zhang Ju wrapped his arms around his body, and his eyes flashed, looking very pitiful, like a little girl who had been bullied. Seeing him like this, Yang Wensong held his forehead with his hand, somewhat helpless. "Advisor Zhang, I think you've misunderstood," he said. "I just want you to do me a favor and enter into Yang Shui's consciousness." "Ah, that's how it is. I told you earlier that I thought you asked me to offer myself. That would be dash." "What?" "Oh, nothing. I said I don't have to sacrifice myself, which is great. Dr. Yang, we are discussing how to eliminate SCP-3125 and completely lift its threat to humanity. Is it useful for me to enter Yang Shui's consciousness?" "It's useful." Yang Wensong nodded. SCP-3125 is different from ordinary enemies. It is a complex of concepts, a metaphysical idea. Trying to defeat it with ordinary methods will not work. I discovered one of its weaknesses during the fight with SCP-3125. It actually nibbles a little bit when it affects the human mind. As long as the affected person has a strong will, we can defeat it at his own level." What Yang Wensong said seemed simple enough, and Zhang Ju looked at him, and then, "Do you know how my consciousness came out of my body?" "I don't know." "Does it matter?" "It does. My consciousness was partially solidified by borrowing an idea materialization machine called a concept precipitator. In the same way, after SCP-3125 is defeated by Yang Shui, it will be expelled from Yang Shui's body, and we just need to seize the opportunity to materialize it and destroy it by conventional means." A concept precipitator. Zhang Ju cupped his chin. It turned out that the Antimemetics Division had actually researched such a thing, and it was quite impressive. This machine could materialize some concepts, which was a godsend against something as invisible and untouchable as SCP-3125. But there was still a significant problem. Zhang Ju frowned. "Since you have researched this kind of thing, why did it ultimately fail?" "The reason is simple." Yang Wensong sighed. "No one could defeat SCP-3125 in its consciousness form. It corrupted all the experimental subjects, and I was probably the only one who managed to escape from it. But escaping is useless, and we need to defeat it. Heh. Zhangju laughed sarcastically, since everyone, including you, failed. What makes you think I can do it to Yang Shui? After Zhangju said these words, Yang Wensong suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he turned around and looked solemnly at Zhangju. Advisor Zhang, I can feel that you are different from everyone I have ever met. With all due respect, you seem not to be a normal human being. While I was in my conscious form, I could feel the tremendous energy emanating from you, even more dazzling than the sun. SCP-3125 is ferocious, with Yang Shui alone, or any normal person would definitely can't resist its effect. But you can. At least, with your help, she can succeed. I can see that she trusts you very much. I can't do it, and no one can do it either. Only you can pull that off. Yang Wensong's face was calm as he looked at Zhangju and spoke a word for word. His tone was calm as if he was just stating the facts. But it was also such a demeanor that made it impossible to refuse. When he finished, Zhangju smacked his lips. Old man Yang. You've said so much for half a day as if you're praising me. Why do I feel that you've dug a hole for me? Yang Wensong said, I'm just stating the facts. Because we have no other choice. Zhangju met his gaze and said, and what if we fail? Yang Wensong laughed somewhat helplessly. If we fail this time, human society will all be infected by SCP-3125 in 3 years or even less. By that time, humanity's appearance will not change in any way. In reality, human civilization will actually have died out completely. Everyone will live under the control of SCP-3125 and become its puppets. Yang Wensong spoke euphemistically. But Zhangju grasped his meaning. In other words, this battle gambles the entire human race, and they had no way back. Once they failed, what would greet them would be the XK-class end of the world scenario. This kind of mental level of energy and effect was even a bit more vicious than the Mugen Tsukuyomi in Naruto. After thinking this through, Zhangju could only compromise. Well, it would be good for me if I could pull it off. He stood up from the steps and patted his butt. Since you think so highly of me, old man Yang, then we can't show our fears, for something as trivial as saving the world. With the great advisor Zhang, I'll take care of it in a minute. Seeing Zhangju's promise, Yang Wensong nodded slightly and sighed in relief. As he had said before, he couldn't see through Zhangju. Even if Zhangju intended to pat himself on the back, it wasn't out of his expectation. After all, Zhangju himself would not be affected by SCP-3125. It was a good thing that Zhangju ultimately chose to be on the side of humanity. The concept precipitator was in door number 3 of the underground building. But the entrance had been blown up by Kido. Just as Zhangju had guessed, Yang Wensong led him to the end of a certain corridor in the main building. Only to see Yang Wensong pressed in some corner, and a keypad popped out from the wall. After Yang Wensong entered the password, the wall was pushed open to both sides, revealing a secret passage. Still the same recipe, a familiar building technique. Like Side 14, Side 237 also had a secret passage. Yang Wensong is cautious by nature and knows the truth of cunningly designing it. So any blueprint that he is involved in will probably have a secret door or something. The secret passage slopes all the way down, and there is an elevator at the end. The moment he saw the elevator, Zhangju breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered very clearly that the distance between the underground building and the ground was 200 or 300 meters. At this time, he was holding Yang Shui. Although he could take advantage of it, it was not very convenient. Under Yang Wensong's lead, they soon arrived again inside that underground research room. When the two arrived outside room 3, Zhangju couldn't help but sigh. That fake Yang Wensong had tried every possible way to trick him into walking through this door before, and he hadn't fallen for it. But now, he was back here again. Sometimes, fate is such bullshit. The difference is that this time, he already knows how to defeat SCP-3125. Yang Wensong entered the password, and the gate, which had been dusty for an unknown number of years, was opened. The moment the gate opened, a powerful grievance gushed out from within. Zhangju even heard a shrill whistle. This was probably the result of SCP-3125 gathering inside for a long time. If it was an ordinary person standing outside the gate, it was likely to be affected immediately. But both Zhangju and Yang Wensong were already immune to it. Only Yang Shue's body twitched once again. Although her eyes were open, her pupils were unable to focus, and it was clear that her consciousness was no longer entirely her own. But neither Zhangju nor Yang Wensong was moved by it. Walking into the room, Zhangju saw an instrument the size of a truck right in the middle of the room, and in the middle of that room, there was exactly one person's place left. Zhangju put Yang Shui inside. Yang Wensong looked down at his daughter. Only then did Zhangju see the reluctance and guilt in his eyes. As Yang Shue's father, instead of doing his duty to raise her, he had pulled her into such a dangerous situation. But that was the price for working at the Foundation. For these researchers, a family can only be put on the back burner because they held the burden of the entire human race. Zhangju thought of Dr. Scranton and Anna Long, who had joined the Foundation because of their daughters. But in the end, they didn't even dare to put her there. I wonder how Karina is doing now. With Kane protecting her, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhangju began to slip away, implying that the whole thing was still under his control. After a while, Yang Wensong suddenly sighed. The only thing left in his eyes was the steadfastness to die. It's not too late, Advisor Zhang. Let's get started. Zhangju nodded. Yang Wensong activated the concept precipitator in order to capture SCP-3125, which could potentially be expelled from Yang Shue's body at any time. Zhangju placed his arm on Yang Shue's head and activated his skill. In a flash, he entered Yang Shue's consciousness space. I don't know what kind of battle awaits him. Chapter 205. Yang Shui had never felt so exhausted. In a moment, she was back to when she had just started college. She felt as if she had a dream. A very, very long dream. In the dream, she had joined some organizations and contributed to humanity's survival. After waking up from the dream, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh lightly. It was surprising that she would have such a fantasy. Saving the world, that story only happened in movies. Now she just wants to study her major and find a good job in the future so that she can repay her uncle's kindness. It was Monday. After the class, she went to a nearby restaurant to work part-time as usual. Although her uncle would give her money for living expenses, she usually did not spend it indiscriminately. She walked to an alley intersection. Two children suddenly rushed out from inside, chasing and fighting, and hit an old lady who was passing by. The old lady couldn't take the force and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The two children were stunned. She was frozen in place and didn't know what to do. Yang Shui immediately went to help the old lady up. Like many old people, the old lady grabbed Yang Shui's arm, saying, "Don't go anywhere. You're the one who hit me. You have to pay for it." Yang Shui hurriedly said, "Old granny, you remember wrong. It was two children who knocked you down." She clutched Yang Shui's arm to death. "I didn't see them. I saw you." More and more people gathered around, pointing at her. The good thing is that the two children are still there. Their parents also rushed over. Yang Shui looked at them and whispered, "Hey, it was you who knocked this grandmother down, right?" Listening to Yang Shui's words, their mother immediately retorted, "Hey, how can you say that? Our children are well behaved. How come they would knock down an old lady? You tried to accuse my children, be careful, or I'll sue you. Yang Shui did not say anything and kept staring at the child's eyes. The two children are about 10 years old and already know how to behave. Looking at more and more people, they also know that they have made a big trouble. The slightly older one was silent for a while, then pointed at Yang Shui and said loudly, "It's not us. It's that big sister who knocked over." Compared with women, children are also natural actors. His eyes were clear, his voice was loud and clear, and he was as innocent as he could be. Then the people around started to accuse Yang Shui. "Little girl, behave boldly. Since you knocked her down, send her to the hospital for examination. Pay some money, that's all. Why do you even try to accuse others falsely? Yes, yes, they are still children. Do you know that this will ruin someone's life? Nowadays, youngsters really the worse. Acted so arrogantly. Who knows what would they become later?" Their words became more and more unpleasant. The old lady she helped up was even more unforgiving, saying one moment that she was dizzy and the next that she had a fracture. Yang Shui's fists clenched. "Call the police," she suddenly said. "You guys call the police. What's this little girl talking about? That's right. It would have been better to pay some money and forget it. Now you're going to get into a lawsuit." Yang Shui ignored their mockery. After saying this, she was silent. Half an hour later, the police came. After checking the surveillance outside the fruit store next to her, Yang Shui was finally cleared. However, the two children and their parents were long gone, the old lady still in disbelief. Yang Shui sighed and left the scene under the protection of the police. The surrounding crowd also dispersed and began to look for the next hustle and bustle to watch. Despite all of this, Yang Shui sighed slightly and then headed for the restaurant where she works. This incident delayed a lot of time, and when she arrived at the store, it was already at the peak of rush hour. The manager didn't care about her reason and scolded her head. Yang Shui could only suffer in silence. It was 11 p.m., and the customers gradually thinned out. Yang Shui also began to clean up. Suddenly, she found a pink bag under a chair. She picked up the bag and gave it to the receptionist. There was a cell phone inside the bag, and the receptionist quickly contacted the owner. It was a woman dressed in a sultry manner. She picked up her bag, looked at it, and then said to the receptionist, "That's not right. I'm missing some money here." The manager rushed over. The front desk was monitored and could prove that after Yang Shui brought the bag, she didn't move the cash inside except for dialing her cell phone. In this way, Yang Shui became the biggest suspect. Yang Shui cannot argue, and finally, under the manager's influence, the lady's so-called missing 200 yuan were compensated. This time she did not choose to call the police because there was no way to prove it. "I thought things would end like this. I didn't expect that when she was leaving, the manager would tell her that she won't be coming tomorrow and that today's salary would not be settled." It was 12:30 a.m. It was raining in the sky. It kept bigger and bigger. Yang Shui quickened her pace. After such a long delay, the dormitory was probably already closed, but she still wanted to go back. She was passing by the entrance of the neighborhood that was falsely accused before. Yang Shui subconsciously looked inside. Just in time to see, a young woman is anxiously looking for something. There are hidden tear marks on her face, and she seems to be very anxious. During the day, she also stood among the crowd of onlookers and said a few sarcastic words. Yang Shui frowned, but the kindness engraved in her bones still drove her to her. "What's wrong? Is there anything you need help with?" In the darkness, the woman didn't recognize Yang Shui's face. After all, who would deliberately remember someone who had been wronged? She cried, "My child has a high fever. His father went out to drink and hasn't come back yet. I called the police, but they haven't come yet. Oh, my son." The woman cried out in a desperate voice. "Do you have a car at home? I'll take you to the hospital. Yes, I do. Thank you so much. When she went upstairs with the woman, Yang Shui found that the child suffered from a severe fever. He began to talk nonsense and was not clearly conscious. If this goes on, it will burn out the brain. Yang Shui hurriedly asked the woman to carry the child to the car. She kicked the gas pedal hastily to the nearest hospital. The time was 1:30 a.m., and there were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the road. Yang Shui was worried about the child's health and ran several red lights along the way, sending the mother and child into the hospital as fast as possible. Just when she was relieved, she was blocked by a traffic cop on a motorcycle outside the hospital. "Excuse us, miss. Our team organized a DUI inquiry and received a report that a Chevrolet with license plate number J1688 was speeding and ran several red lights. I followed it all the way here. May I ask if you drove it?" "Yes." Yang Shui nodded and handed her driver's license to the traffic police. "There was a child with a fever. I was trying to send them to the hospital." The traffic cop checked her license, issued a ticket, and then said, "Next time you encounter this kind of situation, you'd better report it to the police force in advance, and we'll open the way for you. Now you need to get a certificate from the patient's family and take it to the police force to eliminate the penalty. Otherwise, your license will be revoked." The next day, Yang Shui came to visit the mother and son. After the treatment, that little boy had been feeling well. Yang Shui said to let them help with the certificate thing. The mother promised her and said that she would take care of it tomorrow. On the third day, Yang Shui came to the hospital again and found that they had left the hospital. Yang Shui found their home, but no matter how she knocked on the door, they didn't open the door. Before she went upstairs, she clearly saw the woman standing on the balcony to collect clothes. Yang Shui found the property and finally knocked on the door of the family's house. Seeing Yang Shui's face, the woman was a little impatient. "Who are you, and what are you looking for?" Yang Shui still does not know what she meant. Negotiation is fruitless. She can only leave that neighborhood with sadness and helplessness. In a moment, Yang Shui woke up from her desk. She felt as if she had a long dream. It was Monday, and she had to go to a nearby restaurant to do part-time work after class. Although her uncle would give her living expenses, she usually did not spend them indiscriminately. She walked to a small alley intersection. Two children suddenly rushed out from inside, chasing and fighting, and bumped into an old lady who was passing by. Yang Shui subconsciously wanted to go forward to help. She stepped out but suddenly stopped moving because she realized that she seemed to have experienced this situation at some point. As if she had experienced it many times. Chapter 206. Yang Shui was in a bit of a trance. She felt that she had experienced it before, and the result didn't seem good or even harmful. But her conscience drove her and still helped that old lady up. The ending needs no elaboration. Once again, she was accused, late, found a purse, lost money, rescued the child, and finally had her driver's license suspended. The end of all this seems to have been predetermined from the time she decided to pick up the old lady. After an unknown number of cycles, Yang Shui hesitated for the first time. This time, she didn't go up to help and just watched her from afar. That old lady was always unassisted and finally had to amputate her right foot because it was pressed for too long, and her blood vessels were blocked. This time, Yang Shui was not late, performed well during the rush hour, and was praised by the manager. At night, she didn't pick up the bag. She watched another colleague pick up the money and then stuff it into his own pocket. That guest came to look for it, but because there was no surveillance in the compartment, it was left untouched. When she returned home from work, she faced the anxious mother. She asked about the situation and then said she couldn't help her to drive. Yang Shui became more and more indifferent. She no longer helps those people she was willing to help before. She no longer had to be burdened with her conscience. Even she gave up funding the children in those poor mountainous areas. She had to admit that her life became better and better after she didn't have these drags. She didn't have to go to work to maintain a high quality of life. She didn't have to ask those poor students about their situation and give them extra lessons. She no longer had to pull out a knife to help when she saw injustice on the road. She is completely blind to simple things. No one is born to please anyone. Helping them is a sign of love, doesn't help them is simply natural. People are good to be bullied. Since helping others and being kind to people is always the person who gets hurt in the end. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? You can live a better life both spiritually and materially. She has excellent grades, and her annual scholarship is enough to support her expenses. Before she graduated, many big companies at home and abroad had already offered her a position. If she does it for herself, she can do it without anyone. She doesn't need anyone else. People around them don't bother her either. Yang Shui gradually enclosed herself in a thick shell. She is delicate on the outside. She is already as hard as iron on the inside. Under her current lifestyle, she really hasn't been hurt for a long time. But she always felt that she seemed to be missing something compared to before. What was it? She didn't know. But she just felt that she seemed to have lost something very important. One day, she was staring at something in the park next to her school. A country woman wearing a headscarf looked anxious, looking left and right. As if she didn't know what she was looking for. Yang Shui knew her. She often set up a stall here to sell some vegetables from her own garden to subsidize her family. She came to Yang Shui with a crying voice, "Sister, have you seen a little boy of 3 or 4 years old, about this high, wearing blue clothes?" "Didn't see it." Yang Shui interrupted her. This time, she has learned how to avoid these troubles. The woman was so anxious that she was about to cry, not caring to say a word of thanks to Yang Shui, and quickly ran to ask the next passerby. But after asking several people in a row, no one saw where her son ran off to. She sat on the ground in despair, bawling. People passed by, but no one came up to ask her about her situation. As if they were afraid of getting into trouble. No one even reminded her to call the police. Yang Shui looked at her back and frowned slightly. In fact, she lied. In front of the park, she saw the little boy follow a strange man into a van, holding a marshmallow. Because she thought they were acting suspiciously, she looked at the van's license plate number sneakily. Listening to the woman's cry, Yang Shui's heart defenses were somewhat loosened. She had seen some movies on the subject of abduction and trafficking. She knew how desperate it would be for a family to lose someone. She sat on the edge of the flower bed and looked at the crying woman. After a few seconds, she adjusted her sitting position and seemed to want to get up. Just then, a hand squeezed her shoulder. A strange man dressed in black appeared beside her. "I advise you not to go over there," he said. "Haven't you suffered enough losses?" This strange man appeared so abruptly, but Yang Shui seemed to be caught up in some kind of struggle and didn't express any doubt to him. I can't just stand by and watch her like that." Yang Shui covered and lowered her head. The man in black said, "You leave here now, you will never see her again for the rest of your life, her suffering, and you have nothing to do with it. But if you go now to tell her the truth of the matter, although only a few minutes delay, she will still hate you for life. She will haunt your life and family, and she will completely ruin everything." Yang Shui covered her forehead and fell into a very deep pain. There were two voices in her heart. Leave and completely cut off the relationship with this matter, or go and tell that woman and end up possibly losing her life. She didn't know what to do. She wouldn't have had to choose if it were the old her. The moment she saw the little boy being taken away, she would have gone up to the man and questioned him, even though it was likely that she would also be put in danger. But after experiencing so many situations, it changed her for some time. Her heart is only the last bit of purity left and, at this moment, the only bit of conscience that is being tested. She was so deep in it that she couldn't pull herself out. The man said, "Well, there is no need for you to do anything. You just need to stand up. Come with me, and I will take you to a safe place where no one can hurt you." Yang Shui only felt like she had a splitting headache. Her spirit could not withstand such an intense struggle and had almost reached its limit. Faced with the man's temptation, she simply could not refuse. She stood up. "Good, very good." The man smiled. "Now, please give me your hand, and I will take you out of this place." At this moment, Yang Shui had completely lost her mind. Her hand was slightly raised, just like an invited dance partner. The man stretched out his hand. As long as he took Yang Shui away, everything here will be under his complete control. However, right. Just at that moment, a man's gloomy voice came from behind him. "Who are you, huh? How dare you touch my girl? You're tired of living, aren't you?" Chapter 207. Just when the man was about to take Yang Shui away, a voice with a hint of frivolity can be heard. It has a teasing feeling, a bit of provocation and full of killing intent. The man turned back in horror. He saw a young man, holding his shoulders and looking at him with an displeasing eye. Clearly this was Yang Shui's consciousness space and this place had been transformed into hell by him. Where did this man come out from? Needless to say, the person who stopped him was none other than Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju had just arrived in the middle of Yang Shui's consciousness and found that the entire world had been changed beyond recognition. It was full of killing, bloodshed and violence. The people he encountered had their eyes on him. Only this park was intact. Here the last vestiges of Yang Shui's sanity remained. Yet he had just found Yang Shui when he saw a weird man making a move on her. How could he not be angry? He lifted up the man in black with one hand. The man in black no longer lived up to his calm and he said in terror, "What do you want?" "What do I want? Of course, it's you." As soon as Zhang Ju's words left his mouth, he smashed his fist into the man's nose, which was Zhang Ju's best fist. The man screamed, trying to ask for others' help. But this park was Yang Shui's last stand, and she couldn't quite control it yet. Zhang Ju took him by the collar. "What's the matter, you don't like it?" The man looked at Zhang Ju viciously. "Where are you looking at, you horse?" Another punch landed. This punch was so powerful that it hit the man's eye socket. Zhang Ju let go of his hand, and the man flew out in a flash. He rolled several times on the ground before getting up in a heap. The man in black knew he was no match for Zhang Ju, so he turned and ran away. Zhang Ju spat and didn't bother to chase. He then turned to Yang Shui. He knew that the man was just a figuration of SCP-3125 and he wanted to kill her. Ultimately, it was up to Yang Shui to see if he could resist the effect of SCP-3125. "Hey, wake up. It's already morning." Zhang Ju gently tapped Yang Shui's cheek. Yang Shui raised his head to look at him. Her eyes were confused. "Who are you?" Facing the man in front of her, Yang Shui froze. The person gave herself a familiar feeling, like an old friend of many years. But no information about him existed in her own memory. "I'm your boyfriend." Zhang Ju blurted out, "You were abducted and sold here. I'm here to rescue you now." Boyfriend. Yang Shui's soul was affected by SCP-3125, but the basic mind was still there. "How can I forget about you? Because you've lost your memory." Zhang Ju continued to babble, "You wandered away from home. See that man? It was he who abducted you. Don't come near him in the future. If you saw him, just beat him until he's dead." Yang Shui looked at Zhang Ju, half believing in his statement. In fact, any normal person could see that Zhang Ju was casually talking nonsense, but Yang Shui had been affected by SCP-3125 for so long that her judgment was now almost zero. It was SCP-3125's strategy to continue infecting her, but it was also convenient for Jiangju, so she didn't suspect too much. There was actually another reason. After seeing this man in front of her, she inexplicably felt something in her heart. Her previous state was confused and helpless. It was like a homeless little girl, drifting away in the world. This man in front of her was like her guide, allowing her heart to be at peace. It was as if her world had become brighter once this man with a gangster-like look appeared. Jiangju took her with him and the two of them left that park together. The outside world had become very cruel. People have become apathetic to each other, only taunting and cursing at each other. Violence can be seen everywhere. Yet Yang Shui was unmoved by this, seemingly long accustomed to surviving in such a world. She didn't join in, but she didn't discourage it either. As if everything that was happening around her had nothing to do with her. Jiangju looked at her and probably guessed what she had gone through during this time. He also knew that if Yang Shui's will was a little weaker, she might not even be able to wait for him to arrive. As the two walked along the edge of the road, Yang Shui looked at him and suddenly asked, "Can you tell me about us? I suddenly realized that I really don't remember anything from before. Our relationship? Like a child without a mother, it's a long story." When it came to nonsense, Jiangju was a pro. He soon came up with a romance novel in his head. It was a snowy night, and I was alone on the roof watching the stars. Yang Shui frowned. Since it was snowing heavily, how could there be stars? Jiangju glared at her. "If I say there was, there was. If you want to hear it, just be quiet and don't interrupt me." "I'm sorry." Yang Shui said, "Go ahead, I'll listen." Jiangju stroked her head. "That's a good girl." For the next hour, Jiangju used his unparalleled ability to make up a love story on the spot. If it was put on a certain web page, it would definitely get a lot of likes. "After I donated all my corneas and kidneys, the doctor told me that I had finally found someone who matched my bone marrow, and that was you. You risked your life to transplant the bone marrow to me, which eventually gave me my life back. After we got together, you had a car accident and lost your memory, and I've been looking for you." Leukemia, car accident, amnesia. Jiangju is considered to have used all the common tropes in romance dramas. When he said this, he was full of pathos and seemed to have moved even himself. Jiangju's story has many twists and turns. Yang Shui looked at him with full of incredulity. "You're saying that I risked my life to save you when we didn't know each other?" "Yes." Jiangju nodded. "That's it?" Yang Shui frowned, expressing doubt that she would never do something like that. In her perception, at least in this world, rescuing a person she didn't know was simply impossible. Jiangju guessed what she was thinking and smiled faintly. He gazed at Yang Shui. "Do you know what attracts me most about you?" Yang Shui followed his gaze and found that he was looking at her chest. Her face instantly flushed. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing her react like that, Jiangju was furious. "In your eyes, am I that shallow? What attracts me is your kindness, kindness." Yang Shui froze. "Kindness? What is that?" She can understand happiness, anger, sorrow, sadness, and joy. But what is kindness? In her mind, there seemed to be no such concept at all. Yang Shui covered her head and bent down, looking very painful. The more she thought about the meaning of kindness, the deeper the pain she felt. "Yang Shui, Dr. Yang. Look at me." Jiangju broke Yang Shui's shoulders and forced her to look straight at herself. "I don't care what you've been through, but you mustn't forget why you're here. Do you remember your father? Do you remember your uncle? Do you remember those colleagues who died for the continuation of humanity? You are a doctor of the SCP Foundation. Defeat it. Defeat the evil thoughts in your heart. Find yourself." Zhang Ju's words kept echoing in Yang Shue's ears. She felt a splitting headache, as if there were countless worms gnawing at her head. SCP-3125 also seemed to know that this was a critical moment and shouted in Yang Shue's mind, "No one doesn't like killing and certainly no one doesn't like violence. Don't repress it, free yourself. Kill everyone you see, you are the master of this world." Reason and madness kept launching a battle. Yang Shui grabbed her hair and nearly collapsed. The effects of SCP-3125 caused her a lot of pain. She felt like she was plunged into an abyss. All around her was a boundless darkness. Zhang Ju looked at her and a strange emotion flashed through his heart. He sighed and leaned down. He whispered in Yang Shue's ear, "Don't be afraid, no matter what happens. I'm always by your side." His voice was small. But for Yang Shui, it was like a lighthouse on the sea, guiding her direction. The darkness was gradually dispersed. In the next second, she opened her eyes. Her vision were clear. Chapter 208. With the help of Zhang Ju, Yang Shui finally found herself in the world of consciousness. She opened her eyes. Her vision was clear. There was no longer the confusion and helplessness like before. Only determination and decisiveness were around. The whole aura of the person has changed. The blood and violence that was going on around her suddenly stopped moving. As if someone had pressed the pause button. Yang Shui looked around. Everything that was not according to her mind instantly disintegrated and disappeared. Zhang Ju looked at her with a smile, "Well." Yang Shui looked back over at the familiar face, and she nodded gently. "Sorry for dragging you again." "No, not this time." Zhang Ju smiled faintly. "If you hadn't held out for so long, you would likely have been completely devoured by SCP-3125. It captures the weaknesses in human nature. Unless you're out of the human realm, anyone would have fallen for it." With Zhang Ju's help, Yang Shue's consciousness world finally returned to normal. With her as the center of the circle, all the things that had been transformed by SCP-3125 were gradually dissipating and returned to their original appearance. As far as the eye could see, the blood-red buildings continued to decrease, replaced by mountains, rivers, farmlands, and villages. Zhang Ju let out an awe. He never knew that the world looked like this in Yang Shue's subconscious. Yang Shui gave him a look. "What? Is it weird?" "No, it's not weird. People always have to have some ideas of their own." Zhang Ju said, "Could it be that Dr. Yang is preparing to live in seclusion in the mountains?" Yang Shui sighed, "Wait until all the anomalies are contained. If all the anomalies are contained and she is willing to live in seclusion, then it is probably impossible in this life. Legend has it that the Bodhisattva of the earth has said, 'If hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha.'" The difficulty of Yang Shue's wish is estimated to be similar. Zhang Ju spoke about what happened outside and Yang Shui only said a bit. Hearing that her father was present, Yang Shue's face became more and more calm. After experiencing so many things, she also became calm and composed. As long as she could contain SCP-3125 and ensure that it would not continue to tamper the human world, all other things were not so important. The two of them went all the way forward. The man in black who was shivering was found in front of a thatched hut. At this moment, he was reeling from the powerful spiritual power Yang Shui had awakened. He was like a weathered plastic dummy and scales began to fall off his body. "Zhang Ju!" he roared, "It's all because you ruined my plan. I won't let you go this time." "Whoa, I'm so scared." Zhang Ju touched his shoulders. "There's a word for impotent rage. You know that, right? Don't think you can defeat me like that. I can't affect this woman, but there are still many humans in the world. I'll see if you can save them all." SCP-3125 thought it had only failed this time, but it didn't know that Yang Wensong had long been waiting for him in the real world. Once it was expelled from Yang Shue's spiritual world, the concept precipitator would immediately capture it. It will go from a nebulous idea to being materialized into some kind of substance. At that time, it will be much easier to deal with it again. Yang Shui took a step forward and looked at SCP-3125 from a high position. In her eyes, there was no hatred. Only pity can be seen from her eyes. "You're pitying me?" SCP-3125 said angrily. Yang Shui said, "I just think you are more pathetic." SCP-3125 sneered, "As a lowly creature, you are not qualified to say such things. Without Zhangju, you would have been under my control long ago." SCP-3125 had the right to say that. Its influence had brought great trouble to humans. However, Yang Shui shook her head. "It's true that humans have not lived under a violent philosophy like yours. They will susceptible to your effects, but I don't think that from this alone. It means that humans are lower animals." Yang Shui said, "You, the so-called higher creature, have not experienced living in a world full of love and kindness. Which is somewhat pathetic." SCP-3125 could accept its momentary failure, but it could not endure these words of Yang Shui. In its opinion, it was an insult to the higher creatures. "I will kill you." SCP-3125 roared in anger and pounced towards Yang Shui with its last ounce of strength. Zhangju had been watching coldly and was about to make a move. But SCP-3125 was imprisoned in the air by an inexplicable force and could not move. Yang Shui was unmoved and seemed to have expected it. This is her consciousness space. When she returns to normal, she is the master of this place. Yang Shui looked at SCP-3125 and said coldly, "If it wasn't for a few words with you, do you think you could stay here for so long?" At this moment, SCP-3125 had completely lost his mind and began to yell and scream. "You lowly creatures! One day, sooner or later I will take over all of your spirit and flesh. Let's talk about it if that day really comes." Yang Shui sighed and moved her mind. SCP-3125 turned into nothing in an instant. Yang Shui sighed in relief and said to Zhangju, "Let's get out." "Great Dr. Yang. You're so cool just now." Zhangju pointed to the hut. "With that being said, don't you want to invite me to your place and sit down there? Is there some hidden secret inside?" Yang Shui's face flushed a little. "I won't tell you." Zhangju laughed, knowing that now was not the time for jokes. He smiled at Yang Shui and then withdrew from her consciousness. Yang Shui sighed. Finding a waterfall, she leapt down and forced herself to wake up. Reality world. Yang Wensong, who was occupying Gray's body, had been concentrating on his mind. An hour had passed since the machine was started. But he did not slacken at all. Suddenly, Yang Shui's body seemed to change a little. A dark aura emanated from the top of her head. They had succeeded. Yang Wensong felt a little excited. Zhangju had actually helped Yang Shui clear SCP-3125 out of her body. After fighting with SCP-3125 for so many years, he certainly knew how difficult it was to do so, but they had actually succeeded. Seeing that the black gas was flowing out, it seemed to be showing signs of dispersing. Yang Wensong made an immediate decision, immediately increased the power of the concept precipitator to the maximum. The magnetic field of the whole room seems to have changed. The black gas that was about to dissipate actually coalesced again. At that moment, Zhangju finally woke up. His eyes were drawn to the black spherical object in mid-air. Zhangju looked at Yang Wensong, who was constantly operating the machine, and asked, "Is this thing the thing after SCP-3125 was materialized?" "That's it?" Yang Wensong nodded. "Originally it was everywhere and could invade anyone's spirit, but now this then becomes its weakness. As long as we eliminate this materialized SCP-3125, the other people affected by SCP-3125 will also return to normal. That doesn't sound like it would be too difficult. Jiangju laughed heatedly, rubbed his hands together, and summoned the long black sword. This kind of bullshit antimimetic anomalies will be defeated in my hands. Watch me slice it up. Chapter 209. Yang Wensong looked at the gas in mid-air and said, "We still have to wait a bit, the materialization has not been completed." Jiangju was already impatient. "How long should we wait?" "I don't know." Yang Wensong shook his head. "Despite it's a working method, it's the first time it's been applied to a concept of SCP-3125's strength." "Okay." Jiangju sighed, and could only persuade himself that good food was not afraid of late. Ugh. Yang Shui covered her head and woke up from her coma. She had been under the influence of SCP-3125 for a few hours, so her limbs were somewhat uncoordinated. Jiangju helped her up from the machine. Seeing that familiar face, Yang Shui finally sighed with relief. She saw her father's presence. To be precise, it was Yang Wensong who was occupying Gray's body. She wanted to call out to her father, but she can't no matter how she tried. Yang Wensong looked at her and smiled gratefully. "Shui, you've grown up." Yang Shui lowered her head and let out a soft muffled sound. Her eyes were slightly red. Yang Wensong disappeared for more than 10 years. Yang Shui has been searching for his whereabouts and never gave up on it. Yang Shui's feelings for him are complicated. Something was missing, but also there's a little bit of hate. The sudden meeting of family relatives who have been separated for more than 10 years is not as exciting as the news. On the contrary, Yang Shui didn't know how to face his father. Although Yang Wensong is a very great person, he is obviously not good at expressing his feelings either. Between the two of them, they didn't know how to speak, and for a while there was a bit of an awkward scene. Jiangju immediately saw the awkward scene in front of him. He was most annoyed by such pretentious times, and simply interrupted their awkward conversation. "Old man Yang, when will this thing be finished?" Speaking of business, Yang Wensong looked up at the gas in mid-air. "According to my experience, it won't take more than a few minutes for its materialization to be completed." Just as Yang Wensong finished talking, the gas suddenly let out a sharp whistle. A huge energy emanated from its body. It shook the three of them collectively, took a step backwards. "The hell? Do you know what's happening?" Jiangju said, and about to move forward with his sword. However, Yang Wensong stopped him. "No, we can't act rashly." Seeing his gloomy expression, Jiangju asked, "What's wrong?" "I made a lapse in judgment." Yang Wensong said, "I didn't expect that even SCP-3125 that was dispersed into everyone's mind would still be so powerful." Jiangju let out a grunt. "Come on, at this time? Old man Yang, aren't you always cautious about your work?" Yang Wensong sighed. "In our previous experiments, we didn't encounter a concept as powerful as SCP-3125. We couldn't simulate it at all." The situation he described was understandable to Jiangju. After all, human technology was limited. If they could simulate a concept of the same level as SCP-3125, they wouldn't have to worry about how to contain SCP-3125. The three of them looked warily at the gas. A light blue circle of light blue light had slowly emerged around it. It should be the energy emanating from its body. It is surprising that its energy can also form an entity, so you can imagine how powerful it is. SCP-3125 grew bigger and bigger, and formed the shape of a man. It suddenly opened its mouth, looking very angry. "Yang Wensong, Jiangju. You guys made me look like this." It was obviously very uncomfortable with its current state. But it was a higher level creature and it quickly evolved its language function. "Old man Yang, it seems I can't listen to you this time." Jiangju narrowed his eyes and the cold hairs on his body stood up as he sensed the danger. If they continued any longer, they will be dead when SCP-3125 finished its shape. Zhangju rushed forward with a rush. Raising his sword, he slashed SCP-3125. The humanoid SCP-3125 was cut off at the waist, but SCP-3125 was not a human after all. It wasn't fatal enough to damage it. It dissolved into two parts and continued to wander in the air. The black gas around it gradually gathered and glued his two parts back together. Zhangju, do you think you can kill me like this? It's simply a delusion. When I get used to this body, you all are going to die. Zhangju didn't bother to listen to his nonsense and swished two more slashes. SCP-3125 was cut into 4 parts, but it still didn't affect it. The black gas around it still kept converging in its direction. Although they had used the concept precipitator to materialize and attack SCP-3125, they still had no way to destroy it. Try this. Zhangju pulled out a flamethrower. He sprayed it at SCP-3125. Hot flames gushed out from the muzzle of the gun. SCP-3125 let out a miserable scream. 2 minutes later, it still hadn't disappeared. Instead, it was getting closer and closer to human form. Zhangju had already discovered its ability. Physical attacks alone would cause limited damage to it, and it seemed, energy-based attacks would be absorbed by it. This thing was really hard to deal with. Ha 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 ha. SCP-3125 laughed loudly. Feel free to come with any moves. Hey, don't make me come there and beat you. Zhangju rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward and fight SCP-3125 physically. Yang Wensong reached out to stop him. Don't be impulsive, this is useless. I know it's useless too, but I have to try. Zhangju said, seeing this creature acting so arrogant, I'm not happy in my heart. Maybe I have a way. Yang Shui said, who had been looking down in contemplation. The rest of the two looked at her. Yang Shui continued, SCP-3125 is currently between virtual and reality. We can likewise transform into the same state as it with the help of the concept precipitator, and at that time, we should be able to completely eliminate him. Makes sense. Zhangju nodded. Great Dr. Yang, in your opinion, what should we make to interfere his immortal state? The three of them fell into silence for a moment. After a moment, Yang Wensong said, I'll do it. Process my consciousness with a concept precipitator, it should work. No way. Yang Shui immediately said, SCP-3125 is very strong, you will dash. Yang Wensong waved his hand and interrupted her, I have lived in the consciousness form for many years, no one is more suitable for this job than me. When SCP-3125 evolves into its full form, its destructive power will be immeasurable. Now SCP-3125 is in its weakest condition, we must hurry to deal with it before that. Yang Shui was silent. She knew that her father's judgment was correct. Yang Wensong lay on the console of the concept precipitator and looked up at Yang Shui. In a moment, my consciousness will be detached from Gray's body. As soon as the refractive index of the surrounding air changes, you will immediately turn on the machine to its maximum power. Yang Shui bit her lips, there were tears in her eyes. A second before closing his eyes, Yang Wensong said softly, Yang Shui, I'm sorry. Only then did SCP-3125 was alerted, you, what are you doing? Yang Wensong turned his head and smiled at it. We have struggled for so long, it's time to make an end to it. Zhangju turned on the machine, Yang Wensong closed his eyes and let go of his spirit as his consciousness gradually detached itself from Gray's body. A minute later, there was a noticeable change in the surrounding air. It seemed that some other medium had joined. Zhangju made an immediate decision and turned on the power of the concept precipitator to the maximum. A pale blue substance coalesced in the air not far from SCP-3125. At this point, 3125's body had doubled in size. In constant adaptation, he could already move his fingers. In a short time, it would be able to move freely. However, Yang Wensong's consciousness was small in size and he was more familiar with such a state. So, it formed faster than SCP-3125. But SCP-3125 was finally a long way ahead and took the first step to complete the form. Now, he was completely materialized. Zhang Ju swung the sword at SCP-3125's humanoid body at the first opportunity. SCP-3125 grabbed Zhang Ju's long black blade with one hand. "You want to destroy me? It's not that easy." Although SCP-3125's human form had no five senses, its voice was hideous and terrifying, and its rage was extraordinary. Zhang Ju was too lazy to bullshit with him. He pulled out a dagger with his other hand and slashed SCP-3125's hand. SCP-3125's right hand was decapitated, but it did not immediately break off as Zhang Ju had imagined. There were countless black threads linking his wrist to his arm. Zhang Ju was held back by him and was somewhat unmoved. Bang! 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 Seeing that Zhang Ju was in a trouble, Yang Shui fired several shots at SCP-3125's head. A few holes were made in SCP-3125's head. Although it wasn't fatal, its grip on Zhang Ju's hand was released. Zhang Ju seized the opportunity and kicked it in the body to keep some distance from it. Zhang Ju grunted. He found that after SCP-3125 materialized, it wasn't too good to deal with. The good thing was that at the moment, SCP-3125 could not fully adapt to his body. He would only be passive and easily beaten. Once it could attack freely, Zhang Ju had the ability to heal himself without fear, but Yang Shui would be the first to die. Just when Zhang Ju wanted to have a quick battle, SCP-3125 opened its mouth, and in front of him, a black bead coalesced shined with a shimmering light appeared. Not good. Having watched so many episodes of Naruto, Zhang Ju that didn't know the potential power of this thing. This was simply a small-tailed beast bomb. SCP-3125 spat out that energy ball in the direction of Zhang Ju and Yang Shui in one gulp. Holy shit. Zhang Ju only had time to curse, then Yang Shui lunged. Yang Shui was also prepared for the emergency, so she pulled Zhang Ju and they hid behind the machine together. Boom. A huge explosion came and the concept precipitator was completely blown up. Ha 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 ha. SCP-3125 let out an arrogant laugh. Zhang Ju. I'll see how much longer you can hold out. In fact, it was easy for Zhang Ju to run away. But if SCP-3125 was allowed to grow, it would definitely be a trouble and had to be destroyed here. SCP-3125 laughed arrogantly and condensed energy in its mouth again. He's time, it seemed to want to destroy the entire basement in one swoop. Zhang Ju gave laughed and prepared to offer a killer move. However, just at that moment, Yang Wensong's consciousness had also finally finished materializing. Zhang Ju, use the most powerful weapon you have. He shouted. The situation was urgent, so Zhang Ju couldn't think too hard. He took out a rocket launcher from the pocket dimension. He put the rocket launcher on his shoulder and fired it at SCP-3125 before he could aim. At this moment, the energy bombs in the air of SCP-3125 also finished coalescing and sprayed over in their direction. The small rocket collided with the SCP-3125's energy ball and creates a violent explosion. The heat wave instantly swept through the entire basement, countless debris flying inside. The lab that was buried deep at the bottom of the desert could not withstand the impact. It began to disintegrate and collapse. In the nick of time, Zhang Ju grabbed Yang Shui and pulled her into his other dimension. I don't know how long had passed. Yang Shui slowly opened her eyes. What appeared in front of her was a void. She slowly walked forward and suddenly found a room in front of her. Where is this? She whispered softly to herself. I allowed you to enter my territory, but I didn't allow you to walk around here. Zhang Ju's voice came from behind her. Yang Shue's heart faintly settled. She turned back and asked, where are we here? In my space. Zhang Ju said, that underground building, I guess it has collapsed. Yang Shui looked at him, so can we still go back? I mean back to Site 237. Yes, we can. But it's a little difficult. Zhang Ju spread his hands, this space exists outside the universe. The farther we go back to the real world, the more difficult it is. What we have to consider now is not whether we can go back, but whether we appear directly in the desert after we go back. There's no guarantee and I have to try it. Before Yang Shui had time to ask him how would he do it, Zhang Ju had disappeared. After 2 seconds, he was back in front of Yang Shui covered in sand. The whole basement had collapsed, we have to move to the ground. With that, he disappeared once again. Luckily, there was only sand outside. Zhang Ju adjusted his position several times and brings Yang Shui back to the surface. Due to the collapse of the underground building, a good-sized sand pit had appeared in the central square of Site 237. At this moment, they appeared right in the middle of the sand pit. Where is father? Yang Shui looked around and didn't see SCP-3125 and Yang Wensong's body. Over there. Zhang Ju pointed to the sky. Yang Shui looked up. He saw a humanoid monster with 2 heads, 3 hands, and 4 feet struggling in mid-air. Its body kept twisting and reorganizing, and it kept wailing, seemingly in great pain. One head opened its mouth and said, Yang Wensong, do you think you can destroy me like this? Don't be delusional. I will kill you, then your daughter and the people of Earth. The other head sighed, SCP-3125, you and I are now together. We can no longer separate from each other. Killing me is the same as killing yourself. Saying these words will do nothing but add to your pain. SCP-3125's head roared, I will kill you now. One of its hands strangled Yang Wensong's neck in an attempt to kill him, but after only a few seconds, both heads let out a violent coughing sound at the same time. A person or thing trying to kill itself is indeed a very uncomplicated thing. At this moment, Yang Wensong also noticed Zhang Ju Yang Shui. It's great that you guys aren't dead yet. Yang Wensong said, Advisor Zhang, the explosion just now injured SCP-3125. During its reorganization, I took advantage of the situation and intertwined with it. Now you only need to kill me physically and SCP-3125 will be destroyed along with it. Chapter 210. Yang Wensong's physical body is still lying in the main building. In order to escape from SCP-3125, he didn't return to his body for more than 10 years. Now it seems that he doesn't plan to go back either. From the time he decided to materialize, he had planned to use this method. I just don't know what method he used, but he was able to fuse with the materialized SCP-3125. But none of that mattered anymore. Zhang Ju carried his body out of the main building and put it on the sand. Yang Shui had been watching the scene silently, not making a sound. However, SCP-3125 became anxious. Zhang Ju, what are you doing? It roared. This time Zhang Ju was in no mood to tease it. Stop it, I'm begging you. Seeing Zhang Ju not saying anything, SCP-3125 panicked. Don't listen to him, this won't kill me. It will only make him die in vain. SCP-3125 had tampered with the memories of too many people. After materializing, he had learned 70% or 80% of the sinister and evil humans as well. Seeing that Zhang Ju remained unmoved, it continued, Zhang Ju, I promise you that I will withdraw from Earth and never come back. Shut the fuck up. Zhang Ju interrupted, if you keep talking, I'll kill you right now. With these words, SCP-3125 really didn't dare to speak. Zhangju grunted and looked at Yang Wensong. Are you sure you want me to do this? In the sky, Yang Wensong smiled. He asked, Advisor Zhang, what if you were the one to be in my position? Would you be willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of all mankind? I'm not a fool. Zhangju said straightforwardly, whoever is willing to sacrifice is willing to sacrifice. The destruction of humanity is none of my business, it's good that I can protect the people I want to protect. Zhangju replied neatly, putting Yang Wensong's behavior in the category of fools. Instead of getting angry, Yang Wensong smiled, I really wasn't wrong, Advisor Zhang. I have a request, I'll trust Yang Shui to you. I'll be the one who will do the stupid things, I just hope you can help me protect her. The same words that had been said by Yang Wenbei. Zhangju scratched his head, okay, then I'll reluctantly agree. But let's say up front that I won't do the whole joining the family thing. Yang Wensong laughed again. Advisor Zhang, it's a great blessing to know a friend like you in the last period of your life. Knowing what he just said, Zhangju only returned one words. Het. Yang Wensong looked over at his daughter. Yang Shui, I'm sorry. For so many years, instead of doing my duty as a father, I've become a drag on you. Yang Shui lowered her head, no one could see the expression on her face. After a long time, she said, yes. As a father, you may be very bad and unqualified at it. But, as a predecessor of the Foundation, you are my role model, I am proud to have a father like you. Since meeting Yang Wensong, Yang Shui hadn't shed a single tear since the beginning. Compared to the time when Zhangju first met her, she had indeed become stronger. But this time, the farewell to her father would be forever. Yang Shui clenched her fists tightly so as not to break down. After saying this, Yang Wensong said to Zhangju, do it. SCP-3125 fearing Zhangju, he had not made a sound before, but only then did he shout, don't. The three people present had long been prepared to do so. Zhangju drew the long sword in his hand and aimed it at Yang Wensong's heart. Yang Shui looked away. Swish. That was the sound of the blade piercing through clothes and into flesh and blood. No. SCP-3125 shouted. But at this moment, he could no longer change the reality. Blood gurgled out from Yang Wensong's body. Zhangju. Yang Wensong. SCP-3125 yelled in despair, I kill you, I'll kill you all. But at this point in time, no one would pay attention to its final madness. Yang Wensong's flesh was cut through the heart by Zhangju, immediately losing its blood supply. But brain death still takes a little time, so Yang Wensong and SCP-3125 did not disappear immediately. Yang Wensong suddenly spoke. Advisor Zhang, I have an important thing I need to tell you. What is it? Zhangju said alertly, why do you all have this habit, huh? Is it hurt to say something earlier? Zhangju was referring to SCP-3844. Before his death, he revealed the news of the end of the world to Zhangju. Yang Wensong shook his head, it's not that I didn't tell you on purpose. I only just found out about it. What is it? Zhangju instinctively felt that things were not simple. Do you know why SCP-3125 was resurrected? Yang Wensong asked. In fact, this was also a question that Zhangju couldn't understand. Decades ago, it was clear that the last Antimemetics Division had already neutralized SCP-3125, so why would it make a comeback again? Originally, Zhangju had thought that SCP-3125 had just pretended to be annihilated. But listening to Yang Wensong, things seemed far from that simple. Yang Wensong said, because what we killed was only one of it. One of them? What do you mean? There are multiple SCP-3125. Yes. Yang Wensong said, just now, when I fused with it. I sensed that the so-called SCP-3125 was not just a simple relatively violent conceptual complex as we thought before. It was actually, just a projection of some higher latitude creature in our world. A higher being from in this world. Then when the real one comes, it will not be in the sky. Zhang Ju smacked his lips. Yang Wensong added, during the fusion process, I saw what it looked like. Zhang Ju busily asked, what did it look like? Very blurry. Yang Wensong said, it seems to be a pentagram shape. A five-pointed star. Yes. Speaking of which, Yang Wensong began to cough violently. Looks like my time is up. He laughed. Goodbye, Advisor Zhang and Yang Shui. After Yang Wensong finished speaking, the part of his body that belonged to him disintegrated at once. Yang Sui could no longer bear the immense sorrow of losing a loved one and tears fell silently. Zhang Ju gathered her in his arms and gently comforted her. It was only then that SCP-3125, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. Zhang Ju, I will not forget you. Sooner or later, I will kill you. Zhang Ju narrowed his eyes. I don't care which dimensional creature you are. If you dare to come here, I kill you again. Try it if you don't believe me. We will meet again. After SCP-3125 finished speaking, the gas that was suspended in the sky also completely dissipated. Zhang Ju looked at the reappearing sun and sighed. It was a win for the Antimemetics Division this time. At the cost of countless human lives, they finally wiped out SCP-3125 once again. The two battles with SCP-3125 all ended in human victory. It is believed that those pioneers of the Antimemetics Division can rest in peace when they are known in the next world. As for the battle between him and SCP-3125 itself, that will be a story for a long time to come. Chapter 211. 1 week later. Italy. In front of Site-17's gate. Oh, Advisor Zhang. My old friend, we meet again. God knows how much I miss you. If you don't come again, I'm going to ride my grandmother's cow to China to find you. Oh, Harvey, my old buddy. If you ever talk to me like that again, I swear to God I'll stab you in the ass with a cucumber from your grandfather's yard. Looking at the two of them exchanging such bizarre pleasantries, Yang Shui couldn't help but cover her forehead. She had thought she was immune to such nonsense, but now she was afraid she was still far from it. A week ago, she and Zhang Ju had successfully wiped out SCP-3125 at Site-237. Of course, the cost had been enormous. Site-237 was almost completely destroyed, and only about 24 of the original several hundred members of the Antimemetics Division remained. After SCP-3125 was eliminated and the danger was lifted, Zhang Ju sent a call for help to the Foundation. It wasn't until after the MTF team that went to the rescue arrived at Site-237 that Zhang Ju learned from them that the site was actually within Europe. That one-time teleportation array designed by Yang Wensong had actually transported them halfway around the world. Zhang Ju once again sighed. If only this thing could be used on a large scale, it would definitely change the life of mankind completely. But this thing was just like extraterrestrial technology. It was all highly sophisticated technology at first and conceivable that in the near future, civilians could use it publicly in the future. Zhang Ju handed over the only remaining members of the Antimemetics Division into the hands of the MTF team that had come to the rescue. They were the only remaining proof that the Antimemetics Division existed. Yang Wensong eventually died with SCP-3125, and they did not wake up immediately. It seems that after being affected by SCP-3125, their brains were damaged. As for what they can eventually recover into, it is not certain. However, the Foundation has always been very generous with these people's arrangements. Loris was the first to wake up because her coma was shorter than the others. Yang Shui talked to her about what happened afterward. After hearing that SCP-3125 was neutralized, she cried tears of joy. She and Gray had been stuck on Site-237 for so many years. They were tasked and didn't fail to live up to the expectation that the Foundation had placed on them. Laura's condition was not too stable. Yang Shui and her agreed to see her again when she was better. At the same time, the Foundation rebuilt Site-237 once again. Although SCP-3125 no longer exists, many other antimimetic anomalies are still buried underground. All of these SCP needs to be recovered and recontained. Because of the self-shielding nature of the antimimetic, the information in the Foundation's database is incomplete, and any information about them is limited. After the basement was blown up, all of those SCP needed to be contained once more. Since most of the SCPs were buried deep underground, this work would take some time. After discussing with Yang Shui, Zhang simply came to Site-17 to see Shirley and his other friends. When he arrived at the site gate, Harvey, the deputy site director, stopped him. Zhang and Harvey were considered as old acquaintances. Only the accent of their speech gave Yang Shui some headaches. The good thing is that Zhang is not a person who likes to be pretentious, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Harvey led the two to the site. Zhang popularity at Site-17 was very high. As soon as they heard that he had arrived, the researchers all perked up at once. They had just entered the gate and had not gone far, but a group of people surrounded them. There were those who took notes and asked questions. There were those who asked for autographed photos. Some even threw a few bars of soap into the ground. Zhang was decisive, fearless, laughing, and scolding when facing the enemy. But in the face of these fanboys and girls, Zhang eloquence is completely ineffective. It was a bit overwhelming. He can only excuse himself and answer everyone's questions later. Then he fled in haste through the gaps in the crowd. Seeing his wretched appearance, Yang Shui hid her lips and smiled. Zhang glared at her. Yang Shui cocked her head and laughed even more. Under the cover of Harvey, the two arrived at the site's main building. According to the plan, Zhang first went to pay a visit to the Site-17 site director, Hubbard. This person could maintain Site-17, which was by no means a normal thing, and Zhang had always been wary of him. The last time they came, they met a few times. Hubbard was kind-hearted, but Zhang had never underestimated him. This time, the first thing he did was to come and give this man his regards. Since Zhang was the Foundation's newest trusted, capable and best personnel, Hubbard naturally wouldn't give him a hard time. He patted Zhang shoulder and comforted him with his words, "Young man, I heard that you have done another great thing for mankind with great merit, and it is a great blessing for the Foundation to have a talent like you." Site-237 was a special mission site with a very high level of secrecy. This old man could know some things, which was enough to show his status within the Foundation. Zhang arched his hand. "Actually, I didn't do much. It was mainly the sacrifice of other personnel." The old man became even happier when Zhang was not greedy for credit. "Keep up the good work. In the future, the Foundation may be yours." Coming out of the site director's office, Zhang, Harvey, and the others marched all the way to the containment area. In fact, everyone knew that Zhang was most concerned about Shirley's situation. With the site director's permission, he could visit Shirley every day during this period. Shirley was still unconscious. Harvey found the person in charge of Shirley and reported to Zhang about Shirley's recent condition. In fact, there was nothing to report. Shirley's condition had been stable, all her vital signs were normal, but she hadn't woken up yet. Zhang nodded his head. He looked at Shirley's little face and clenched his fist slightly. Before coming here, he had wondered if he could wake up Shirley just like he had woken up Yang Shui. But now, he had given up that idea. After experiencing so many things, he was stronger than before. He could feel the terror of that huge energy source in Shirley's body. If he forced his way into Sherry's subconsciousness, he would definitely suffer a strong negative effect. At that time, let alone saving Shirley. He might be dead at that moment. It's a silly thing that he should not do. He stayed in Shirley's room the whole afternoon. He was sitting in front of Sherry's bed, silently watching her. It was not until the evening that he went out. Yang Shui was waiting for him outside with a meal. "How did it go?" she asked. Zhang Ju shook his head and smiled. "It's all right." Yang Shui knew his temperament and didn't ask more questions, so she put the meal down and left. Zhang Ju looked at the plate of pasta and was about to eat it, when suddenly, there was a blackness before his eyes, and the pasta was gone. Even the plate had disappeared. He grunted, "Whether you're a man or a ghost, show yourself quickly. Pissing off Advisor Zhang is not a joke." Chapter 212. Whether you're a man or a ghost, show yourself quickly. Pissing off Advisor Zhang is not a joke. Zhang Ju's voice was low and his expression was sinister. If people who didn't know him saw him, they would definitely be startled. Shirley had been unconscious, he was not in a good mood, and it was a very unwise choice to annoy him at this time. But the people who dare to provoke him at this time are not ordinary people. Just as finished talking, a girl's voice came from behind him. Not reliable, but not small-tempered. "Advisor Zhang, you're mean." Zhang Ju sat down to eat, and behind him was originally a wall. He turned around, only to see that a door had somehow appeared on that wall. A small girl was leaning against the doorframe, looking at him with a smile. "Advisor Zhang, I haven't seen you for a few months. Your temper has grown." Karina. Seeing that it was her, Zhang Ju was a little surprised. "What, don't you recognize me?" Karina hummed. "How could I?" Zhang Ju laughed, "I can't forget you even if I forget anyone." This little girl was the orphan of two famous doctors. Dr. Scranton and Dr. Anna, a reality bender who had once saved his life. The pocket-sized version of the Scantron reality anchor in Zhang Ju's hand was a gift from her. At that time, Zhang Ju had sent her to Site 17. First, so that she could follow in her parents' footsteps and continue to work on reality bending related research. Second, it was also to protect her. After all, Dr. Scranton had developed the Scantron reality anchor, which greatly limited the strength of those reality bender, and there would be no shortage of people who hated her or coveted this technology. Site 17's head of experiments, Clement, was also Zhang Ju's little fanboy. So Zhang Ju entrusted Karina to him. "Karina, don't you run around." "Oh, Advisor Zhang. When did you get here?" Just at that moment, Clement also appeared behind Karina. Obviously, he had gone out to be busy during the morning and was unaware of Zhang Ju's return. At this moment, his white coat was dyed colorfully, and his hair was all up, just like that King of Fighters characters. When he saw Zhang Ju, he felt a little embarrassed and humiliated. He wanted to find a crack in the ground. The researchers were all a bit afraid of him. Only Karina is an exception. This little girl often plays some pranks to make him in a mess. But because Karina was entrusted to him by Zhang Ju, he was too embarrassed to report to his superiors, nor could he dispose of her casually. So he could only suffer alone in silence. Seeing his appearance, Karina giggled and turned around to slip away. Which knew Zhang Ju but blackened his face. "Don't you go anywhere," he barked in a low voice. "What for?" "I won't." Facing Zhang Ju, Karina was a bit stern. Although she wasn't saying anything, seeing Zhang Ju's face, she stood obediently by the wall, and bowed her head like a child in trouble. Zhang Ju grunted and greeted Clement as he sat beside him. "Old man, you've worked hard. Tell me, how has she been doing these past few months?" "Nothing bad, nothing bad. Clement waved his hands in a hurry. Karina she dash. Clement glanced at Karina who was standing by the wall. She gave him a series of eyes full of pleading. He sighed and said to Jongju, Karina is very smart, except for being a little naughty. But she is very good at her homework, and the experiments she is assigned to do are all done on time. Not wanting to lie to Jongju, Clement could only avoid the obvious. However, Jongju was not a fool and the small movements between the two of them could not escape his eyes. Seeing the look on Clement's face, he knew that something must have happened more than once. Karina, come here. He grimaced. What for? Karina grunted and obediently walked over to him. Jongju patted her on the back and made her stand up straight. Apologize to Clement. What? Karina's eyes widened. Jongju looked at her. I asked you to apologize to Supervisor Clement. I'm not going to. Karina just wanted to refuse, but seeing Jongju's face as black as iron. Her voice trailed off, but the little girl's stubbornness made her refuse to bow her head. No apology, huh? Jongju let out a heave. Okay, you're great, we can't even control you. I'm going to report this to headquarters. You can stop studying here from tomorrow. This place is too small to accommodate a big naughty like you. Jongju's voice was so stern that he was afar from his usual lazy self, not to mention Karina and Clement, and probably even Yang Shui had never seen him like this before. The young girl was stunned by this scene. Ever since she had known Jongju, she had treated him as her own family, as he was the only person who had ever met his father. She had never imagined that Jongju would be so mean to her. I won't. Just don't apologize. Karina yelled at him twice, then ran out crying. Several researchers looked this way at the sound of their voices, and when they saw them, they all looked away in silence. Clement straightened his hair. Advisor Zhang, there is no need for you to do that. I am not lying to you, Karina is fine in all aspects except a bit rebellious. She can definitely become an outstanding researcher in no time. Looking in the direction of Karina's escape, Jongju shook his head and sighed. At night, Jongju stood on the roof of the building watching the stars as usual. The sound of high heels rang out from behind him as Yang Shui slowly walked up to him. Had a fight with Karina this afternoon. Why? She still has the nerve to come to you. You blame her. She didn't look for me to make it up to you, I went to her to find out the situation. Hey, I didn't know you were so gossipy, Dr. Yang. Not gossip. Yang Shui shook her head and laughed lightly. I went to see her homework and lab records, almost all full marks. She may have just let you praise her and did not expect you to discipline her. She will be fine if you do that. Heh, okay. What's wrong? It sounds like you're still not too satisfied. She's naughty now because her parents protected her too well. She didn't learn how to get along with others, but she's very talented. She's accurate in anticipating the results of various experiments, her potential is unlimited, and she may be able to surpass her mother and father. Yang Shui spoke solemnly, but Jongju shook his head. Dr. Yang, you and Clement share the same view that Karina is exceptionally talented and can definitely become the Foundation's backbone in the future. Her rebellious point and a little bit of temper are all minor details in your opinion, but I don't see it that way. To be honest with you, I don't care if Karina can be a great researcher, even if you tell me that she has average talent and can only feed pigs on the farm. What I fear most is that she will take a wrong turn. Speaking of which, Jongju sighed. Karina is a reality bender, this is a fact that cannot be changed. She stayed at Site 17, there are countless pairs of eyes watching this place. No matter what their purpose, every move Karina made here will be noted. She is just a little bit temperamental now. Showing a little bit of temper, love to make a joke, make a little harmless prank. This is no problem if it's an ordinary child that does it. But she is different. Her father saved my life, and she saved my life. I treat her as a friend and a relative, so I can't just watch her go to waste. Zhang Ju's words were deafening. Even Yang Shui did not know that Zhang Ju had thought so far ahead. Karina's special status and powerful ability made it more likely that she would be tempted by all sorts of things. If her mind is not corrected in time, once she goes rogue, I'm afraid the first one who can't spare her is the Foundation. I have to say, in this point, Zhang Ju didn't do anything wrong. After seeing his cynical look, Yang Shui was a bit dazed when he suddenly became serious. But the next second, Zhang Ju let her know what is called the nature of hard-to-change behavior. He suddenly said, "Hey, Dr. Yang, I just remembered. Your uncle and your father have entrusted you to me, I should also care about you. Choose the day rather than waiting for it, I think tonight is good. Later you should go to my room, we have a deep talk and do some things together." Yang Shui with a hand on the forehead. Sure enough, what just happened was all an illusion. This is the real Zhang Ju. Not surprisingly, Yang Shui rejected Zhang Ju's request for deeper communication. He gave her the comment "get lost" and a kick as a reward. Zhang Ju laughed loudly and left the roof. Looking at his back, Yang Shui shook her head and laughed lightly. After teasing Yang Shui a bit, Zhang Ju's mood had also become better. There was no denying it. At some point, the two had formed quite a tacit understanding. No matter what things they encountered, it was better to communicate than to keep it inside. Except for the molestation thing, of course. The time was 12 in the morning. Zhang Ju walked and turned all the way to the room that he couldn't conveniently come to during the day. Like a thief, he looked left and right to make sure no one noticed before knocking on the door. 3 seconds later, the door opened. The person inside the door, there was a dark-skinned, tall, had a strange symbol on his forehead. It was none other than Cain. Cain looked at Zhang Ju, then turned sideways and let him in. Seemingly not at all surprised by his arrival. In a way, Cain was also considered a descendant of God, and had a much stronger sense of certain things than ordinary people. No one came to inform him of Zhang Ju's arrival at Site 17, but he knew. He knew that Zhang Ju would definitely come to him. "Good evening, Brother Cain," Zhang Ju said. Cain nodded, "Hello." Cain had always been of this cool nature, and Zhang Ju was not much surprised. He said, "I came to see you mainly for two things. First, how's Karina? Has she encountered any danger?" "Not yet." Cain had known he would ask this and said, "She has just arrived a few months ago. All of them were waiting and watching her. According to my knowledge, there are indeed people lurking around her. As for their purpose, whether they have any bad intentions, I don't know yet." Hearing him say that, Zhang Ju nodded his head. The situation was not very different from what he had imagined. After all, Karina was a reality bender, and she had great immediate combat power in her own right. Ordinary people were no match for her. If those outside organizations wanted to take her away, they wouldn't be able to break through the site's layers of defense, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to win if they did get in front of her. The reason why Karina was not contained was because her parents were both prestigious doctors of the Foundation, but the biggest reason was because of Zhang Ju's connection. Yes, Zhang Ju's reasons definitely accounted for most of it. The Foundation is a very cold organization, and if it were anyone else, it doesn't matter what your parents' status is. As long as the person is an anomaly, they would be taken in. For example, refer to SCP-321, Son of Man. It can be said that if it were not for Zhang Ju, as a reality bender, Karina would definitely have been contained. Not to mention studying and living outside in a dignified manner. This was the reason why Zhang Ju was so careful. If Karina made any mistakes, she would definitely be used by someone with an ulterior motive. Zhang Ju could care less and could even leave the Foundation at any time, but not for Karina. Once he left the Foundation, those people with bad intentions would definitely try their best to snatch her away. Other than that, the technology of Scantron Reality Anchor is priceless. If you want to ask why people from the outside world would know about the relationship between Karina and Dr. Scranton, then you should read the history of the birth of Chaos Insurgency again. With Kane in the shadows, as long as Karina doesn't leave Site-17 without permission, there shouldn't be any major problems. As for those lurking in the shadows, not all of them are necessarily bad guys, and Jongju is too lazy to care about them right now. Karina's problem is finished. Jongju pointed his finger. There may be one more thing I need to trouble you with. Kane looked at Jongju, waiting for his next words. Jongju was a bit torn, and only after a long time he said, "Brother Kane, I'm not going to lie. When we first met, I acquired some abilities from you. But I don't seem to know how to use them very well. When are you free? Let's talk about it." When it comes to communication, Jongju's tone is obviously a bit bad at it, and his expression is not too natural. Obviously thinking of something not beautiful. But Kane didn't have so many odd thoughts as he did, and he just nodded. "You can arrange the time, I'm ready whenever you are." Jongju can obtain the ability from the living SCP items, except for the high-level entity like SCP-343, God, and the concept body like SCP-3125 which he has no way to obtain. As for the others, he is more or less can gain them. For example, the ability he acquired from able to manifest weapons out of thin air is very practical. However, he had been in contact with Kane for several months and still could not fully digest his ability, and Jongju knew that it was because he had not mastered the essence. That's why he had taken the risk to ask, since Kane had always been more than willing to help others. After a brief discussion, Jongju withdrew from his room. Only to wait for a time when it would be convenient for them to talk it out together. When the problem was finished, it was already the middle of the night. Jongju pushed open Kane's door carefully so that he would not be seen. However, as he just taken 2 steps out of Kane's room, Clement came from the opposite corridor. He looked at Jongju and suddenly smiled on his originally serious face. "Look, it doesn't like you would think it is." Jongju hurriedly defended himself. "It's okay, Advisor Jong. I won't discriminate against you, although I'm a straight person. I respect all choices that don't harm other people, because it's with you that the world is diverse." With that, Clement ran off with haste, leaving Jongju alone. Diverse your sister. Chapter 213. The waiting time is long. Site-237 rebuilding is still in progress. Jongju sent a message to the headquarters asking when he and Yang Shui could return, but never got a reply from the headquarters. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to what attitude the Foundation's headquarters had. He could go wherever he wanted to go. So many SCP are still in his pocket. However, this time he still planned to wait here. After all, he was quite curious about how the O5 would handle the antimimetic anomalies. The good thing was that he didn't have nothing to do at Site-17. It was quite interesting to see those exotic female researchers every day. There was just one thing: they all thought Jongju had a problem, and in the face of Jongju's verbal flirtations, they didn't react at all. Even a few of them wanted to introduce their own brothers to him, making Jongju vomit 3 times. He had a mind to go and settle the problem with Clement, yet every time he saw he stayed up into 4 hours in the morning for Karina, he dismissed such thoughts again. Jongju shook his head and sighed. There is no way, some sufferings just can only be endured alone, so Jongju did not intend to hide it. That afternoon, he knocked on the door of Kane's room in front of everyone. The two of them looked at each other and tacitly went to the garden behind Site-17. At that time, this was where Jongju had made Kane step on the dirt floor again. Because of Clement's gossip, the researchers at Site-17 thought that the two of them had a relationship, but Kane had always stayed deep in the garden, and the matter had never sat down. So, this time many of the researchers came running to watch them. However, Zhangju kicked them all out, leaving only the two of them in the garden. Zhangju had cleared out everyone, but of course it wasn't to have anything to do with Cain. What he was after was Cain's ability. From the first contact with Cain, several months had passed. Zhangju could feel what he had gotten from Cain, but never knew how to use it. This made him a bit confused, so he decided to come and ask Cain. Luckily, Cain was the kind of character who would answer if asked. Besides, Zhangju had helped him before, so he agreed to do so. Cain stood 20 meters away from the edge of the flower bed. He made sure that he would not affect the plants inside. It was already early April, and some of the flowers were already blooming. Zhangju walked up to a flower and sniffed it hard. "I can sense that this is a plant-related ability," he said. "When I try to activate it, there is a tendency to get close to plants. But so far, I can't fully master it. Do you have any ideas?" Legend has it that Cain and Abel were brothers born from Adam and Eve after they were expelled from the Garden of Eden. When they grew up, Cain became a farmer and Abel became a shepherd. On the day of offering to God, Cain took some of the produce of the land and offered it to God, while Abel offered some choice dairy goats. God preferred Abel's offering more than Cain's. He hated and envied his brother to the point he killed Abel. Thus, Cain became the first murderer in the history of mankind. Cain was punished by God and was given eternal life while being hated by all. Here we are not recalling the feud between the two brothers, but rather, the focus is on their previous occupations. A farmer and a shepherd. Abel was good at raising livestock. Cain was fond of tending plants. Probably because of the punishment, the current Cain would cause all plants within a 20-meter radius of himself to wither. Unless Zhangju continued to activate the disable skill on him. After touching Cain, Zhangju's body showed a fondness for plants, but this fondness was completely unexplained, and there was nothing substantial to show for it. Zhangju couldn't figure it out, so this time he had the opportunity to ask. After listening to Zhangju's story, Cain fell into deep thought. He was very good at how to take care of plants. Even though countless centuries had passed, and he was burdened with a curse and could no longer grow those beautiful flowers, he still hadn't forgotten how to do it. "You can try to imagine them as companions," Cain said. "Imagine plants as companions." Zhangju raised his eyebrows, then tried. "It doesn't seem to work. You have to recognize them from the bottom of your heart." Cain looked at the flowers that were beyond his reach. "See them as your companions, friends, even family. You will be happy when they grow well, you will be sad when they are sick and wither." Zhangju could understand what Cain meant. In the world he lived in, there were also many such people. They would keep some pets or plants, which originally might only be a temporary relief. But after a long time, they would treat them like their own, and calling them sons and daughters was nothing new at all. But Zhangju is not that kind of person. His spiritual world was so rich that he didn't need such means to comfort himself. But now it seemed as if he had to do it. He was somewhat curious as to what Cain's ability really was. Zhangju closed his eyes and tried to imagine the flower in front of him as his friend. After a few minutes had passed, he slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to find that the flower, which had only been half blooming, had bloomed completely. "There's a door." Zhangju gave a heave-ho. Sure enough, it was right to find Cain. Although he hadn't seen exactly what this ability was for yet, it had at least made a very big improvement. As long as he was a little more serious, there would definitely be another breakthrough. He had a hunch that Cain's ability should be different from the other. Now that he had mastered the method, Zhangju stopped bothering Cain and continued his own research. In the following days, the researchers at Site 17 were surprised to find that the advisor rarely spent time in the lab, but always ran to the garden in the back. He kept watering and fertilizing a flower. One employee even heard Zhu Zhang talking to the flower. Now they all worried a little. Previously, although advisor Zhang was rumored to be a little bit weird, but at least it was directed to a person. Now it has all developed to this extent. Some people had the courage to go to Yang Shui, who was close to him, and tell her about the situation. Yang Shui followed Zhang Ju's example and spread her hands. Don't worry about him, in most cases he's a psychopath. In the eyes of the researchers at Site 17, Zhang Ju was thought to have a weird fetish. But he was unaware of it. Every day he just went to check on the flower he had chosen at regular or irregular intervals. Finally, one day, he was delayed and went an hour late. Just when he was carrying a kettle to water the flower, an unfamiliar voice can be heard to his ears. "Why are you so late today? Where have you been fooling around again?" Chapter 214. Huh. Hearing this voice, Zhang Ju froze for a full second. He looked around, but there was no one around. "Where are you looking? It's me talking to you." It was only then that Zhang Ju confirmed that it was really this flower talking to him. It's alive. So, this was the power he had acquired from Cain. He could actually talk to the plant. Holy crap, that's awesome! Zhang Ju shouted in his heart. "Put away your foul language." The flower reprimanded, "Can't you see there are so many minors around?" Zhang Ju shot a glance, and sure enough it was right. Except for this one, which had bloomed earlier and others were still not bloomed. Perhaps in their eyes, they were still underage. Oh no, underage flowers. Sorry, it's my habit. Zhang Ju said heatedly, "Man, let me ask you a question. Why didn't you open your mouth before?" "Before?" The flower snickered, "I've been talking to you before too, you just couldn't hear me." So that was it? Zhang Ju could probably guess the reason for this. He had acquired Cain's ability. When faced with these plants, he could only communicate with them if he genuinely treated them as partners. Having figured this out, Zhang Ju turned to the other little plant. "Little fellow, can you hear me?" he asked. A childish voice rang out in his mind, "Who are you?" Zhang Ju was overjoyed to discover that he could already master this skill. He stroked the tip of the little grass's leaf with his hand. "Little one, don't be afraid. I'm a good guy dash." Before he could finish his words, a middle-aged woman's voice rang out from his mind. "Hey, you stupid human. Get your dirty hands off my daughter." "Daughter?" Zhang Ju wondered. "I remember that you guys don't have any male and female gene? Is there such a thing as a son and daughter in the botanical world?" Zhang Ju's knowledge of botany was not great, and he didn't know that while some plants had those genes, there were many plants that had a strict distinction between female and male individuals. However, the mother of the flower could not explain so much to Zhang Ju. She said in a disdainful tone, "You humans can call cats and dogs sons and daughters. I can call my offspring whatever I want, why do you care?" Well, it seems that this one is still a feisty one. But she also has a point. Zhang Ju laughed and turned to the previous flower. "What about you, are you a male or a female?" The flower proudly said, "Sorry, although I am as beautiful as a flower. I am a real man, a pure man." Having finally mastered the proper use of Cain's ability, Zhang Ju was in a good mood. After training, he could already communicate with most plants. Through this period of experimentation, he had discovered that even plants had high and low intelligence. But despite this, Zhang Ju was still very satisfied. The ability obtained from Cain was not combat-oriented, but it was also very important. At some point, it could be used to great effect when used well. Zhang Ju came to Site 17, no matter what the reason, what he got from there was not a total loss. He wandered around the site for more than a month. Just when he was impatient and intended to go back to Site 14 with Yang Shui, a letter suddenly came from the Foundation headquarters. This also means that there is finally some information regarding follow-up of Site 237. This day, someone from the headquarters came to Site 17. Even the site director Hubbard also rarely dressed in formal clothes. Needless to say, the person who came here to meet Jong-ju was certainly not low in rank. The extended version of the special vehicle slowly drove into the side gate of Site 17 without a sound, and behind it, a whole MTF squad followed to indicate the identity of the person to whom this car belonged. Must be a certain O5 member to have such qualifications and strength. The O5 Council is the highest authority of the Foundation, yet the fellows working in the Foundation may never see them in their lifetime. The moment that car pulled into the site gates, those gossip-loving researchers each found a good spot to satisfy their curiosity by even taking a look. All of them were discussing excitedly. There are 13 people in the O5 Council, and I wonder how many this one is. Legend has it that they all have 3 heads and 6 arms, even a few of them are not human at all. Most importantly, what exactly they are doing when they come to Site 17. Even Site Director Hubbard is not enough for an O5 to travel so far to visit in person. However, they don't know who would come at this time. It was possible that they had come to see advisor Jong-ju. Everyone, including Clement, nodded secretly. After all, at this time within the site, the only one who really had the ability to get O5's attention besides Site Director Hubbard was advisor Jong. The more people think about it, the more they think it makes sense again. It's the only explanation that makes sense. In the crowd, the little girl called Karina silently lowered her head while looking at the extended car and listening to people's praise of advisor Jong. An O5 had indeed come to see Jong-ju. Early in the morning, Jong-ju and Yang Shui were both placed in a specially made room by Hubbard, and they were very strictly screened, as if they were afraid of carrying any weapons. In response, Jong-ju could only hummed. If he really wanted to do harm to an O5, there were a million ways to bring weapons in unnoticed. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter. He himself was the most lethal weapon. But still, before he has turned his back on the Foundation, he still has to take it easy and not go too far when facing those so-called O5 Council. A knock sounded on the door, followed by a kind-eyed old man walking in with the help of Hubbard. This level of hospitality was really high. Even the deputy site manager Harvey is not enough. Hubbard was not young, but the one he was supporting was obviously even older than him, to the point trembling on its steps. If Jong-ju remembered correctly, this was the third O5 he had met. Unlike O5-2, SCP-3844's old friend, and O5-5, the woman, this old man didn't have any special aura. Generally speaking, people who have been on top for a long time are bound to have some feeling, but there was no sense of it from them at all. He was just like an old man in the neighborhood. But it was also this feeling that let Jong-ju know that this was certainly not a person to be messed with either. Advisor Jong, Dr. Yang Shui. How are you? The old man smiled. I'm O5-8. I bothered you guys to wait here for so long. I'm too old to be useful. No need to be polite, old man. Jong-ju clasped his fist, not humbled. It's okay to wait longer. As long as you bring good news. O5-8 nodded. The two of you found the long-lost Site-237, reorganized the Antimemetics Division, destroyed SCP-3125 once again, and saved humanity. Taking the greatest credit, what I bring you is of course none other than good news. Oh? Really? What good news? A monetary reward of 5 million. Jong-ju rubbed his hands. This time, he would not donate it again. But the old man shook his head, his eyes shining. Maybe it's even better than that. Chapter 215. Better than 5 million? Could it be 10 million? Jong-ju's gaze brightened even more than it had just now. Once O5 made a move, he knew there was something there, and he was really much more reliable than that Lei Shan. However, in the next second, O5-8 shook his head again. Advisor Jong, What you and Dr. Yang Shui did is much harder and bigger than saving Site 14. The reward that the Foundation gives you cannot be measured in material terms. Can't be measured in material terms. Translated, it means nothing. Translated again, it means no money. There wasn't even a medal. Hearing this, Zhang Ju's face instantly pulled down. Old man, if you have nothing to offer, then you don't have to make such a trip, a phone call is enough. After all, we're all quite busy. As soon as he heard that there was no money, Zhang Ju flipped his face faster than a book, and he didn't even have an honorific anymore. If Hubbard and Yang Shui weren't still watching, he would have sent this 05 out the door right now. 05-8 cried and laughed, Advisor Zhang, don't you want to know what the reward really is? No, Zhang Ju shook his head straight away before even thinking about it. Hey, okay. The old man turned to Yang Shui, what about Dr. Yang? Do you want to hear about the Foundation's commendation for you? Yang Shui was different from Zhang Ju, she had been with the Foundation for many years. Her uncle, her father were all Foundation employees. She had a strong sense of belonging to the Foundation, so she was rather less obsessed with those things. She slightly give all the credit for this incident to Advisor Zhang and those fellows who sacrificed. I only played an insignificant role and I have no objection to how the Foundation should arrange it. 05-8 nodded in satisfaction. Whenever possible, people like Yang Shui who were ready to sacrifice for humanity were what the Foundation needed most. The old man cleared his throat and took out something like a letter of appointment. In regards of Dr. Yang Shui's outstanding performance in a critical incident, the Foundation's headquarters research made a decision that the 05 Council approved. No. SCP-CN Res 000151311, Senior Researcher Yang Shui clearance level is upgraded to Level 4. The position from Site 14 Deputy Head of Experiments promoted to Head of Experiments. She was also promoted to a Deputy Head of Experiments in Site 19. Mainly responsible for biological, organic chemistry and other SCP project research. Although Zhang Ju said he didn't dare to be interested in the reward, he didn't drop a word of what 05-8 said. The rewards that the Foundation gave Yang Shui were not insignificant. First of all, the clearance level was upgraded from Level 3, Confidential, to Level 4, Top Secret, and promoted from Site 14 Deputy Head of Experiment to Head of Experiments. Don't look at this only as small progress. With Yang Shui's age and seniority, it would have taken a few years to obtain this position. The Foundation previously sent Simmons to Site 14, I'm afraid that is to be the Head of Experiments. But this time Yang Shui made a big move, so the headquarters made something to her favor. The good thing is that the Foundation has a lot of geniuses. For example, Yang Shui's father Yang Wensong. Yang Shui is considered a group of outstanding, but it will never trigger the discontent of others. Lastly, there was also something important. Yang Shui was promoted to be the Site 14 Head of Experiments, but at the same time promoted as Site 19 Deputy Head of Experiment. Site 19, where the Foundation headquarters resides. The anomalous projects contained there are unknown. Although Yang Shui was appointed to be only a deputy, but it is pretty much equivalent to the Head of Experiments. As long as someone has a political mind about it, they'll know what it means. It can be said that as long as Yang Shui himself doesn't stop here and continue pursuing the career, the Foundation might give her the site director position in no time. If you say that the clearance level is nothing, then this should convince you. This can be said to be the biggest recognition of an employee of the Foundation. If you look at the long term, it really is much better than a one-time material reward. 05-8 finished reading it in one breath and smiled faintly at Yang Shui. Supervisor Yang. Are you still satisfied with the Foundation's commendation for you? Hearing 05-8 ask this question, it is obvious that there is room for bargaining. Zhang Ju quickly started to Yang Shui, hinting that they may be able to ask out some money or something, or even a set of houses. But Yang Shui didn't look at him at all, and her expression is a bit hesitant. Promoted to be Site 14 head of experiments is not a problem, because I am familiar with some of the SCP. But for Site 19 deputy head of experiment, I'm afraid, it's going to be difficult to work with. Besides, the headquarters is in Switzerland, I am in China. I'm afraid it's not very convenient to work on both places. Hearing Yang Shui say this, Zhangju wanted to go up and cover her mouth. This could probably the worst thing that she could say. How troubling. In his world, this kind of behavior is condemned by God. But this promotion is proposed by the headquarters, they naturally have to consider a Yang Shui's concerns. 05-8 smiled and said, Supervisor Yang, don't worry. You can still carry out your work in Site 14 and on the headquarters. You can come once every 2 months and given to you to be responsible for biological and organic chemistry related projects is your expertise to help the researchers at headquarters. Other than that, they could do other things pretty well. There are no major work and you can still do some of the work. What had just been said told us that Yang Shui were not allowed to refuse the offer. Otherwise, it will be considered as insensitive. Yang Shui could only bow and accept the letter of appointment in the old man's hand. The old man smiled and looked at Yang Shui, comforting her, young girl, I have read your resume. Keep up the good work. I believe that in no time, you will certainly become the Foundation's most influential person. Yang Shui once again bent down to give thanks. 05-8 turned his gaze back to Zhangju. How about it, Advisor Zhang? Are you now interested in hearing about the rewards the old man brings to you? Shit, this old man really is relentless. Zhangju hummed, you can talk about it first, but let me tell you this. I'm just listening to it, accepting it or not is still up for debate. The old man smiled brightly. Good, then I will say it to you first to hear. Saying that, he received another letter from Hubbard and after handing it to him, Hubbard turned around and surprisingly left the room. It was obvious that there were some things about Zhangju that surprisingly even he didn't have the authority to know. Yang Shui looked at Hubbard who had left and then at Zhangju. She took the initiative to walk towards the door. However, 05-8 reached out to stop her. Supervisor Yang, you don't need to go. You can be a witness for this meeting. Since the old man had spoken, Yang Shui stayed. In fact, she wanted to stay because she was also a bit curious as to what kind of reward the Foundation was planning to give Zhangju. Seeing them making a show of it, Zhangju waved his hand in annoyance. Okay. Enough with the pretentiousness, old man. Hurry up and tell me what kind of reward there is. The game I'm playing is open for the event and I'm still in a hurry to do the quest. Chapter 216. With the help of Zhangju, the Foundation successfully recovered Site 237 which had been lost for many years. To be precise, without Zhangju, the Foundation might have even forgotten the name of the site. What's even more about that? Zhangju also assisted Yang Wensong to defeat SCP-3125 once again. We know that the Zhangju only stopped the Site 14 infiltration and nuclear bomb detonation, saving hundreds of thousands of people in Zhangzhou. Then this time, it could be said that he indirectly saved all of humanity. The Foundation could not be clearer about the horror of SCP-3125. Therefore, how to reward Zhangju became the biggest headache for the Foundation headquarters, or the O5 Council. Originally, Zhangju was already a Class B personnel, with Level 4 clearance level, and a special advisor to the Foundation, just directly under the O5 Council. His authority is so high and his position so sensitive that even if the Foundation wants to promote him again, there is not much room. He can't be pulled directly into the O5 Council. The O5 Council couldn't even consider about material rewards. But still, Zhangju's work were too great. If we were to reward money, no matter the amount, I'm afraid we couldn't get an exact estimate how much we need, and wouldn't that be treating all of humanity as a joke? How much money could be worth the lives of all people? It is better to award something that made Advisor Zhang interested while not becoming the foundation to be petty about it. Of course, there are those who oppose it. For example, 05-2. His reasoning was also very simple. A few months ago, Zhang Ju rode SCP-682 to destroy the Foundation's headquarters and robbed many useful SCP objects, and the Foundation had not been able to punish Zhang Ju in a substantial way. This time, although his credit was great, if he was awarded regardless of his past, it would only fuel his arrogance. In the future, he will not take the O5 Council seriously. The majority of the 1305s were neutral towards Zhang Ju, but they also agreed with 05-2's statement. So there was a meeting. It was fine to reward Zhang Ju, but not to magnify the reward and make Zhang Ju realize that although the Foundation wanted to reward him for his merits, it also remembered the absurd things he had done, and it would be better to make him control himself. It had to be said that although these O5s were considered a master at playing tricks, they had misjudged Zhang Ju. If he knew that the O5 Council had such an attitude, the reward would be accepted, but I'm afraid the O5 Council would have even less prestige to speak of. After more than 10 hours of teleconference discussions, the O5 Council finally unified their opinions on Zhang Ju and leaving it up to O5-8's hands this time. The reason why O5-8 had come in person was because the contents of the award were too sensitive for most of the Foundation personnel to know, even for some site directors. Secondly, because O5-8 was the oldest member of the O5 Council. So he could read it out to ensure Zhang Ju's calmness to the greatest extent possible and the safety of O5's life. O5-8 opened the commendation letter and read slowly in his old, slightly hoarse voice, in view of Advisor Zhang's outstanding performance in a critical incident. It has been decided by the Foundation headquarters and approved by the O5 Council. SCP-X0001, Special Advisor to the Foundation, Zhang Ju. Promoted from Level 4, Top Secret, to Level 5, Daomil, Personnel Class adjusted to a class. The original position of Foundation Special Advisor remains unchanged. While concurrently serving as Deputy Site Director of Site 14, Honorary Site Director of Site 237, and Head of the Antimemetics Division, while granting the Foundation Star Medal. A-Class personnel and Level 5 clearance level. This was already the standard for O5 personnel. This meant that in Zhang Ju's eyes, the entire Foundation had no more secrets to hide. All information would be completely open to him, and this was just an appetizer. Deputy Site Director of Site 14, Honorary Site Director of Site 237, Head of the Antimemetics Division, and a Foundation Star. The titles behind this are really heavier than one another. The Site 14 Deputy Site Director role is, needless to say, only within a grasp for Zhang Ju. He only needs to wait a few years after Huang Xingwen retired and Site 14 will be in his hand. Site 237 Honorary Site Director and Head of the Antimemetics Division. These two are related to his current contribution. The reason why Site 237 was established is to contain all the antimemetic anomalies. It also has only one department in it, the Antimemetics Division. Now, Site 237 was destroyed and the Antimemetics Division was almost completely wiped out with less than 20 people. Not surprisingly, the site in the desert will be abandoned and the site will become history forever. In order not to let it be forgotten, that's why Zhang Ju was promoted to be an honorary site director of Site 237. This was a recognition for Zhang Ju and a great honor. Although Site 237 was scrapped, the Antimemetics Division will be rebuilt. Because of that, Zhang Ju was given that title. If Yang Wensong didn't sacrifice himself, then of course he will be given that title. But now almost all the employees have died out with SCP-3125. As for the remaining 20 or so people, there are still no way how to recover them. It was up to Zhang Ju. He has a natural resistance to antimimetic anomalies and has SCP-714 in his hand. Even SCP-3125 can't do anything to him, so he is the perfect candidate for the head of Antimimetics Division. But the same, by him taking this position, there's some O5 opposed this motion. Unlike the honorary site director of Site-237, the Antimimetics Division is a big deal. Due to the nature of the antimimetic anomalies itself, those who could participate in the research were definitely the senior talents of the Foundation. Transferring so many people to Zhangju's staff had to make these adults feel worried. After all, the greatest characteristic of Zhangju has a doubtful characteristics. You don't know when he's going to make a bit of a mess. But after the final vote, Zhangju was elected with a 9-4 vote. For a reason that there is no one more suitable than him. Out of the several titles, the least controversial was the Foundation Star. It was almost unanimously approved. Perhaps in the opinion of the O5S, as long as Zhangju didn't gain actual benefits, not to mention the Foundation Star, the Earth Star, the Humanities Star, whatever the title is. It's just a matter of printing a plaque. After reading it, O5-8 smiled and looked at Zhangju and expecting his reply. Yang Shui glanced at Zhangju. Even she couldn't predict what Zhangju would say next. After all, if you could guess what he was thinking, then he wouldn't be Zhangju. Seeing both of them looking at themselves, Zhangju lifted his head. He was able to distinguish the meaning behind each reward represented. Upgrading his clearance level was to show the Foundation's honesty. The promotion to Deputy Site Director was to give him a territory of his own. As for the honorary Site Director of Site-237 and the head of Antimimetics Division, it was because the Foundation couldn't find such a suitable person anymore. Each of the Foundation's Antimimetics Division personnel are wonderfully ravishing people. The department is so important that even if they risked putting it in Zhangju's hands, because they couldn't hand it over to a watered-down person. Zhangju grunted. I know that this is the biggest reward you can give. But even if it is, I won't accept it unless. After hearing the first sentence, O5-8's heart sank. But hearing the rest, he realized that there seemed to be a turnaround. He hurriedly asked, unless what? Zhangju cupped his chin. How about adding another plaque? With the big words like Humanities Defender written on it? Oh, and with the autographs of your 1305s. Which I'll hang in my office from now on to see who dares to turn against me. Chapter 217. After an hour of tug-of-war between the two sides, O5-8 finally agreed to the plaque. Because Zhangju put down a fierce word that if he didn't agree, not only would he not accept the commendation, but he would also make a big deal out of the fact that the Foundation was petty. From the tone of his voice, it wasn't just this matter. He wanted to bring up all the Foundation's dirty deeds. Zhangju's original words were, adding oil and vinegar is all right. As to how much oil and vinegar, that depends on the mood of me. In fact, if the opposite side is someone else, O5-8 wouldn't have to hesitate. Maybe the next day that someone else will become D-class to be SCP-682's food. But this is Zhangju. A person that doesn't need an introduction. Even if he said he was going to join the Chaos Insurgency tomorrow, it was still possible. He had been at the Foundation for almost a year and held a lot of secrets. The Foundation couldn't afford to take such a big risk. That was why several O5s opposed raising Zhangju's security level. But there was no way around it. If there are no surprises, humanity will suffer a major disaster in 3 years. According to SCP-990, Zhangju was the most important person to solve this disaster. The Foundation cannot risk offending him. In fact, a plaque is not a big deal. But the main thing is that Zhangju wants the autographs of all the 1305s. This was a difficult task for O5-8, knowing that more than one of the O5 councils had proposed to contain Zhangju. When he asked if he could have a few less, Zhangju slapped the table and shouted, No. Not even one. Old man, don't try to fake it. I'll bring this plaque with me wherever I go, and if 105 says he didn't sign it, I'll pull your beard off. He can see that Zhang Ju is determined to want this banner. But in the end, even Yang Shui couldn't tell whether he wanted the banner to brag or just to discuss the 05s. In the afternoon, under the watchful eye of all the employees at Site 17, 05-8 left by car. Before leaving, he and Zhang Ju talked for a while. Said he was old and attempted to use the bitter trick to convince Zhang Ju. In front of everyone, Zhang Ju patted the old man's shoulder, and then took him to the car door. He was too lazy to pretend with him. This captured the eyes of the crowd, but caused a lot of talk. People who work in the foundation were afraid meeting an 05 council member. Probably the only person who has such a good relationship with 05 is advisor Zhang. In the SCP-3125 incident, Zhang Ju's work can't be discredited. However, because the Antimemetics division involves a lot of secrets, Site-237's cleanup is not yet completed. In order to avoid complications, the public temporarily concealed Zhang Ju's honorary Site-237 site director and head of Antimemetics division positions. The official announcement will probably be made only after all of the antimemetic anomalies have been recontained and the new Antimemetics division has been established. The only two positions that can be made public now are the Deputy Site Director of Site 14 and the Foundation Star. However, these two items are enough to make people who know that was extraordinary. Especially the Foundation Star, only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Foundation will be awarded this title. Since the Foundation's records exist, there have been no more than 10 people who have received this award, and those people had long since disappeared into the history. Zhang Ju was the only person they had ever met who had lived to be awarded this title. After receiving the Foundation's notification of the commendation and personnel appointment, a number of acquaintances congratulated Zhang Ju and Yang Shui. This included Deputy Site Director Harvey, Head of Experiment Clement, and even Hell, who was away on a mission called Zhang Ju. Then came Simmons from Site 14, Huang Xingguan and others who made a video call with Zhang Ju and Yang Shui on the behalf of Site 14. In the video, Site 14 was decorated with lights, just waiting for the two of them to return. After all, they were from Site 14. They were honored and everyone was honored with their contributions. After the mysterious man appeared, Zhang Ju and Yang Shui both disappeared from Site 14 for a week. Those researchers didn't know what they had done though. But what was certain was this. It must have been something very remarkable. Maybe just like last time, Zhang Ju had managed to stop another containment breach and prevent the explosion of a nuclear bomb. It could only be said that the learning and daring of these ordinary researchers limited their imagination. If they had seen Zhang Ju's plaque, then they would surely have a reassessment of what he had done. The last person to call was Lei Shan. He was a member of 05-6's inner circle, and he knew best about the level of commendation Zhang Ju had received. Zhang Ju and he chatted casually for a few moments, although Lei Shan still said everything to Zhang Ju as he had before. However, Zhang Ju seemed to be able to sense that he seemed a bit tired between his words. It should be that he had encountered something troublesome. But he didn't talk about it, so he didn't ask questions. He only said that he could call on him if there was anything interesting and that he was away now. The matter is considered mostly closed. But because Yang Shui was promoted to be deputy head of experiments in Site 19 and she had to go to headquarters to go through the process, the two booked a flight back to China in 3 days. After Yang Shui went to headquarters, Zhang Ju stayed at Site 17 alone, chatting with the flowers and plants in the garden behind him. On this day, he was trying to talk to a piece of moss. However, I don't know if the structure of the moss was too simple or his skill was not skilled enough. In any case, it failed. His stomach grumbled. Zhang Ju looked up at the sky and found that the sun was already slanting in the west, about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had been practicing so much that he had unknowingly missed lunch. He was about to pat himself on the back and go find something to eat when suddenly his eyes went black, and when he looked back, a plate of spaghetti suddenly appeared on the steps in front of him. Jongju covered his forehead. At Site 17 he eats the stuff every day. Either potatoes and broccoli, he had long since stashed away, and God knows how much his stomach missed the motherland. God, if you really feel sorry for me, do me a favor and turn me into a roast duck. If not, roast chicken will do. I don't know if the gods really heard his plea. A few moments later, the plate of pasta suddenly disappeared and a roast chicken with oil appeared in front of him. Jongju smiled. He sat on the steps, grabbed the roast chicken and began to gnaw it down. After 10 minutes, he unceremoniously flicked the last chicken bone away and shivered his fingers, still not satisfied. Jongju beat a full stomach and added, "It would be nice to have a glass of happy fat water at this time of day." But after a few minutes, there was no answer. Jongju said, "You don't know happy fat water? It's Coke, Coke." Between the words, there was some dissatisfaction with that person's slow action. Which knows his words just fell, the little girl's voice changed from behind him can be heard. "Why do a person like you are so mean?" Jongju turned around, looked at Karina's pretty face, and laughed. "What's the point of me being polite to you?" Karina grunted and sat on her butt next to him and didn't speak any word. Chapter 218. The other day Karina and Jongju had a fight, and in a fit of anger she didn't even say a word to Jongju for several days. Jongju also ignored her and took a different approach. This day, the little girl finally couldn't help herself and came to see Jongju again. The fact that Jongju had been awarded the Foundation Star had a great impact on her. Her mother and father had also contributed very much to the foundation, but neither had received the award. It wasn't that she felt it was unfair, because she knew that probably what Jongju was doing was much more difficult, dangerous, and important to humanity. All she had known before was that Jongju was amazing and a Foundation's special advisor. But she didn't know exactly how amazing it was. She had always thought that it was probably at the level of her father and mother, but now it seemed to be more than that. Jongju's significance to the Foundation was clearly more than just a special advisor. Beneath Jongju's ditzy appearance, his abilities were absolutely extraordinary. The young girl was just a bit capricious, but not stupid. After his anger subsided, he knew that what Jongju had done to her was for her own good. "I've apologized to old man Clement." The little girl sat on the steps, burying her head into her knees so that her face could not be seen. "Well, I know." Jongju nodded, still satisfied with Karina's attitude. The little girl added, "I'll do my homework and experiments properly from now on. I'll never be naughty again." "That's not necessary." Jongju smiled, "as long as you have respect for him in your heart. Some small pranks are not harmful. But you have to know that he is your teacher, he's there to give you lessons and teaching. Like a parent for you, and he is teaching you how to survive. In this world, it is true that there are some evil teachers. But in general, the profession of teacher is pretty important for humanity's knowledge, and we should have high respect for them." "I see." Karina nodded. After her birth, she had been fostered in her grandmother's house. She had never been to school. Although her grandmother had taught her to read and write, these truths had never been told to her. She lifted her head to look at Jongju. After talking about the topic of teachers, she could feel that Jongju seemed to have changed his temper. Even his smile had become milder without that weird feeling. It was like when she was a child, sitting on the swing and listening to her neighbor's brother tell his stories. Karina asked, "What about you, when you go to school, do you also face your teachers with high respect?" Jongju recalled those teachers who had been tortured to madness by him, sought out his parents, and then were tortured to madness by their fathers. For a moment he was at a loss to explain this complicated relationship to Karina. Let's talk about something else, he said awkwardly. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that there was something he didn't want to talk about, and Karina grunted. I had some problems at school, and I asked Mr. Cremonte. He was very good at academics and experiments, but he wasn't able to answer the questions I asked. Due to Karina's lack of knowledge of some basics, it was impossible for her to become a researcher of the Foundation directly. So, she enrolled in a high school on Zhangju's recommendation. This high school was sponsored by the Foundation, and those attending it were also the families of Foundation employees, making it easy to manage and safer. As long as Karina didn't actively reveal that she was a reality bender, no one would generally notice her. However, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Especially in the rebellious period of these teens. It is said a dormitory living condition could be a hard environment knowing the people inside it. Not to mention the academic school is in Clement's watch and Zhangju couldn't watch over from it. But it seems that there was no problem at all. Since asked about it, Zhangju could only listen to what her doubts were. At least she could play with those who she would call friends. I have a classmate called Xiao. In this midterm exam, she found someone cheating, so she reported that person. The school took the matter very seriously and then they called the parents. When Karina finished, Zhangju looked at her with an odd look. This classmate you're talking about. That wasn't you, was it? What are you talking about? Karina plucked out a glance at Zhangju. I've only been in the class for a few days. How could I have done such a thing? It's good that it wasn't you. Zhangju patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. What happened afterwards? Then she was hated by everyone. Everyone stopped playing with her. I went into school and was placed at the same table as her and she told me about it. She said she didn't regret it, and I didn't know what was wrong with her. Zhangju smiled and asked, so what is it? You don't know what was wrong with her either, so you came to ask me. Yes. The little girl nodded. Grandma told me to have the courage to fight against the wills of evil. It's wrong to cheat on exams and reporting cheating is a right thing to do. So why is she hated by everyone? Wouldn't it be the end of the world if everyone was afraid to speak the truth and report those who don't play by the rules? But if she is right, why would the right people be hated? Is it really the world that is wrong? Karina cocked her head and seemed to be thinking hard about this question. The first half of her life was blank, so she didn't have a mature idea of how to judge such things. Karina, it is very important to learn to think and ponder about some things. This proves you that you have done very well on it. Zhangju nodded, affirming her behavior, which wasn't a meaningless thing. On the contrary, this was the kind of thing she needed. Only after dwelling on it more and thinking about it more it will then make her understand how things work. Otherwise, if she just listened to others and finally didn't do anything, it'll only make her to be that go with the flow kind of person. Not to mean that go with the flow is not good. But it'll better for her to be independent and open mind so her life will always be a little more exciting. Karina, I'm glad you can think. Since you asked about, then I'll give you a piece of advice. In the future, you should avoid to do that kind of thing. So that when it happens, it won't make you to become like that. Why? Karina hadn't expected such an extreme answer from Zhangju. She had once discussed this issue with Ms. Claremont, and she had been told that this issue should be viewed with a dialectical perspective. Not just say who was right and who was wrong. As expected, seeing Karina's questioning eyes, Zhangju yawned. Karina, this issue can definitely be searched in the internet and find a lot of relevant information and even debates. But I won't pull those cliches with you today. Let's look at this issue from an alternate perspective. Chapter 219. Zhangju said, Karina. First of all, we have to unify our perceptions. Cheating is indeed wrong and that's certain. If some people want to justify that, I wish that person's family a long and healthy life. Karina asked, Since cheating is wrong, then reporting a cheating should be good, right? Jongju nodded. Of course, the act of reporting cheating itself is not wrong either. Karina looked at him with a strange look. If her behavior is not wrong, why don't everyone let me play with her? Jongju gave a laugh and said, although her behavior is not wrong, she has a problem as a person. I tried to kill you, stabbed you, and ended up accidentally cutting off your kidney stone. Do you think the court will let you pay for my surgery? Karina looked disgusted. I know what you are trying to say, but your analogy is too inappropriate. Stabbing someone is not likely to cut off a kidney stone. Don't care about those details. Jongju waved his hand. Imagine if a person specializes in fighting counterfeits. No matter who sells the goods, he will carefully identify them and report them to the government. If he encounters a counterfeit, what kind of attitude should people have towards him? It should be admiration. Karina thought about it and said, now the effort of fighting counterfeits is very high, not to mention how much money it costs, and maybe it will also be life-threatening. And what if I told you that this person who fights counterfeiting is only trying to get famous or even to sell his own goods better or to take over other people's counterfeit business? That's... Hearing this, Karina was a bit torn. Jongju followed the good advice and added again, then what if I tell you that what their family sells also sells counterfeits? Do you still think he's a good guy? Is he still worthy of admiration? Karina shook her head firmly. Of course not. That's the truth of it. Jongju said with a smile, his act of fighting counterfeits is correct, but his ultimate purpose is not good. There are this kind of things in this world and you shouldn't look at face value. We should go back to that problem of yours. If she is naturally a righteous person, no matter how she encounters something bad, she will stand up for herself. Do you think your classmates will alienate her? Of course, some extreme cases should be excluded. But I think as long as everyone's perspective are normal, then most likely they will think that she is brave and will never alienated or even abused. Karina scratched her head, then that person should be. It's simple. Although I haven't met her yet. But based on the story itself, she should be the kind of person I'm talking about. Who fights fakes in order to sell them. Jongju sneered, his face full of disdain. She herself is dirty, but she also said everyone is dirty. She herself wanted all the meat, but she also called others a greedy pig. She pretended to be a noble and innocent, and that person should be avoided at all cost. That's how life really works. Jongju sighed and gave her a final summary. Karina, you have to know that it's never the person who takes the shortcut that people hate, but the one who manipulates it. Karina was a reality bender with powerful abilities, but because her parents had protected her so well, her mind was just that simple teenager. What Jongju said was not something she could fully digest for a while, but Jongju was in no hurry. He only kept to only one principle. As long as she didn't do anything bad, it didn't matter if slow for her to digest. Karina looked at Jongju. She had actually heard what Yang Shui had said about what Jongju wanted from her. Why? Why are you so patient in teaching me this? Why? Jongju laughed and looked towards a certain building at Site 17. If he remembered correctly, SCP-239 was lying there. I just don't want you to make the same mistake as someone else. Yang Shui was at the headquarters. Of course, Jongju would have known so about it. In fact, Yang Shui just gave him a call that the headquarters side encountered a tricky SCP. It just happens to be her expertise at it. So she'll stay there for a moment and go back to Site 17 afterward. When he came out, there were 2 people and only one left. Jongju grunted. He took one last look at Shirley. The little girl was breathing steadily, smiling, and seemed to have had some wonderful dream, but won't woke up. Jongju sat on the edge of the bed, holding her little hand, and didn't move for the entire afternoon. She'll wake up. An old voice suddenly sounded. Zhangju looked up and saw SCP-343 appear in front of him at some point. SCP-343 was known as God by the people at Site-17. He had voluntarily stayed at the Foundation because he was too powerful to be contained. SCP-343 has never shown any hostility, and all employees report feeling happier after each visit, so the Foundation has no restrictions on him. He could come and go as he pleased to any part of Site-17. However, Zhangju was immune to some of the characteristics of SCP and he did not feel happy after meeting SCP-343. He even felt a hint of danger. Because this old man was almost omniscient, Zhangju did not conceal his hostility. "Old man, they call you God. Do you really live up to the name? What if I am? And what if I'm not?" The old man said back in Chinese. "Here comes this trick again." Zhangju scratched his hair. "If you're willing to say it, say it. If not, don't say it. It gives me a headache to always hear this kind of talk." SCP-343 smiled faintly and stopped talking. He was just looking at Zhangju with calm eyes. Zhangju wanted to go up and grunt at him, but his strength won't allow it. He could only say resentfully, "Old man, you said that Shirley would wake up. You're not lying to me, are you?" The old man shook his head and said, "I told you earlier, God doesn't need to lie." "Good, then I'll believe you for once." Zhangju said, "What about the exact time, when will she wake up?" The old man smiled faintly, "When it's time for her to wake up, she will naturally wake up." "My God, you." Zhangju took off his own shoes and threw them at SCP-343. Cursing God and throwing his own stinking shoes at him. On this planet, it was estimated that Zhangju was the only one who dared to do that. How could a god be hit by a mortal? SCP-343 disappeared from his original position and appeared in mid-air. However, he didn't get angry at Zhangju's rude behavior. He was floating high above, as if a true god had descended into the world. An ethereal voice can be heard. "Zhangju, have you ever thought that Abby waking up might not be a good thing for humans?" Turns out that the little girl's name was Abby. But Zhangju still thought that Shirley sounded better. Hearing SCP-343 finish his sentence, he laughed. "Old man, you might be looking at the wrong person. I don't care at all about what it means for humans for Shirley to wake up." Zhangju let out a laugh. "In the morning I just finished educating Karina to recognize what she is before she can judge others. I can tell you that I still have a very clear perception of myself. I'm an selfish person. As long as my friends, my loved ones are doing well, I don't care what happens to all of humanity. If I'm in a good mood, I'll save it. If I'm not in a good mood, I wouldn't even give a single fuck about all of you." Chapter 220. 3 days had passed. Zhangju didn't return directly but took a ride with the Foundation to Site 237. After so many days of cleanup, most of the antimimetic anomalies had been recovered from the ground and recontained. Because there was an explosion underground, the 3 Site 237 above-ground buildings were unstable and had tilted to different degrees. The Foundation will empty all the stuff inside after planning to do an explosion for a reason. When the time yellow sand buried, no one will ever know that there was once a Foundation site here. Zhangju was a little regret. He is now Site 237 Honorary Site Director. But this site will be lost in history forever. As he looked into the distance, he found a huge stone monument standing on top of a sand dune not far from the 3 buildings. It was something he hadn't seen before. Looking at that, it was still very new and it had just been transported here in the past 2 days. This is a desert. To transport such a large stone monument here would have to spend a very large amount of manpower and material resources for the Foundation. Not to mention that this place is already abandoned. Seeing his confusion, the staff next to him explained, "Advisor Zhang. This is a monument set up by the headquarters for the colleagues who died in this site. Their bones have all been found and buried there. So that was it is. Jiangju nodded his head. Not counting him, the last head of Antimemetics Division was Healy. She had resolutely led most of the employees infected with SCP-3125 to kill themselves in order to keep it from spreading within the Foundation. Jiangju still remembered that she was lying in that crystal coffin, died peacefully. Now that SCP-3125 had been defeated again, it was believed that she and those sacrificed employees, including Yang Wensong, could finally rest in peace. The huge stone monument is more than 10 meters high. On it, written in both Chinese and English, it reads, "With this, I would like to commemorate those heroes who fought in the darkness, whose names no one knows and whose deeds live on with the world." The latter phrase sounded familiar to Jiangju, probably a paraphrase of someone's famous quote. But it couldn't be more appropriate to be used for all the employees in the Antimemetics Division. There were probably many people who were never remembered until their sacrifice. Jiangju sighed as he slowly walked to the stone monument. He saw that there was already a bouquet of flowers in front of the stone monument, but it had dried up. Probably the desert hadn't been windy for the past few days, so it was still lying here nicely. Without Jiangju asking, the employee explained, "Dr. Yang Shui came here after the monument was built." Jiangju hummed. Yang Shui had searched for her father for more than 10 years, and suddenly saw him only to be separated from life and death. Which was a saddening thing for her to watch. Later, when he went to Site 17, Yang Shui was always dazed, probably thinking about his father as well. Although to humans, Yang Wensong is one of the greatest influential person. But as a father, he lacks of that value. But Yang Shui herself was also a Foundation employee, she should be able to understand to Yang Wensong's choice. Jiangju could even foresee that many years later, Yang Shui would become the same person as Yang Wensong. Thinking of Yang Wenbei, who had already retired, Jiangju couldn't help but sigh that the Yang family was really full of loyalty and martyrdom. After standing in front of the monument for a while, Jiangju intended to leave. Just as he was about to get into his car, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back to look at the man in charge. "When you were clearing this site, did you find anyone else?" "Anyone else?" The person in charge thought back carefully. "No, other than those employees who fainted. No one else appeared here." "What's wrong, Advisor Zhang? Is there any problem?" "Nothing." Jiangju shook his head and frowned lightly. In the past few days since returning to Site 17, he had done a review of what had happened since entering Site 237 in his mind and found some areas that he had overlooked before. In fact, they were all harmless minutiae, and it didn't matter if they couldn't figure it out. But in this regard, there is a slight compulsion to figure out everything. For example, who killed that interrogator? Who is the person who made that fake Yang Wensong AI? Why he and Yang Shui were unconscious in that building on the right and what happened before they fell unconscious? He always felt that there was another force present inside 237 at that time. But after thinking about it so long, it was impossible to trace these things back now. Jiangju shook his head helplessly, but he was in no hurry. According to Yang Wensong, the original body of SCP-3125 had not been wiped out. Sooner or later, it would make a comeback. If that force really had something to do with SCP-3125, they would appear again sooner or later. When the time comes, new feuds and old threat will become together. Thinking about it, Jiangju took one last look at the monument, then he closed the car door. After more than 10 hours of wandering around, Jiangju finally returned to Site 14. It was early March when he went out with Yang Shui, and it was already mid-April when he returned. Spring was in full bloom. Site 14 was decorated with lights and all the employees lined up outside, holding a grand ceremony for Jiangju's return. This time, he could be described as returning home with honor and glory. Site director Huang Xingwen personally went out to welcome him, giving him a hospitality. Not only that, because Zhang Ju had been promoted to be deputy site director of Site 14, he already had his own office. According to the specifications, the foundation could also assign a secretary to him if he needed one. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Ju declined for the time being. There were two reasons for this. First, he had always been idle and only pretended to be busy. It was always bad to recruit a secretary and have the two of them stare at each other wide-eyed or play games together during office hours. Second, and most importantly, he was afraid that it was the foundation sent to spy on him. As the saying goes, if he is suspicious of someone, there is no need to delay anymore if he is already suspicious. The only thing is that the plaque promised to him by the foundation is not yet arrived, so he is quite upset. As a leader without a plaque in his office, he would be embarrassed to go out and greet others. Zhang Ju dialed the phone number of 05-8's secretary at the first opportunity. After 05-8 received the call, he apologized very sincerely, saying that it was too difficult to sign in person and to give him some time to convince everyone. He was so patronizing that he left Zhang Ju speechless. Finally, amidst Zhang Ju's tirade, the two reached an agreement that 05-8 must deliver the plaque within 3 months or the foundation would have to pay Zhang Ju another 10 million as moral damages. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ju wondered if he should stop 05-8 from getting the signatures. After all, it was 10 million. In the evening, Site 14 held a big dinner. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. Even if Zhang Ju doesn't really know the water here, he knows that there is a problem here. Although Huang Xingwen has no credit, but he has followed Yang Wenbei as his deputy for so many years, and his seniority is still there. Even if Zhang Ju has been promoted, but he will not be able to do any activities for the next years. Zhang Ju simply took him by the shoulders. "Old Huang, there is nothing here. What do you have in mind?" Huang Xingwen swayed the wine in his hand, giggled and laughed. "Advisor Zhang, look what you did. You gave Site 14 so much reputation, can't I toast you a few glasses of wine?" "Oh." Zhang Ju pulled a long tone, "So that's how it is. Then I'll say this in advance. I'm going out. If you can't find me in the next 2 days, don't blame to not answer your phone." "No no no no." Hearing Zhang Ju say this, Huang Xingwen finally couldn't sit still, and his face showed bitterness. "Advisor Zhang, I did encounter some trouble in the site. Whether I can continue to work as a site director here, it depends on you." Chapter 221. Huang Xingwen pulled Zhang Ju and the two of them went to a garden. The other employees watched them and left them alone, seemingly didn't want to bother them. Zhang Ju looked at Huang Xingwen with a strange look. In theory, promotion is almost impossible with Huang Xingwen around. If not because of Yang Wenbei resigned, he may not even be the site director. Huang Xingwen himself aware about this, so has been to adopt a policy of decentralization. In this site he has, Yang Shui, Simmons, and Huang Xingwen. As long they are around, controlling Site 14 is doable. With them going away for a bit and the distance between them and the guards is far enough. Looking at his face, this time they probably encountered a problem. Zhang Ju patted his shoulder. "Old Huang, we are so familiar with each other. Say whatever you want to say." Huang Xingwen looked at Zhang Ju. "Advisor Zhang, do you know about the cult of the broken god?" "The cult of the broken god?" Zhang Ju froze. Probably anyone who had read the SCP documents would not be unfamiliar with it. The Church of the Broken God is an unusual religious organization that worships machinery and believes that life or flesh and blood is inherently evil. They believe in the broken God and believe that by restoring the God to a state of wholeness, they will also gain divinity at the same time. In short, it is a that worships mechanical madness. The broken God is called by this name because he is really broken. He used his own body to seal the god of flesh and blood Yaldabaoth. The story related to these two supreme gods is enough to write another novel. But as far as Zhangju knew, the followers of the Church of the Broken God were located on some overseas island. At least 100,000 miles from Jianghai City, under the influence of the Foundation and the GOC, Global Occult Coalition. He asked, "Old Huang, what happened to the Church of the Broken God? Can you tell me more?" Seeing that Zhangju really knew about this organization, Huang Xingwen sighed. "Since you know about this church, Advisor Zhang, you should know that its followers has been trying to resurrect the broken god, and the most important thing to resurrect the broken god is to get its body together." What Huang Xingwen said was indeed very clear to Zhangju. The broken god was in a weakened state after it was shattered. The SCP Foundation had taken in many of its parts, that is its body. Like SCP-217, SCP-1139, SCP-882, etc. should be part of its body. Huang Xingwen continued, "In order to prevent the restoration of the broken god, the Foundation preserve its body parts in a different site, and roll it every 5 years. This year, it is our site's turn. A year ago, when you went to the headquarters, they sent one of the items secretly here." Seeing Huang Xingwen's frightened look, Zhangju laughed. "What is it, old Huang? Are you afraid of those fanatical believers coming to rob it?" "Precisely." Huang Xingwen nodded his head. "Not that I'm saying you're too worried about it, old Huang." Zhangju said, "There are very few followers of the broken god religion within the Chinese region. Besides, these items have been preserved for so many years at other sites. How do you know those fanatics will come to rob you now?" Huang Xingwen shook his head. "I didn't believe it either, but something strange has happened recently, and I always felt it was related to this." "Strange things?" Zhangju frowned slightly. "Right." Huang Xingwen nodded. "We'll find out when you go see it, Advisor Zhang." The next day, Huang Xingwen led Zhangju to a laboratory. Before entering the lab, Huang Xingwen and another staff member put on a thick protective suit. "Advisor Zhang, you should put it on too." Huang Xingwen said, "It's good to be prepared." "No need." Zhangju shook his head. His current body could be said to be invulnerable to all poisons. If anything could infect him, then even wearing a protective suit would be useless. Zhangju saw the staff member spraying some more special liquid into the room through the machine. Only after the fog filled the air did they open the door. Seeing how careful they were, Zhangju couldn't help but be a little curious as to what was inside. The three of them came inside the laboratory. The staff member carefully took out a petri dish from the freezer. The petri dish was covered with a hemispherical glass, and a specimen was kept inside. Zhangju thought and looked as if it was a spider. The staff carefully brought the vessel to Zhangju. Seeing how careful they were, they thought there must be something special about this spider. Zhangju bent down and took a magnifying glass in his hand to observe carefully. Sure enough, he found the anomaly. That nail-cap-sized spider legs were actually mechanical. 8 legs, and there were actually gears linking up at the joints of each leg. Huang Xingwen waved his hand to that researcher, who nodded and took Zhangju to a nearby room again. He drew out a drawer in which lay the corpse of a dog. The dog's limbs had likewise been turned into machinery, and even its eyes had been replaced with cameras. Zhangju gave an OK gesture to Huang Xingwen, and the three of them exited that lab. After Huang Xingwen and the researcher took off their clothes, Zhangju asked, "It's SCP-217, right?" The researcher shook his head. "We can't be sure yet. But judging from the effects, it should be." Zhangju hummed and cupped his chin in thought. At this moment, he finally knew the reason why Huang Xingwen was so worried. SCP-217 was a mechanized virus that was capable of infecting all animals and was 100% lethal. It can be transmitted through body contact or touching body fluids. The body structure of the infected creature will be gradually transformed into a mechanical structure, the transformation process is extremely painful. This virus is so cruel and dangerous that the only people who can control it skillfully and not be devastated by it are the followers of the Church of the Broken God. The presence of the SCP-217 infection here means that the followers of the Church of the Broken God must be nearby. As for their purpose, if they are not attracted by the great rivers and mountains of China and come to travel, then they must be searching for that body parts in the site. Huang Xingguan's fears were not unreasonable. Zhang Ju thought for a moment and asked the researcher, "Where did you find them?" "In a small village, just a few kilometers away from the site." "Okay." Zhang Ju nodded, "Whenever you're free, let's go over there together and take a look." The researcher who had set out with Zhang Ju was named Li Sichen, currently a doctoral candidate in biology. Zhang Ju had met him and was considered one of Yang Shui's right-hand men. When something like this happened, it would have been more appropriate for Yang Shui to step in. But coincidentally, Yang Shui had been working in the headquarters, and Huang Xingguan had been forced to promote him up. According to Li Sichen, the process of finding that dog was actually very simple. A colleague went to the mountains to collect insect specimens and inadvertently found the dog's corpse with some other scavenging insects scattered around. They judged from the dog's tracks that it should have come from the small mountain village on top of the mountain. Li Sichen said, "We had reported our findings to the headquarters, but the headquarters seems to be a bit busy. There is no reply yet for the time being. Knowing that it was left to us to take care of it, we should do it carefully and then ask the headquarters for help whenever they're available." Zhang Ju nodded. It was true that the headquarters side seemed to be overwhelmed by something lately. Not to mention that Yang Shui had been there and no news had come from Lei Shan for a long time. The two of them walked up the slope of the mountain. Before going to the top, Zhang Ju saw the village that Li Sichen had mentioned. It was called a village, but Zhang Ju counted only a dozen families, and most of the houses were in ruins. It was an old village from many years ago. This kind of village is not convenient for transportation, school, and work. It is estimated that even if there are people, they would be only old people living in it. The kind of people who are not willing to move out. Walking to the entrance of the village, Zhang Ju saw a brand new bag of food on the ground. There was not much dust on it, it looked like it was recently discarded. Zhang Ju picked it up and looked at it and found that it was all written in English. They also found a lot of fresh footprints on the ground, probably left over from the rain the other day. All of them looked like hiking boots. It seems that a few people had come to this place before. Zhang Ju narrowed his eyes. "You stay here, I'll go up and take a look," he said to Li Sichen. But Li Sichen was a bit hesitant, as if he felt that it was a bit unethical to let Zhang Ju wade through the risks alone. Zhang Ju was already the deputy site director of Site 14 and in a class personnel. According to the Foundation's requirements, he was not supposed to be in direct contact with those dangerous anomalies. However, Zhang Ju was a bit special. His so-called rank could only be taken as a kind of recognition from the Foundation, both in terms of power and influence. Which was very different from other people of the same rank. "What is it?" Zhang Ju slapped on the back of Li Sichen's head. "The people and animals in this village force are likely to be infected by the virus, and you didn't bring protective clothing. If you go with me, be careful to die without knowing how." Li Sichen knows this reasoning. He asked, "What about you, Advisor Zhang? You don't have to worry about me." Zhang Ju waved his hand. "I am possessed by a god. Since I was a child, I have never even gotten a cold. Hey, it's really a kind of regret that I can't even take sick leave." Walking alone into the village, Zhang Ju put away his joking thoughts. The village had only one road, and the houses were built on both sides of the road. The height difference between the houses was also very large, and that last house had almost reached the top of the hill. Zhang Ju followed the stone steps all the way up. He found that most of the houses in the village were empty as he had expected, and only a few had clothes hanging outside. Probably someone was there. Jiangju picked one and walked into the courtyard. An old man was lying on a bamboo chair sunbathing can be seen. "How are you, old man?" Jiangju said with a smile. "What?" The old man looked at Jiangju with confused eyes, not knowing if his ears were bad or his brain was bad. "I said, how are you?" Jiangju amplified his volume. But the old man still looked confused. "What did you say?" "I said, I'm going to give you 100 yuan. Jiangju almost yelled out. "Oh, okay. Bring it here." The old man held out his hand decisively. His body language and eyes were clear that he has a demented look. "Shit, I been cheated out of 100 yuan in the blink of an eye." Jiangju took out 100 from his wallet and put it in the old man's hand, his heart dripping with blood. "Old man, you can't take money for nothing. Let me ask you something." "Go ahead and ask." The old man looked at the money against the sunlight and rubbed it with his hands before finally tucking it into his belt within a good mood. Jiangju pointed to the clothesline at the door. "Who gave you that dress?" Of course, Jiangju didn't just find one and go inside. He found a dress on the clothesline at the door that was obviously different from the others, with a few letters written on it that Jiangju couldn't read, probably some foreign brand. Seeing such clothes here was as out of place as seeing spaghetti in an authentic Chinese restaurant. "Ah, about that. A month ago, a group of people came here and they broke one of my clothes. They replaced it." "Oh, so that's it? Are they still in the village now?" The old man looked at Jiangju and reverted to his confused demeanor. "What did you say?" Jiangju sighed. It looked like the old man had a disease of playing dumb when he couldn't see the money. He took out another 100 yuan and shoved it into the old man's hand. "Old man, are they still in the village?" The old man took the money and looked left and right, smiling happily. "They have left a long time." "Why did they come here for?" "Another $100. "How should I know?" "Ask the village chief." After successfully being pitched 400 yuan, Jiangju, with hot tears in his eyes, walked down the steps and all the way to the house at the top of the hill. "If I had known, I would have gone straight up the hill." What a cheeky old man. Jiangju walked for 10 minutes before he arrived at the home of the so-called village chief. There was an old man in the yard, younger than the one just now, looking only 60 or 70 years old, and he was feeding the chickens in the yard when Jiangju arrived. "Excuse me, are you the chief of this village?" Jiangju asked. "Yes, who are you looking for?" "Ah, hello. I'm from the Jianghai City Public Security Bureau." Jiangju took out a book of documents and waved it in front of the village head. "Our bureau is recently investigating a case with a few foreign suspects and would like to find out from you if they have been to your village." "No," the village chief said directly, "this village is almost deserted. Our own people do not want to come back and no foreigners are allowed here." "Really?" Jiangju stared at the village chief's eyes, and waved the documents in front of his eyes. "Village chief, I know people are old. But let me tell you, these people are international felons. If you don't know about it, then it's okay. If you don't report it, then it is a serious crime. When the government sends missiles here and directly blow up the village, you're going to die as a sinner." Jiangju saw the old man that didn't know the law and exaggerates it. The old man did panic a little, his eyes flashed, but still refused to admit it. "No, just no." "Okay, it's fine if you don't want to say anything. But let's be real and say it up front. If I find any clues, don't blame me for being ungracious." Jiangju looked around the courtyard and pointed to an empty doghouse. "Village chief, can you tell me where your dog has gone?" Chapter 222. What dog? Hearing Jiangju ask about this, the village chief panicked for a moment. "My family has never had a dog." Jiangju pointed to the dog bowl on the ground. "Then what do you use thing for?" "None of your business." The village chief became irritated and waved his hand irritably. Where are you from? Hurry up and leave. You are not welcome in our village. Jongju was quick with his eyes and grabbed his hand. What's going on here? The joint of the little finger on the old man's left hand had turned into a cog. The village chief instantly retracted his hand and hid it behind his back. Seeing his hand, Jongju could finally determine the source of SCP-217, which should be here. He sneered and pointed at the family portrait hanging on the wall in the house. Old man, it's true that I don't care whether you live or die, and I don't want to care. But can you stand by and watch your family members go to their deaths one by one? I tell you, you have a disease, and this disease is dangerous. As long as someone was infected by, no one can survive. You have lived most of your life, but I see that your little grandson is only a few years old. Can you bear it? Let me tell you, this virus will be inherited along the bloodline. When the time comes, no one will be able to run from it, not even your family. Jongju made SCP-217 sound terrifying. As if once infected, he would be immediately dead by it. However, with the old man's knowledge, there was no way to tell whether what he said was true or not, and what Jongju said hit him right in the heart. Seeing the village chief's heart defenses loosened, Jongju said, "Old man, hurry up and tell us what exactly those people came to you to do. I know you are hopeless, but you can't drag your family and the villagers here with you." The village chief hesitated for a moment and finally nodded his head. "Those people came to the village a month ago, saying that they were a foreign expedition to collect some specimens here." From the old man's mouth, Jongju probably knew the whole story of what had happened. About a month ago, 4 foreigners with blonde hair came to the village. They were generous, brought a lot of food and clothes, and soon won the goodwill of the whole village. On the reason of collecting specimens, they stayed in the village headman's house for a few days. During the day and night, the village chief did not know what they actually did. When asked, they only said that some insects would only come out at night. Because the ecology of this area is relatively well protected, it is true that occasionally some scientific researchers came to collect specimens. The village chief did not suspect anything, and the most important thing is that people give a lot of money. They stayed for a few days. When they left, the village chief felt unwell, followed by the chickens raised by the family died one after another. After cutting it open, the heart of the chicken turned into a pile of metal made of clockwork. Originally, he thought it was some kind of prank. But to his surprise, he himself began to slowly change too. He felt his mind getting duller and dumber, and when he craned his neck, he could hear a clicking sound as if the gears were turning. He didn't know exactly what strange disease he had, but it was certain that he shouldn't live long. He had sent all his savings to his son who was out of town and his cute little grandson. He didn't even dare to let them come back. He never knew that his illness was caused by those foreigners and that it would drag others down with it. The village chief spoke with tears in his voice. Jongju looked at him, also a little helpless. The village chief probably just wanted to make some money, but he didn't expect to receive the wrong people. Jongju asked about the foreigners' area of activity, and the village chief told him to follow the mountain path all the way up to the right place. Jongju followed the path all the way up and finally arrived at the top of the mountain. The view was really nice, but there were just a lot of weeds. Jongju looked carefully and saw a lot of cigarette butts, and probably locked in the area where they were moving. On that area, there were many signs of equipment stationed. Jongju took out his binoculars and looked around. Ho ho, so that's it huh? After observation he found that at the angle where this equipment was stationed, the opposite side was just right to see the Site 14 building. The peak he was on was the tallest of the several surrounding ones and had the best view. He could probably guess what those crazy people from the Church of the Broken God were trying to do. After observing for a while longer, he confirmed that there was nothing missing. Jongju whistled and walked all the way down the mountain. It was close to dusk, and he had been on the mountain for more than 2 hours. Li Sichen waited anxiously at the foot of the mountain, and only after seeing that Zhang was safe and sound did he breathe a long sigh of relief. Advisor Zhang, you dash. He was just about to ask Zhang what he had found, but the latter waved his hand to stop him. I advise you not to approach me. I've just been in close contact with an SCP-217 infected person and may be carrying them on me. Li Sichen froze. How many infected people are on the mountain? What do I do now? Request station support. Zhang thought for a moment and said, I've only found one infected person so far. I'm not sure if the rest of the villagers in the village are infected yet. But they must all be quarantined first to avoid cross-infection. First, make a phone call and ask the people in the site to bring some ZEER-217-11 solution. It is better to send a helicopter directly and spray all this area. Okay. Advisor Zhang. Helicopters, right. Li Sichen hummed half a minute. The site does not seem to have that kind of thing. Zhang spread his hands. Just call Huang Xingwen and tell him if he can't do it, then we only have to wait until all the animals on this hill are mechanized, and then go knock on his door in the middle of the night. A few hours later, a military truck stopped at the foot of the mountain. A large number of special personnel in protective clothing surrounded the entire small mountain village. When they encountered living people, they first disinfected them in situ and then took them away in batches. While poultry and livestock were all executed and burned on the spot. Because SCP-217 has a high survival rate, it can survive outside its host for several years. Like the town of Chlamydia, the village will probably be abandoned whether or not these people are infected. Zhang doesn't know how the government and the Foundation will take care of these people and he doesn't care. There was only one thing he was interested in right now. What those members of the Church of the Broken God were doing right now? Site 14 was located in the suburbs, far from the town, and by definition, 4 blonde foreigners should be very visible. But after the Foundation's mapping of several nearby villages and towns, there was no sign of their movements. Unsure of where the enemy was, Huang Xingwen panicked. Zhang, on the other hand, was at calm. After returning to the site from that small mountain village, he only asked Li Sichen for a topographical map of the site's surroundings. He then ate and drank and even played a game in the midst of it. Huang Xingwen could only knock on his door again. Advisor Zhang? Can you actually take care of them or not? Like you would always say, you should not afraid of thieves, but afraid of what thieves think. I can't even rest knowing these people are around. Zhang laughed and patted Huang Xingwen's shoulder. Old Huang, don't worry about it. As long as you give me the command of the site's security team, I guarantee that within 3 days these problems will all be fine for you. At the same time, a few kilometers away from Site 14, 4 foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes were gathered together, discussing the next action. According to a reliable tip-off, this Foundation site's number is Site 14, and it had been invaded a year ago. Since then, they have strengthened their guards. The main thing is that we don't know where they have placed the holy relics, and without an inside man, a strong attack would be like sending them to their death. The one who spoke was a young man with a thin build and a pair of rimless glasses, speaking methodically and looking like the wise one of the 4. Another big man waved his hand in annoyance. Geez, Talos. You just don't beat around the bush, there are only 4 of us. We definitely won't go and fight hard against others. This is something you don't need to say it because we know that in our hearts. Just tell us what to do next. Abba. Another big, naive man also nodded in agreement, but it looked like he couldn't speak and was still drooling. Talos looked over at the last person. Miranda, what do you say? The eyes of the other 2 also looked at her. Presumably this woman was the leader of the squad. Miranda nodded. Talos, since entering China, everything is arranged by you. We have a difficult task this time. You can plan whatever you want and I will bear the responsibility if anything goes wrong. It's not a question of who will take the responsibility. Talos shook his head. There is not much time left for us. If God cannot be resurrected, then the whole world will be destroyed. Hearing him say that, the remaining three all nodded their heads. They placed their hands in front of their chests in a strange pose and chanted reverently, "God will be complete." After chanting the slogan, several people opened their eyes. Talos continued his words. "Since everyone trusts me, I won't be long. According to my observations over the past few days, that Foundation site is loosely guarded on the outside and tightly guarded on the inside. It looks like no one is there during the day. But at night, every 10 minutes there will be patrols outside, not including the field agents scattered around. We can't really hope this all goes well with only the four of us. So, to retrieve the holy relic, we must take some extreme measures." Talos' eyes narrowed as he looked behind him at the backpack that held the potion the Foundation had named SCP-217. Every 10 days, a group of vehicles carrying supplies will come, and since the SCP Foundation also has many things that cannot be disclosed to the public, they only dare to do it at night, and this is the best time for us to move. Tomorrow, as soon as it gets dark, we will sneak into the woods next to that site. Once the vehicles carrying supplies arrive at the outskirts of the site, Kabu, Kano, you two are responsible for luring those patrols away. They will definitely have a backup team. At the time you will lure them away along with the supplies guards. Miranda, you will spray all these potions on their supplies." He looked around the crowd. "Remember, there is only one chance for us to do it. If we fail, we will be sinners of the church, and God will not forgive us." Kabu hummed, "Talos, don't be so pessimistic. We may be few in number, but we are all elites." Saying that, he rolled up his sleeve, as if he wanted to show his muscles. However, his arm was not made of flesh, but a giant mechanical arm. Most people who believed in the Church of the Broken God would have their bodies transformed into this shape. Talos shook his head. "Although there are many believers in our church, there are few elites left. So be careful in everything." Kabu smiled at his nagging and wanted to mock a few words, but Miranda said in a chilling voice, "Kabu, it's you. If you hadn't spilled the potion in that courtyard, we wouldn't have evacuated so quickly." Kabu seemed very afraid of Miranda and said, "It's because of that stinky dog. If it hadn't come to bite me, how would I have spilled the potion dash?" Okay, the most important thing for us now is to finish the mission." Taros shook his head. "From now on, everyone should take a rest. We shall wait for tomorrow night. If you do not want to become the sinners of the church, you must be careful. Because once again, we can only succeed. There isn't more time left for us to fail." After he finished, Miranda nodded her head. The big man named Kabu also stopped raising his voice. Several people made that strange gesture again. "God will be complete." The next day into the night, the Site-14 was surrounded by guard patrols like the usual. In addition to that, there were several searchlights sweeping constantly, watching for any creature that dared to approach. The defensive force here is comparable to a small military camp. At 12 a.m., the vehicles carrying supplies arrived as promised. Before the vehicles drove into the gate of Site-14, they heard a loud boom from the woods next to them, as if something had exploded. The outer ground patrol first approached the explosion. Before they could walk in, the sound of gunfire came from the woods. Bang! 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 It appeared to be two heavy machine guns firing at cross purposes. The patrol was lightly armed and simple. Where could they have done with such fierce vigor? And the leader immediately called for help from the other teams. Several other patrols came in with reinforcements a few minutes later. The two men in the woods saw that it was bad and walked deeper into the forest. Several patrol squads followed them in. Just then, the vehicle carrying the supplies also came under attack. A man with a propeller on his back strafed downward from mid-air. It seemed they wanted to destroy the entire vehicle. The escort team immediately barraged them with bullets. The man saw what was happening and fled in haste. The escort team was in hot pursuit. After a minute, the dirt under the material vehicle loosened. A small woman came out of it. She was agile, a Harrier flip over the top of the material vehicle. At this moment, no one can stop her. She turned out her backpack, took out a few potions, and was about to smash the safety. Suddenly, strong light shone from all directions. She could not open her eyes. Immediately after that, a man's voice came. Yo 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 yo, let me see what's going on here. Who is coming to give us a gift? Oh, so it's a woman, you seem to be good-looking one. Send her into my office, I want to interrogate her a little. Chapter 223. Name. Age. Home address. In the Site 14 interrogation room, a uniformed interrogator and a blonde woman confronted that person. Seeing that the prisoner did not cooperate, the interrogator pointed to the wall behind him, confession for leniency and resistance for severity. Those words again, lady, I advise you to cooperate well, or you will end up suffering. Miranda sneered. I don't know where this is, but I know that you are not a police officer, and this is not a police station. You have no right to interrogate me. I want to go to the embassy to protest. Before that interrogator could say anything, the door to the interrogation room suddenly opened. Zhang Ju walked in slowly with a bowl of braised beef noodles in his hand. The smell of noodles filled the entire interrogation room at once. It was already 2 in the morning and he was a little hungry. He ate the noodles and said vaguely, "Who is that?" "Zhang, go away and let me meet this vicious female bandit alone." "Understood." The interrogator named Zhang stood decisively at attention, then left the interrogation room. Zhang Ju was now the deputy site director of Site 14, and it was only right to command them. "It's a bit salty, I shouldn't have put all the seasoning packets in just now." Zhang Ju grunted, then raised his head, smiled and said to Miranda, "Hello, what's your name?" Miranda turned away and simply ignored him. "I know even if you don't tell me." Zhang Ju set the noodles aside and took a note out of his pocket. Murata, female, 28 years old, entered the country a month ago. "Tell me, what do you plan to do when you come to visit China?" From the time she was arrested, it was only a little over an hour. The man in front of her had already grasped her information. Miranda was a little surprised. But she still said forcefully, "I am here to visit China. You have no right to detain me. I'm going to the embassy to protest." "Cut the crap." Zhang Ju took another bite. "We all know in our hearts that you are infidels. Even if I let you go to the embassy, there is no way you will be let go. Maybe you will be directly executed on the spot. After all, there are few countries as humane as China. Count yourselves lucky that your mission was assigned here and not on another site." "What nonsense, I don't know anything." Miranda's expression flickered, not daring to look Zhang Ju directly in the eye. "Let's put it this way, our staff found at least 200 metal parts inside you. Don't tell me that those are all nails you ate. How does it feel to be a follower of the Church of the Broken God?" Seeing that the other party had completely recognized his identity, Miranda simply closed her eyes and kept her mouth shut. Zhang Ju took a sip of the noodle and burped. His expression was joyous. "It doesn't matter if you don't speak, might as well tell you that your other 3 companions have also been arrested. If you don't speak, they will speak as well. When the time comes, they might just be institutionalized. As for you, you can only become a D-class personnel to undergo some inhumane experiments. It's not worth it for you to think about it." Hearing that his companion was arrested, Miranda could finally confirm that they had been ambushed this night and the person who had started it was most likely the man in front of him. Zhang Ju finished his noodles and drank all the soup again, burped, and leisurely left the interrogation room. After a while, Two security officers came into the room and escorted Miranda to a temporary holding cell. Miranda was a little surprised. She had expected to be spared the torture tonight, but who knew that they had let her off so easily. On the other hand, Zhang was walking leisurely in the corridor with his hands behind his back. A staff member whispered in his ear, "Advisor Zhang, those three are also hard-headed and have not revealed any valuable clues." Zhang nodded, as if he had expected it. Although he and the woman seemed to have it all figured out when they spoke. In reality, the followers of the Church of the Broken God were generally very devout, and their worship of the broken god, Mikane, had almost reached the highest point. Such things as betraying their companions were generally unlikely to happen. From the beginning, he did not intend to get any valuable information from their mouths. Since they had already been captured, Huang can also rest for a moment. Since there were no big things that happened. As the two were talking, Huang Xingwen also rushed over him. His hair was a bit disheveled and his clothes were misplaced by a button. It looked like he had rushed over from home overnight after hearing that Zhang had captured someone from the Church of the Broken God. As soon as he saw Zhang, he immediately changed into a smiling face. "Advisor Zhang, thank you for this time." Although Zhang had been promoted to deputy site director, everyone was still used to calling him advisor. Huang Xingwen patted him on the shoulder, "It's only the second day and you caught them all, I really don't know how to thank you." "If you don't know, then I do." Zhang said, "Just give me some bonus." "Ah, ha ha ha, about that. We can discuss that later." Huang Xingwen smiled awkwardly. He also knew that Zhang was just joking with him. "Advisor Zhang, what are we going to do next?" "They had been caught, it's up to you what to do with them. Beating or scold them, give them trial or punishment, it's none of my business." Zhang yawned, "The last thing I want to do right now is to hurry back and get some sleep." After sending Huang Xingwen away, Zhang made his way to his own dormitory. Coming to this world for more than a year, helping the Foundation solve countless troubles, whether that be large and small, and finally not even his own house, was really a bad living condition. The commendation for defeating SCP-3125 this time was good, but it was all just vanity. Next time he had to get something visible and tangible. He was not asking for much, and with his current status in the Foundation, a single house was not too much. Zhang thought about it, then took out the key and opened the door to his room. But he didn't go in immediately. Because he found that the position of the hair strands that he had dropped at the door before leaving the house had changed. The time was 2:30 a.m. Zhang stood at the door of his dormitory and looked at the dark room. Squinted his eyes. He could feel that there was someone was breathing, and that person is inside this room. In order to hunt down those few followers of the Church of the Broken God, almost the entire army of Site-14 was mobilized. This is precisely the time when the defenses are the weakest. Someone took the opportunity to infiltrate his room. Zhang could feel that this person was breathing long and soft, definitely a pro at it. However, the current Zhang had never been afraid of anyone when it came to fighting alone. Zhang sneered and stepped into the room, then turned around and closed the door behind him. He had already made up his mind that no matter who was inside, since he was here, he would not leave. However, when he turned on the light, he found the unexpected guest sitting on his couch, seemingly waiting for him to return. Seeing him enter the room, the man smiled faintly. "It's been a long time, Advisor Zhang." Chapter 224. It's been a long time, Advisor Zhang. Zhang entered the room and the person sitting on the sofa smiled slightly. Seeing to that face, Zhang froze. "Smith. It's me." Old Will Smith nodded, stood up, and bowed deeply to Zhang. Zhang was overjoyed and hurried around to the couch to help him up, looking him up and down. "Are you healed?" Old Smith nodded, "Not completely healed, but my movement are a bit better now. This is quite shocking, since Foundation site is a place that no one can usually infiltrate it, and it was nothing for some trained special forces. A few months ago, Old Smith came out of SCP-1351, Mobius Cave. Although he saved his life, he also suffered very serious injuries. Zhangju found him a hideout place and let him heal slowly. He had thought of going to Site 19 to get some SCP-500, Panacea, for him, but at that time he rode SCP-682 to make trouble everywhere, and because of time constraint, he couldn't find it. Which had been Zhangju's regret. I never thought that he would get better on his own, and by the look of it, I believe he will be cured in a short time, which is really an unexpected. Zhangju was now wearing the title of head of Antimemetics Division, but he had no one under his command. Now that Old Smith had recovered from his injury, he was only waiting for young Smith to return from his mission, and his team would be in place. Since the Old Smith came and Zhangju is not sleeping. He opened a bottle of red wine scavenged from Yang Wenbei's office. He seems does not care whether the Old Smith can drink. He then poured him first. Did you come here straight after you recovered from your injury? No, before coming here, I went around to other places first. What about your identity? I have forged documents from the Foundation on me, and they work in this world. Oh, that's not so bad. The two chatted idly for a while, and Old Smith's eyes suddenly gaped. Advisor Zhang, there's something I need to tell you. Zhangju took a sip of wine. No need for you to be polite at me. Old Smith nodded. This world seems to be heading in a wrong direction. Zhangju looked at him. Why do you think so? For the past few months, I have gone to South America, Africa, Mexico, Siberia and other places. I found that there are many strange things happening. The general public may not be aware about it, but I can feel that it must be caused by certain SCP. There are also some sites where containment breach events occurred. Although this is normal, but gives me the feeling that indeed are becoming more and more frequent lately. Old Smith looked grave. He had lived through many lives just for these things. He certainly knew anything if all goes bad. One place and one city might not be anything, but if the SCP all over the world were to enter an active period, it would never be a good thing for humanity. Zhangju nodded his head, thinking about what had happened recently. Even the cult of the broken god had become active, and clearly one of them was the reason for it. The 3-year period had not yet arrived, but the world seemed to be rehearsing that impending catastrophe, preparing for its arrival. Old Smith also took a sip of wine. Advisor Zhang, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Zhangju raised his eyebrows. According to the Foundation's usual procedure, when it encountered something this big, it must have left many traces. Even if the world was restarted, it was not impossible to just left with nothing. However, he couldn't bet everything on the Foundation. Both sides are clear that we are currently using each other's relationship. When it really comes to life and death, betraying each other is something they would often do. What he can do now is to make himself as strong as possible. 3 years later, when disaster strikes, only themselves that are strong could protect itself. The two men talked all night. Old Smith's identity is special. He no longer has trust to the Foundation. So, at the crack of dawn, under the cover of Zhangju, he left Site 14. Zhangju had found him a hideout place in Jianghai City so that he could be at his service at any time. Zhangju had thought he wouldn't need him for a while. After all, he didn't have anything urgent to do right now. However, when the world is like this, you often didn't feel it when the trouble is near at you at all times. The day after Site 14 was attacked, a telegram came from headquarters that the 2 Foundation sites in the other countries had been attacked. This resulted in the loss of some SCP projects. Although no organization has indicated responsibility for these 2 attacks on the Foundation, It is believed that based on internal discussions within the Foundation, that the person who did it should be related to the Church of the Broken God. This is very strange. The Church of the Broken God is not an orthodox religion, with only 300,000 followers worldwide. The core of the organization was expelled to an island by the Foundation and the GOC, making it difficult to survive itself. This time, they came back and organized such a big counterattack. This is not in line with their previous style of action, and the main thing is that it actually succeeded. They are not like the Chaos Insurgency, who inherited part of the SCP objects. With the exception of Site 14, which had Zhangju in charge, the other two sites that had been attacked had been damaged to varying degrees, were in a state of mass damage. The top management of the Foundation, the O5 Council, expressed shock and anger at the incident. However, for some other reasons, the available personnel within the Foundation, such as Lei Shan and Lei Shui, were almost all caught up in another incident, unable to assign a person to take charge of the matter at headquarters. The O5 Council discussed and discussed, and it seemed that Zhangju was the only one who could take on this important task. For one thing, his rank was high enough that he could overpower the local authority at any site he went to, and he was not afraid that they would not cooperate. Secondly, he has a good mind and a good intelligence, which makes him suitable for investigating such unimaginable things. So, a week later, the appointment order to Zhangju was issued to Site 14, giving him full responsibility for the matter. "Oh, I just got back a few days ago, and I have to go on a business trip again. These O5s, they're watching out for me, but they want me to do something at the same time." Zhangju held the appointment order, shook his head and sighed. The only person who dared to scold the O5s so blatantly in the Foundation was Zhangju. Simmons, who was on his side, didn't dare to answer, but could only laugh. "It's still because of your outstanding ability, Advisor Zhang. That's what I love to hear." Zhangju patted his shoulder. No, Simmons. Shouldn't you normally be in the lab right now? How come you have time to come here with me?" Simmons scratched his head. "Advisor Zhang, I heard that this incident you are in charge of this time involves Site 15. Yeah, why?" Zhangju nodded his head. The two sites in trouble this time, one was Site 118 in Siberia, and the other was Site 15 on the west coast of May. Simmons hemmed and hawed. "Advisor Zhang. As far as I know, SCP-079, old AI, is in that site. So that's how it is." Simmons was a senior in the computer science department, and Zhangju remembered that he had said that his ambition was to be able to study the code and implementation logic of SCP-079. Perhaps in Simmons' eyes, SCP-079 was like a work of art. His inventor had passed away, but being able to meet and talk to the SCP-079 was considered one of his wishes in this life. Zhangju laughed. "You want to meet 079? Don't worry about that. It just so happens that my first stop is going to be Siberia before I go to there. You should still have time to apply for a visit with the Foundation later." Chapter 225. 3 days later, East Siberia, Site 188. Zhangju dragged his suitcase, followed the receptionist sent by the site, and came to the site. It was already late April, but East Siberia is located in the mountains. With the latitude is high, the temperature was very low. Zhangju was resistant to cold and heat, but to see the site staff has even put on short sleeves. He sighed. "The people in this country is different from others." Site 118 is located in the remote mountainous area with no oncoming traffic. The entire site only a few buildings. Compared to Site 14 and Site 237 that was in the desert, it's a pretty small site. If not for some projects really need to be far away from the city, I believe the Foundation will not build a site here. The director of Site 188 is Maxim Andrei Zakharov, a middle-aged man with a rugged look. He is a tall man with a beard, the most standard template of the people who likes to fight. He led a group of staff members and gave a warm welcome to Jongju's arrival. There aren't many staff in Site 188, less than half of Site 14. After a few pleasantries, Maxim invited Jongju to join him for a drink. Site 118 is isolated, and the staff here rarely get to meet other colleagues. However, Jongju has been with the Foundation for over a year and has made a name for himself. The Foundation Star title he had just received was the highest honor in the eyes of the Foundation staff. So, the staff at Site 188 all wanted to get a glimpse of him, to see if this living Foundation Star and that legendary wise Asian man was really that good. At Site 14, Jongju's drinking capacity was one of the best, and several colleagues tried to get him drunk at the annual meeting, but he ended up drinking all over them. But this wasn't Site 14, so Jongju thought about it and didn't dare to pretend with the big brother of the fighting nation. Site Director Maxim, it's better to show me the relevant information about the stolen SCP first. Heh, okay. Speaking of business, Site Director Maxim sighed. Site 118 didn't house many SCP, and most of them were safe, or Euclid level. There were only a few Keter level ones, so the defense force wasn't high, and there was only one MTF squad stationed nearby. In addition to the security personnel at the site. But the accident was a bit strange. Not only did the security personnel didn't find the enemy, even the MTF squad didn't find their trace, and it was not clear how the enemy stole the item. Rather than being attacked, some of the site items were stolen. This was somewhat a bit different with the information provided by the Foundation earlier. Jongju took the file and read it carefully. Site Director Maxim, who was half a head taller than Jongju, sat on the side and spoke to Jongju intermittently. Advisor Jong, I'm not going to lie to you. The previous site director just stepped down not long ago. I've still been in the office for less than a year, and I didn't expect to encounter something like this. My luck is really bad. Maxim slapped his thigh and cursed in Russian something Jongju didn't understand, probably cursing to the whole family of those thieves. I'm guessing these employees you can get them to fight in this site. But when it comes to investigating and obtaining evidence, none of them can do anything. Damn it. If I didn't have no choice, I wouldn't have begged the headquarters. But I didn't expect it to be you. Advisor Jong, my position as a site director depends on you. Maxim rambled on and on, but he seemed to be straightforward and did not treat Jongju as an outsider. Although Jongju had a lot of bad intentions, he liked to make friends with such a straightforward person. He laughed. Director Maxim, it's not as serious as you say. It's just an SCP object. Not to mention that he had just grabbed a dozen SCPs out of headquarters at the beginning of the year, and he hadn't heard of anyone at Site 19 being responsible for this. Let's just say that it was fortunate that Jongju hadn't said what was on his mind, or else the head researcher at Site 19 would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood if he had known about it. If he hadn't been so useful to the Foundation, then the Foundation would have euthanized him for what he had done. He wouldn't need to continue further. Maxim did not know Jongju's great achievements. He said, Advisor Jong, I heard that one of the site director in the Chinese region because of an accident happened in the site. Do you know about it? The Chinese site director who resigned because of the incident was probably no one other than Yang Wenbei based on Maxim's description. Jongju smiled. He was more than familiar with this matter. If not for him, Yang Wenbei would not have been able to resign. But Jongju did not continue to nag with Maxim. He put the information in his hand aside and said, Site Director Maxim, this information does not mention the missing items. Can you tell me its number? Because of the need for confidentiality, the item numbers were blacked out in the printed out paper information. Maxim whispered to Jongju, its number is SCP-1139. I see. Jongju nodded. This number did not surprise him. SCP-1139, Broken Tongue, Object Class Euclid. The exterior appeared to be a rectangular gray metal block, about 20 centimeters high, with a 5 centimeters edge on the bottom side. It has a number of square protrusions distributed on its sides, and those who observe it will think it is a capitalization of a familiar language, but experiments have proven that it is only an illusion. It can affect people within a certain radius in unknown ways. Those who are affected by it will start talking and writing in a new language, even though they think they are using their native language. Linguistic analysis showed that the new language was an old one, but all attempts at translation ended in failure. Compared to the many SCP projects of various shapes and sizes, SCP-1139 is not very special. It is a very normal object, not much to write about it, and even its object class is only Euclid. However, for the Foundation, it has a very high confidentiality authority, so much so that most of the Site-188 staff only know that the site lost a very important project, but do not know what it is. The reason for this is probably because SCP-1139 is related to the Church of the Broken God. According to legend, it is a part of the body of the Broken God. To resurrect the Broken God, SCP-1139 is essential. When he received this answer, Zhang-Ju could also finally determine that the purpose of those Church of the Broken followers was really to resurrect the Broken God, Mikane. What a joke. Zhang-Ju let out a chortle. I never thought that the God he had first approached in this world would be it. Those followers of the Church of the Broken God didn't know what kind of stimulation they had received. The Broken God had been silent for I don't know how many centuries, or even how many eras. Yet they suddenly wanted to resurrect it? Did they really think that the Foundation was just going to stay still about it? Zhang-Ju was not a madman, so he would not know exactly what those fanatics thought. His mission was to send them to God. Seeing Zhang-Ju staring at the document in silence, Maxim said, "Well, Advisor Zhang, did you find anything? If there's anything you need me to do, just ask, and I won't spare those people underneath who dare to mess things up for you." Zhang-Ju took the document back into his hands and turned it upside down. There are indeed some suspicions. I may have to go to the scene to take a look. SCP-1139 has been lost for several days and it was no surprise. It must have fallen into the hands of the Church of the Broken God, and it is definitely impossible to recover it. Zhang-Ju came to Site-188 and what he did was just to solve the problem. Since the thing has been lost. At least he knew how it was lost, otherwise in the future Maxim may not even sleep peacefully. Under Maxim's leadership, Zhang-Ju came to the original containment room of SCP-1139. Although the secrecy level of this object is very high, the containment room has not been designed much in order to appear it is not so special. The door to the containment room could be opened with dual verification of password and fingerprint. According to Zhang-Ju's deduction, the theft should have been carried out in the early morning hours. Apparently, the intruder was familiar with the layout of the site's surveillance equipment and had cleverly avoided much of the surveillance. The only surveillance facing the containment room had also been broken. Zhang-Ju approached the officer in charge of security and the leader of the MTF squad again and asked them about their shift. After they had all left, Zhang-Ju fell into deep thought. This time, Maxim did not speak, fearing that it would only disturb him. 5 minutes passed. Zhang-Ju gave a humph and seemingly had an idea. Maxim was busy asking, "Advisor Zhang, have you found anything now?" "Just some preliminary ideas that still need to be verified." Zhang-Ju seemed to have thought of something interesting and suddenly smiled. "Site Director Maxim, let me ask you this. What kind of recreational activities did you do to this people, especially when you were a kid?" "Our childhood recreational activities." Maxim did not know why Zhang-Ju would ask this question, but still thought seriously about it. "Just catching birds from the trees, catching fish from the river, and if we met black bears and boars, we would ride on them for a while." Riding on black bears and boars to play, really worthy of these people. Zhang-Ju stretched out his thumb, then asked, "You guys didn't watch TV when you were little?" For example, cartoons, or something. Cartoons. Maxim froze for a long time before he remembered that it seemed to be a story interpreted with cartoon images, and he waved his hand dismissively. For the most part, we don't watch that stuff. It's not that interesting. Yeah, if I could ride a wild boar when I was a kid, I wouldn't watch cartoons either. Zhangju laughed. That's good, site director Maxim. Then please gather all the employees of this site into the large conference room. I want to do an experiment. What experiment? Maxim asked. Site director Maxim, I'm not going to hide it from you. I think that this SCP-1139 theft is most likely related to the employees within the site. To put it bluntly, I suspect that there is an imposter among us. Zhangju smiled faintly with a mysterious expression, and my experiment is to help you uncover this imposter. An hour later, Site 188 held the largest staff meeting since Maxim took charge. The reason for holding the meeting was actually clear in everyone's mind, because a very important SCP was lost within the site. In addition to individual key positions, the rest of the hundreds of employees all put down the work at hand, concentrated in the large conference room. The special person appointed from the Foundation's headquarters, Advisor Zhangju, was sitting in the center of the podium. With a small clay pot in his hand, and he didn't know what it was for. Next, Site Director Maxim began to speak. The moment he opened his mouth, it was a heavy bomb. For the investigation related to the theft of the Site SCP, we have come to a conclusion that there is actually an traitor in Site 188. He said angrily, the reason for this meeting today is to uncover him. To see who in the end, betrayed his colleagues, his friends, and his career. After Maxim finished speaking, the room was in an uproar. How could everyone not expect that Advisor Zhang, who had arrived here just half a day, had come to such a conclusion? Does it mean that everyone around is not to be trusted? Colleagues who seem to be very close might turn into enemies right away. Soon, a panic was spreading. The site director called everyone together here, which means that everyone is a suspect. In this situation, once you're a suspect, everyone will look onto you. After all, who hasn't had a time to complain about the leader at work? In the past, those words of the mouth will now become ironclad evidence of defection. People are in fear that the butcher's knife will fall on their necks. If it's just execution or memory erasure, that's fine. But the most frightening thing is to be demoted to D-level personnel, and it was a fate worse than death. All of them whispered. Suddenly a researcher stood up and said, Site Director. Talk about an evidence, who are you to suspect us? Another person also had the guts to say, yes, we are all good colleagues. No one here could be the enemy. With this, people kept getting up and questioning. The scene was a little out of control. At this moment, Zhangju, who had been silent, suddenly coughed twice and stood up. With just 2 actions, everyone dared not speak and stared at him dumbly. There are no false soldiers under the famous name. After all, the name Zhangju had become extraordinary in the hearts of the Foundation's employees. If those bigwigs in the O5 Council were exalted and mysterious, then Zhangju was the unnamed god, if not omnipotent. They dared to fight back against the site director's words. But when Zhangju stood up, no one dared to speak up again. Zhangju looked around and smiled. You guys misunderstood it? Although we guessed that there was an imposter inside the site, it was not meant to be an indiscriminate strike. He picked up the clay pot on the table. This is an item I borrowed from headquarters. I won't tell you the number, all you need to know is that it is a lie detector, and by passing its test, we can know who is a friend and who is an enemy. Chapter 226. Zhangju picked up the clay pot and continued to fool around. Gentlemen, this is not an ordinary clay pot. After a few tests made by the Foundation, it was found to have a very useful feature. The questioner asks the question and that person shall answer it. It can measure whether that person is telling the truth or not. The person will put their hand on the bottom of the clay pot, and if the answer is false, then his hand will be glued to it and cannot be pulled out. So that's it? Maxim was overjoyed. It sounded like it would be an easy job. If he had known that Advisor Zhang had this kind of magic item, he would not have worried about it. For some trained people, an ordinary lie detector could be fooled. Except for some very important interrogations, the Foundation usually does not use ordinary polygraphs. Even if they do, they are only used as a reference. The Foundation does have an SCP that can be used for lie detection, SCP-1531, the perfect lie detector. But that is an SCP with a very high level of confidentiality, and it was not in Site 118. Even if Zhang Ju sent an application to the Foundation now, when the headquarters approved it and then shipped SCP-1531 over, the perpetrator would have run away. He didn't have that much time to waste in this shithole right now, so Zhang Ju planned to find out the imposter in his own way. The two gone quiet and muttered in whispers, while the employees below were a bit impatient to see if the clay pot was as magical as Zhang Ju had said. Seeing that the time was perfect, Zhang Ju waved his hand. Okay, the time has arrived. The lie detection experiment officially begins. Under the command of Site Director Maxim, the employees of Site 188 formed a long line of their own accord and waited for Zhang Ju's questions. The first man put his hand into the clay pot and touched the bottom of it. Zhang Ju looked at him. What's your name? Zikalov. Did the theft of SCP-1139 have anything to do with you? Report, sir, it has nothing to do with me. Okay, take your hand out and I'll take a look. Zikalov did as he was told and took his hand out of the clay pot. Nothing happened except for some white ash stains on his fingertips. Zhang Ju nodded. That's fine, you can go now. The process was that simple, one didn't even take 10 seconds. The crowd saw the scene and all of them were shocked. No need to detect the heart rate pulse, put the hand inside to determine whether a person is lying. This lie detector is too good to use. They usually studied it and has a certain degree of danger, because a safe and useful project was really hard to find. As the time passed, each person placed their hand on the bottom of the jar and answered Zhang Ju's questions. Like the first person, Zhang Ju's questions to everyone else were pretty much the same. Are you an inside man sent by the enemy, and is the theft of SCP-1139 related to you? Of course, all of them denied it. 10 minutes had passed and the line gradually shortened, leaving only the last dozen staff members. Not surprisingly, the enemy would be one or several of them. The last few in line, without exception, were all mid-level cotters within the site, highly valued by Maxim and the backbone of Site 118. If there are enemies among them, it will be the biggest joke since the establishment of Site 188. Site Director Maxim unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The queue dwindled a little, and his heart was in his throat, but the clay pot still did not stick anyone's hand. Another 2 minutes passed and the line was still down to the last person who had not been tested. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He was the head of experiment of Site 188, Vaughn. Everyone looked at him with an odd look and whispered. It seemed that Vaughn was not well liked, and no one came up to defend him even at this time. Vaughn walked up to Zhang Ju's seat with a calm face. Zhang Ju looked at him and asked with a smile, "How about you? Do you have anything to say?" No. Vaughn shook his head. His tone was not salty. "Please ask Advisor Zhang to hurry up, I still have an experiment to finish." With just this one sentence, Zhang Ju knew the reason for his unpopularity. But working at the Foundation wasn't quite the same as working elsewhere. As long as one was strong, they wouldn't usually be buried. After all, no one was stupid. It didn't matter if they were joking around, but when it came time to vote, they all knew who they should vote for. Because after all, their lives were at stake. Zhang Ju looked at him and repeated the two questions: "Are you the enemy's mole, and is the theft of SCP-1139 related to you?" Vaughn shook his head calmly. "No, I am not. At this point, everyone's eyes were focused on his arm. Vanya completely ignored the other's gaze and calmly took his hand out of the clay pot. Maxim let out a long breath of relief. Site 118 site doesn't have deputy site director. In addition to him, Vaughn has the second highest authority. If he was the enemy, then the entire site already done for. And at this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on Zhangju. Everyone was waiting for him to say something. The experiment had been going on for nearly 2 hours by now. Hundreds of people had also waited for 2 hours, but in the end, nothing had happened. Facing the questioning eyes of the crowd, Zhangju sat steadily on the podium with a smile on his face, as if he had it all figured out. Seeing Zhangju did not say anything, while the staff below seemed to have the tendency to storm out. Maxim knocked on the table. "What's the matter, you guys want to complain? I'm still here." Although Maxim had just become the site director not long ago, he had served in Site 118 for more than 30 years and had a high prestige. Seeing his anger, everyone dared not speak up. Maxim turned to Zhangju and changed his smiling face. "Advisor Zhang, all the people in this conference room have been asked the question. It looks like everyone is not the enemy. There are still a few security personnel outside. Should we call them in and test them as well?" Although the experiment was held, the most basic security facilities had to be manipulated and monitored by someone. Otherwise, the site would be deaf and blind once the enemy launched an attack. However, these people who remained at their posts were personally screened by Zhangju, and their security levels were all very low. It was impossible to know information about SCP-1139. Maxim said this to give Zhangju some help. But Zhangju didn't need it at all. "No need, those people can't be the inside man," he said. Hearing him say that, Maxim was a bit puzzled. "At first, you were the one who said that the enemy had an inside man, and now you were the one who couldn't be found. Does he know how to handle the situation?" Zhangju stood up. "Site Director Maxim, you just said that all the people in this conference room have passed the test, and it seems to me that they haven't." "They haven't?" Site Director Maxim wondered in his heart. It was clear that everyone was waiting in a long line for your test. Zhangju looked around with his hands on his head, and everyone's eyes followed him, and Zhangju's eyes circled around and finally rested on Maxim himself. "If I remember correctly, Site Director, you haven't passed my test yet, have you?" "Huh?" Maxim's eyes widened, and the expression on his face seemed to say, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Zhangju didn't care what he thought and said, "Site Director Maxim, if you don't want to be suspected by me and everyone else, then how about also sticking your hand into the jar and touching its bottom, and let's test it?" "So that's it, huh?" Maxim nodded his head. All of them were suspected as the thief of the SCP inside the site, and as the site director, he was actually a blind spot. But Advisor Zhang did not make such a mistake. From the very beginning, the other party had put himself into the ranks of suspects. Maxim's opinion of Zhangju had gone up another level. But he was righteous and not afraid of it. Site Director Maxim said boldly, "Fine, let's try it. I'll also see if Advisor Zhang's stuff is really that amazing." Saying that, he put his hand into the jar. His fingers touched the bottom of the pottery jar, and the touch was not different from what he imagined. At this moment, even he doubted it. But the jar that was on Advisor Zhang's hand was not a fake. Zhangju asked as before, "Site Director Maxim, may I ask if you are the enemy's inside man sent to the Foundation?" Maxim held his chest at the head of the case and said aloud, "I am not." The questioning was finished. Zhangju gestured for him to take his hand out. Maxim did as he was told and smoothly took his arm out of the clay pot. At the end, he also held his hand up high, as if to show all the employees that he did not have a problem. Everyone let out a cheer. After the test, everyone was fine. although there are some regrets because they did not uncover the so-called traitor. But everyone was relieved. They hugged each other and were glad that their colleagues were still colleagues and their friends were still friends. However, after a few minutes, everyone was quiet. Because they saw that the consultant Zhang sent from headquarters was still sitting on the podium looking at them. He was smiling, with his arms crossed. This time, the site director Maxim sat down and asked directly, "Advisor Zhang, is it now possible to state that there is no enemy in our site?" Everyone's eyes burned as they waited for his reply. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Ju stood up again. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you all." Zhang Ju smiled faintly, profoundly. "After the round of experiments just now, I already know who is the enemy in this site." "What?" Everyone including the site director Maxim was stunned. It was clear that no one had had their arms glued to that clay pot. Zhang Ju turned to Maxim. "Site director, could you please ask the security team to seal all the entrances and exits of this place?" Maxim looked into Zhang Ju's eyes and realized that he wasn't joking, he had really found the person. "Lightnovel. Order your team members to guard all the doors and windows of the venue. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my orders." "Yes, sir." Lightnovel was the captain of the only exclusive MTF squad WASP at Site 118. With his squad guarding, this venue instantly turned into a turtle-catching urn. Seeing the loaded MTF team members were deployed, the employees in the room realized that this advisor Zhang Ju was planning to do something for real. Maxim looked at Zhang Ju. "Advisor Zhang, now you can tell me who the enemy is, right?" At this point, Maxim's tone was less respectful, but more murderous. If Zhang Ju could uncover the impostor, he would naturally not spare that person lightly. But if Zhang Ju had tossed and turned for so long and ended up just fooling him and so many staff members, then he wouldn't mind letting this advisor Zhang know what it meant to be a fighting nation. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on himself, Zhang Ju's face was calm. "According to my observation, there is indeed an inside man in this site and that enemy is her," he said, pointing his finger towards a certain corner of the venue. The people in front of him all sidestepped out of the way, afraid of being killed as an inside man. Along the direction of Zhang Ju's finger, the crowd opened up a path. Zhang Ju's gaze finally fell on a woman in her 40s. The woman wore black-rimmed glasses and had sharp eyes, so it was clear from a glance that she was not a person to be messed with. Seeing this scene, Maxim was very surprised. Because this woman is not just a random person, it is the site's head of logistics, Valerie. Valerie's seniority in Site 188 is not shallow, and can be said to be second only to the site director Maxim and head of experiment Vaughn. He never expected that the mole Zhang Ju had identified would be her. Maxim said to Zhang Ju, "Advisor Zhang, are you mistaken?" "Valerie, she is dash." Zhang Ju waved his hand, interrupting him. "I'm pretty sure that it's her." Zhang Ju looked at Valerie. "Lady, do you have anything to say?" Seeing everyone looking at her, Valerie remained calmly standing in place, not showing the slightest abnormality. She spoke calmly, "Advisor Zhang, let's talk about the evidence. You say that I am the imposter in this site, but what's the proof? Just that clay pot in your hand? With all due respect, I have never heard of such SCP in all the years I have worked at the Foundation. It can't be true." Valerie was worthy of being a researcher who had been immersed in the Foundation for many years, and she seemed to defend herself. But in reality, she pointed the finger at Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju had trapped everyone in this large conference room for nearly an afternoon, and these employees were actually on the verge of an outburst. If they knew that Zhang Ju was just pretending to be here with a fake. Even with site director Maxim's presence, there was no way he could get out in one piece. Taking a step back, even if these researchers didn't dare to do anything to Zhang Ju, then no one would believe what he said. Valeria was the patriarch of the site and there were very many people who stood in solidarity with her. As soon as her words fell, Several of her colleagues spoke up for her. Advisor Zhang, that clay pot of yours, can it really detect lies? Or I'll tell a lie on purpose and see if it actually works. Yes, it can detect lies, shouldn't head Valerie be stuck with it? Advisor Zhang. You're not fooling us, are you? Even site director Maxim looked at Zhangju, expecting him to give a reasonable explanation. However, the next scene that amazed everyone happened. The imagined explanation did not happen. Only to see that Advisor Zhang, who was sent from the headquarters, nodded his head. Yes, you guys are right. This clay pot in my hand is indeed just an ordinary pot, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. I used this jar just for storing pickles. Chapter 227. Everyone in Site 188 was meeting Zhangju for the first time and completely unfamiliar with his style. When Zhangju finished saying this, almost everyone froze. Site director Maxim pulled out his ears. Advisor Zhang, did I hear you wrong? You said that this clay pot used for. Site director, you heard correctly. It's a jar for pickles. Zhangju laughed, but despite that, it's more than enough to find that imposter. Because it doesn't measure lies, but hearts. The more Zhangju talked, the more mysterious it became, but Maxim was a big old man and didn't want to guess his twists and turns. All right, Advisor Zhang. Just tell us what evidence you have to prove that Valerie is the insider. Zhangju looked at him. Site director, let's make a hypothesis. Assuming that my clay pot and really, as I said, that can identify lies. If you were the traitor, what would you do? What would I do if I were a traitor? Maxim thought for a moment and slapped his thigh. Of course I wouldn't put my hand in and touch the bottom. So that I won't be stuck. Correct. Zhangju nodded, but anyone who is smart will find this loophole, so I put a layer of white powder on the bottom of this pot. If the person being tested has a clear plan, they will touch the bottom of the pot and get a little white on their fingertips. So that's how it is. Maxim in excitement, so this is the test and you ask them at all. Just to see whether that person is weak-minded and wouldn't dare not put their hands on it. Congratulations, that is the correct answer. Zhangju said. Only then did it shock the crowd. They looked at their fingers, and indeed found some white powder residue on them. I don't know what Zhangju had used, but he couldn't rub it off for a while. This ploy is actually quite simple, even a child that watched puzzle cartoon would not fall for this. But for one thing for sure, this is the world of SCP, and it's not like these researchers haven't seen more bullshit than this. They are facing Zhangju, a human being that excels in lies. His acting skills were so good that no one had noticed the secret. It was like magic. Although, sometimes it's just a little trick that's nothing after it's revealed. Yet when you immerse yourself in it, it's like something magical. Well, that was the whole principle behind it. Zhangju clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back to himself. He looked at Valeria. Lady, could you show your hands to everyone? If I remember correctly, the nail polish you're wearing is very clean and there's nothing on it. Valerie bowed her head and did not say anything. No need for Maxim to speak. Lenov, as the squad leader of WASP, waved his hand, and two MTF squad members leaned over to Valerie. Looking at this scene, everyone's heart is half cold. Valerie is the head of logistics. She is usually amiable and friendly. Most of the people in this site talk to her a lot. But who would have thought that a former close colleague and friend would be the enemy? Maxim sighed. Valerie, let everyone see your hands. This was his last hope. He hoped that Zhangju was wrong in his reading and Valerie was innocent. However, Valeria suddenly shook her head. No need, I'm the one who did it. What? Maxim was incredulous. It was me. Valeria lowered her head, as if she couldn't face these former colleagues. It was me who stole SCP-1139. She actually admitted it in front of everyone. There was an uproar. In fact, If Valeria had wanted to resist, she could have denied it and said that Jongju had misread it and she had washed the white off her hands herself. However, she did not do so, because there was no use but to delay a little. In normal times, she could hide among everyone. Yet once she was suspected and under focused scrutiny, her unidentified communication records would surely be turned up. Her mission has already been accomplished, and staying here would only add to her troubles. The Foundation is good for humanity, she does not want to waste the Foundation's time. Valerie was taken into custody. After reporting to headquarters, Jongju and Maxim conducted a preliminary interrogation of her. Valerie, if I remember correctly, you have worked for the Foundation for over 20 years, why did you do this? Maxim was distressed. He could never figure out why Valerie would do such a thing, which was even harder than the punishment he received. Valerie was silent. She was sorry for Maxim and for everyone at Site 118, but she had a reason for having to do it. Jongju looked on her coldly and did not make a comment. He had come to Site 118 mainly to find out the truth about the lost SCP. Although he had succeeded in catching the enemy's imposter, it was all a hopeless attempt to mend the situation. Even if Valeria was killed, he would not be able to get the SCP back. Site Director Maxim knew this, but he just couldn't accept why such a veteran researcher would work with the enemy. Maxim was so agitated that Jongju sent him out of the interrogation room and was left alone to face Valeria, who was reluctant to speak. I've read your resume. He said, your parents both died because of some SCP, so you joined the Foundation with the desire to keep humanity out of harm's way and achieve true peace, am I right? Jongju looked at her and continued, you were once in charge of an SCP object about the Church of the Broken God 10 years ago, and I guess that's when you hooked up with them. You actually know very well what the Church of the Broken God people wants to do, right? There was still silence. You couldn't complete this mission alone, who was the person you hooked up with? Jongju asked several questions in a row, but Valeria's expression was dull, unwilling to speak at all. She was obviously different from those heartless enemies, and seemed to have something difficult to say. It was hard to use those extreme methods here, so Jongju had no good way to pry her mouth open. Jongju shrugged his shoulders, and was about to leave. However, Valerie suddenly opened her mouth and said something in a very small voice. What? Jongju looked at her. But she ignored Jongju's presence and just repeated in a small voice. Jongju simply walked over to her and squatted down. Only to hear what Valerie whispered two sentences. The first sentence looked like the slogan of the Church of the Broken God. The Broken God must be complete. As for the second sentence was something Jongju had not heard before. To save humanity from extinction. Chapter 228. After leaving Site 188, Jongju took the Foundation's special plane to Site 18 that was located in the middle of an ocean. It was said to be a special plane, but it was indeed a special plane. Not Jongju's special plane, but a special plane to deliver supplies. It was just that Jongju happened to be going there to give a lift. Jongju was disgusted by this hitchhike, but ultimately did not choose to go to the regular airport himself. After all, that would take a lot of time, and Jongju did not want to spend too much energy on this matter. With 2 years and a few months to go before the end of the human race, what he wants to do now is to find some powerful SCP to fulfill his young heart. But unfortunately, except for Site 14, the Foundation would not let him fool around. The number of the site Jongju came to this time was Site 15. Like the numbering of the SCP project, in order to prevent the enemy from judging any useful information based on the number, the Foundation named the site with a random number. It does not mean that Site 15 is built after Site 15. In fact, in this world, Site 15, located on the Atlantic coast and was one of the first few sites established by the Foundation. Like Site 237, it is also one of the Foundation's several special sites. which specializes in containing and studying those electronic, electrical, and computer anomalies. The famous SCP-079, Old AI, was contained here. In order to prevent communication between the anomalous electronics object to the outside world, the main storage and containment part of Site-15 is unpowered. Not only has its own independent power supply system, but they were isolated from the network and the outside world. It can be said that it becomes a small world alone, which is necessary. Not to mention that SCP-079 has tried more than once to break through the containment through the network. If it succeeds, then I'm sure humanity being ruled by intelligent robots will become a reality. For most of the researchers who are specialized in computer science, it would be worth dying to see the source code of SCP-079. There was more than one person in the Foundation who thought this way, and Simmons was one of them. After Zhangju went to Siberia, he immediately applied to the Foundation's headquarters for a 1-hour opportunity to communicate with SCP-079 in exchange for a 3-year non-vacation. Simmons was clean and his resume was simple. After a brief screening, the headquarters agreed to his request. Zhangju learned the news over the phone. He sent him only 2 words as a response. Weird ass. As a geeky technician, Simmons' head was filled with experiments and code, so he didn't care about Zhangju's word. After being scolded, he was proud of himself instead of being ashamed. Zhangju could not possibly understand him. 3 years without vacation in exchange for a chance to realize his dream, in his opinion, is a huge profit. It was nothing but a non-stop working. Since he was so righteous, Zhangju didn't bother to teach him how to bargain with the Foundation. But Zhangju still warned Simmons not to come to him if he was left with his pants down by the Foundation. After a bit of fussing, the two arrived at Site-15 simultaneously. The staff picked them up and brought them into the site, which was called the electronic prison. After entering the site's range, Zhangju took out his cell phone and found that even the signal was blocked. The receptionist gave them both a walkie-talkie. Advisor Zhang, Dr. Simmons. In this site, you can only use this to talk. The channel is 3315, every morning and evening at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, the channel will automatically change and displayed on the intercom screen. You too should pay attention to it. In addition, since both of you carry electronic devices, they are not allowed to be used here. Simmons handed the phone to the receptionist while asking, "Can't you use your electronic watch either?" No, the receptionist shook his head. No electronic devices are allowed. There was an incident caused by an SCP using an employee's chess game machine to build a small robot and break through the containment. Simmons nodded. He was like a sponge. Every extra second he stayed, the more knowledge he learned. One day, it would be an honor for him to be in charge of the SCP here on his own as well. Zhangju handed all the electronic equipment to that receptionist and looked around. "Where are the others at your site?" Zhangju's question was very unleveled. But this receptionist's level is obviously not high, and usually this type of hospitality served for people like Simmons. Zhangju is now the Foundation's big celebrity. This kind of hospitality is not enough. Others like Site-118 site director Maxim went to a great extent to welcome him. This is not to say that everyone should treat Zhangju greatly, he just thought that situation like this is a bit different. Site-15 was having a little bit of problem, and he was asked by the headquarters to help them. According to the reason, there shouldn't be any cold treatment. Strange, the site director said he was coming to give you a welcome for Advisor Zhang. That receptionist was also a bit surprised. He thought about it, and then tapped his head. I know, he must have run off to the lab again. With the receptionist leading the way, Zhangju and Simmons both made their way outside a certain laboratory. Zhangju looked inside. While it may seem to be a laboratory, but he saw that the room had many computers neatly yarded on the tables. Like internet cafes in general. In front of one of the computers furthest from the door, a man was staring at the screen. From the back, this person looks a bit old, his figure is a bit hunched, and the hair on his head has almost fallen out. A few people came closer and found that the open notepad on his desktop was densely packed with code. But this makes Jongju feel a little strange. The general public will not use notepads to write code. Using IDE, Integrated Development Environment, is the way to go. Not only it can detect error prompts, but there are various tools that could be useful. When Jongju was learning to program on his own, he couldn't remember the full spelling of certain words and relied on hints. In his opinion, there are only 3 categories of people who use Notepad for programming. The first category is the white guy who just started learning programming and doesn't know how to use the IDE yet. The second category is to pretend to be a cerebral palsy. For proficient in CV method, whether or not to use the IDE does not matter. They usually also open the black DOS window, despite it only shows hello world to let some rookies think they are smart. As for the third category, well, probably is the gods. In front of someone that is genius, their IDE is like floating clouds, and they code with their eyes. Let alone using Notepad, writing a code with hand is also not a problem. The person who was here is no doubt falls into that category. He is our site director, Lord Walnut. The receptionist whispered. Sure enough. Jongju and Simmons nodded their heads at the same time. This site director was frowning at the moment, seemingly stuck on some problem. Completely unaffected to the arrival of the 3 of them, because he was already immersed in his own world. Seeing him so engaged, the 3 were not good at interrupting. But curiosity drove them to come behind him. Jongju took a look at it. The code on it didn't belong to any of the world's mainstream languages. It seemed to be a very niche development language, and naturally he couldn't understand it with his half-baked level. Simmons was immediately attracted by the code on it, sighing at its subtlety. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, the site director copied the code to a virtual machine in his computer and clicked to run it, but an error was reported. The error message was a string of garbled codes. Jongju reckoned that this was the site director's own original language, and the error reporting mechanism was not quite perfect. He looked carefully, but he didn't know exactly where the error was. The site director reopened the code again and examined it line by line. This time, even Simmons joined the work, and he simply squatted on one side. Although he did not know this language, but most of the development language is more or less the same. A line of code could be learned, mainly how its logic works. Site director Walnut looked at Simmons, but did not speak anything. They continued their observation. 2 of them were looking what's wrong with the code. An hour passed. The 2 still had no progress. At this time, Jongju finally couldn't sit still. He also came behind the 2. Although he was a half-assed level, but what if he really found the problem? Things in the world were just so coincidental. Just as the site director Walnut's cursor rested on a certain line, Jongju suddenly called out, "Stop!" Site director Walnut looked back at him. Simmons also looked at Jongju in amazement. Programming is a very professional job, and compared to other professions, the threshold for entry is considered relatively high. Even if advisor Zhang was good at everything else, this was not his field after all. "Young man, what's wrong with this code?" Site director Walnut asked. Jongju coughed a few times. "Let me first declare that I don't know much about this stuff either. I only learned some basics of programming when I was a little, so don't laugh at me if I'm wrong. But here, yes, it's this line. Shouldn't there be a semicolon?" Chapter 229. The air was suddenly quiet, and the scene was very awkward. "The wind is so noisy today." "Yes, the moon is shining bright tonight." The 2 big brothers of the programming class were simultaneously looking at each other. Jongju covered his forehead. They were pretending like it's not a big deal, but their eyes were subtle enough. After a moment of embarrassment, Site Director Walnut asked the receptionist about their identities and learned that they were the advisor Zhang and Dr. Simmons, who had been sent by headquarters for an assistance. Site Director Walnut touched his head, which no longer had a few hairs. "Sorry, Advisor Zhang. I was so absorbed that I forgot about you guys." The site director is honest. Someone at his age would forget one or two things. Zhang Ju said, "It's okay, you are model for my generation because you're so intoxicated with your own work." Simmons also said, "Site director, your code is really awesome. Especially that recursive call, it couldn't be more subtle." Seeing that Simmons was a know-it-all, site director Walnut instantly came to life. Right, I think so too. But I have another line, take a look of this. It's not very good. Won't it le-? It's okay. It's all for me having fun anyway, it doesn't involve anything confidential. I should learn more from you then. Of course, we could learn from each other as well. Zhang Ju watched in shock as they sat down again, opened the monitor, and studied the code for a while. At one point, he said that the code was well written here. At one point, he said there was room for optimization. In this way, another hour passed and it was already dark. Zhang Ju and the receptionist began to yawn, while the two still did have fun. Until the site director couldn't hold any longer to take a pee, the two stopped. When the site director went to the bathroom, Zhang Ju whispered and asked Simmons, "What do you think of the site director?" Site director Walnut's programming level is the highest I've ever seen. The program he wrote is not only logically rigorous and beautifully structured, even the efficiency is first class. I thought my level was okay, but seeing the code of the site director, I realized that Chinese saying is really right. There are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. Simmons found his soulmate, and his mouth was full of words like code and program. Zhang Ju slapped him on the back of the head. "Did I fucking ask you that? Do you remember what we're here for or not?" Simmons rubbed his head and said aggressively, "To investigate about the Church of the Broken God." "You still remember?" Zhang Ju hummed. "Then in your opinion, could this site director be a supervisor?" "I don't think so, look at how well he writes the code." Zhang Ju once again covered his forehead and had a headache. "If I hear the word code again, I'll rip your head off and use it as a ball." After site director Walnut came back, under the reminder of that receptionist, several people talked about the business. Zhang Ju said, "Site director Walnut, I've read the accident report you submitted to headquarters. But some of the details written above are not clear. I want to hear you recap the whole incident." Site director Walnut nodded and looked at the receptionist. "Robert, explain it to him." Robert is the site director's secretary. He's warm and attentive. In the case of the site director's obsession with programming, some specific matters in Site 15 are handled by him. Robert said, "A month ago, around the end of March, the network within our site was suddenly invaded, and the intruder accessed our internal network somehow. But before he could do anything, he was discovered by our network security officers and kicked out of his illegal account. Since then, we upgraded the firewall and security system within the site. But last week, the network within the site was hacked again. This time the enemy gained higher privileges, and he programmed our site to black out for 10 minutes, and all of our automated defense systems went down. It was during those 10 minutes that probably dozens of enemies took the opportunity to break into the site and rob that program. The security personnel inside the site exchanged fire with them, but the opponents were all armed with heavy weapons and moved extremely fast. By the time the outer MTF teams came to support them, they had already left. The enemy shielded the site's defense system through technical means, and then grabbed a certain SCP simply by force. It didn't seem like the whole thing was complicated, yet Zhang Ju knew that the water was deep. Where is this? This was Site 15, a place the Foundation used specifically to house electronic and electrical anomalies. This place gathered all the top related talents in the world. It was estimated that even the people behind the security system had to have a decade or 8 years of programming experience. Simmons is already the deputy head of experiments at Site 14. However, he wants to come to the site as an official, but he is still not experienced. If there is anywhere in the world where the program is more secure than the bank, it must be here. If the enemy can easily hack into Site 15 network, then I'm afraid there's no place in the world that can stop him. Zhang cupped his chin and pondered. After a while, he asked, I read in the report that you suspect the other party is from the Church of the Broken God. Do you have any proof? Robert said, although they were heavily armed, but during a close-quarter combat, we killed one of them. After an examination, most of the organs in his body have been replaced by machinery. The body being transformed into machinery was considered a standard for the followers of the Church of the Broken God. Zhang Ju nodded. He probably already knew what kind of people were invading Site 15. Of course, they were the followers of the Church of the Broken God, and to be more specific, they were people from the Church of Maxwellism, within the Church of the Broken God. As far as Zhang Ju knows, the Broken God Church is not a whole movement of the entire church, although there are many believers, but they are divided into 3 factions. The Broken Church, the Cogwork Orthodox Church and the Church of Maxwellism. Among them, the Maxwellist was the most special out of the 3. Unlike the traditional Broken Church and the Cogwork Orthodox Church, they represent a modern, computerized and network-oriented way of faith. It does not have the political influence of the church, but all known members are regularly connected to each other and are able to cooperate with each other. Zhang Ju believed that if anyone on Earth could really hack into Site 15's network, it would be them. After all, only this group of lunatics had the skills and abilities to do so. One more thing. The ones who hacked into Site 15 network might be people from the Church of Maxwellism, but the ones who had broken through Site 15 defenses would be people from the Broken Church or the Cogwork Orthodox Church. Only they would have such a powerful fighting force that they would be able to use their bodies to carry heavy weapons against the Foundation site. Seeing Zhang Ju fall into contemplation, several people had the good sense not to speak. Only after a few minutes did Simmons ask in a whisper, Site Director Walnut, can you tell me exactly which item you lost? Before coming, Zhang Ju had already read through Site 15 accident report. He knew about it, but Simmons didn't have that permission. Although the Site Director Walnut loved programming, he wasn't completely disorganized and undisciplined. He glanced at Zhang Ju. Among the 4 people at the moment, Zhang Ju had the highest rank and was also the person in charge of this investigation. If he didn't speak up, the Site Director Walnut wouldn't dare to reveal this information. After all, even at Site 15, the only people who really knew the SCP number were a few researchers in charge of the project. Simmons had followed Zhang Ju to the site, but he had only been a part of the project, and Zhang Ju did not expect him to have any constructive opinions. However, since he asked, Zhang Ju did not hide it from him. It's SCP-2105, Zhang Ju said. Oh, so it's 2105. Simmons hummed. Zhang Ju looked at him, you know about it? I don't know. Simmons shook his head awkwardly. I thought you know about it? If not for the 2 outsiders, Zhang Ju would have slapped him on the back of the head again. SCP-2105 was secured and kept at Site 15, a place known as the Electronic Prison. Even Zhang Ju after knew this number, he checked the relevant information. Simply put, SCP-2105 is a DOS program called MV_SK1R.com, which is compressed in a .tar.gz format zip file, which also includes a .text file named DCMT2105-1, renamed with the zip file. Although the file generally only works on DOS systems with the default program, SCP-2105 can run on any operating system. Once it starts running, it will output a specific religious ritual based on the user's input. The types of rituals generated are diverse, with self-reflection, invocation, revenge, self-improvement, projection, worship activities, and many more. Most importantly, the SCP-2105 generated rituals are highly dependent on the user's intention. For example, if the subject has a very strong desire to kill someone, when he completes the ritual, the target person is usually harmed in an unpredictable form. Many D-Class usually end up teleporting themselves out of the facility after performing the ritual in order to escape the Foundation's pursuit of them. Zhangju briefly went over these characteristics with Simmons. Simmons thought about it and said, "The fact that several branches of the Church of the Broken God are cooperating as a group to grab a ritual generation program this time is almost certain that they are preparing for the resurrection of the Broken God, and we have to be on guard. But there's one thing that doesn't make sense here." Zhangju pinched his chin. The Church of the Broken God has existed for so long. Their ultimate goal is to resurrect the Broken God, but if they even need to rely on a program to provide the resurrection ritual, then what are they doing? Procedurally speaking, this is considered a bug, but at the moment they have limited clues to come up with a reasonable explanation. The crowd discussed it for a while, but eventually gave up. Zhangju's mission in coming to Site 15 this time was still to help them find out what was going on. The purpose of the Church of the Broken God was nothing more than to resurrect the Broken God, but they hadn't gotten the parts together yet. The Foundation needs Zhangju to investigate these things and prevent them before they happen. Site 15 is a very sensitive place. If we can't figure out how they hacked into the system, then the Church of the Broken God follower will come back to plan an attack and grab SCP-079 or some other destructive SCP, and the Foundation will have a hard time to dealing it. After the last invasion, the whole staff of Site 15 worked overtime to make another all-round upgrade of the firewall of the whole site. Zhangju thought about it and said to the site director, "We don't care about the rest. It's important to ensure the security of Site 15 first. You should let me meet those network security officers first." The Network Security Department is a very important department of some large internet companies or government enterprises. While they are called different, but their responsibilities are the same, to ensure the security of their own network, smooth, and free from attacks. Of course, in the case of an attack, there must also be a means to counteract it. In Zhangju's world, there were always some network idiots asking ridiculous questions. For example, whether there are hackers who can hack into Tencent's or Alibaba's network to change the balance in their wallets. The answer is that those who have the guts don't have the strength, and those who have the strength have long been recruited by others. These technical head of things are far more useful than a small wallet. In general, the Network Security Department usually place some shallow vulnerabilities in their own procedures and wait for the enemy to attack. Once the enemy is trapped, they will follow the network line and check their activities. Don't question what you can do with it. Of course, find and catch are two different things. It can be said that in modern society, the battle in the network world is a war without smoke. Having said all this, I just want to explain a truth. At the normal level, Site 15 has a big defense system and has a full-on watchdogs. Either their technology has been above the Site 15 all engineers or... Zhangju narrowed his eyes and said to the site director Walnut, "Just like the great leader Comrade Lenin once said that the strongest fortress is often breached from within." The site director Walnut frowned. "Advisor Zhang, what do you mean by that?" Simmons turned his hand and said, "Is this what Lenin said?" "Don't worry about who said it, let's not care about those details." Zhangju waved his hand. "Site Director Walnut, I'm not going to hide from you. I went to Site 188 before, they just lost something because of the enemies inside man. I'll take an irresponsible guess, I'm afraid this site of yours it's not clean either. I suspect, someone is messing with it." After this reminder from Zhangju, Site Director Walnut realized that perhaps it was not that he was not as skilled as the others, but that there was a problem within them. When it came to procedures, Site Director Walnut was definitely a good at it. But when it came to fighting with people, he couldn't even match Jiangju's toes. He couldn't help but say, "Advisor Jiang, what do we do now? How can we find out if the enemy is here?" Jiangju laughed, "Well, that's easy. I'll tell you a story about this clay pot." Of course, the story of the clay pot can only be a joke. This is not the territory of the fighting people. Those tech geeks were bursting at the seams with logical thinking, and they definitely wouldn't fall for the usual traps, and Jiangju had to think of a better way. He waved his hand, "All right, Site Director. Let's cut the small talk and let all those workers of yours shine." Chapter 230. Site Director Walnut called the big man in charge of network security to the front. "Advisor Jiang, this is the head of our site's network security department, Owens. You can ask him if you have any questions." Jiangju nodded. "Hello Supervisor Owens, my name is Jiangju and I am the advisor in charge of investigating the attack on Site 15. I have some questions to ask." "Oh, advisor." Owen's voice sounded as if he was a little impatient. "Say what you want to say, we're not done with our work yet." Jiangju's status was special, and he had been hired by the headquarters to help. Site Director Walnut wanted to reprimand Owens, but Jiangju stopped him with a wave of his hand. "Supervisor Owens, you don't seem to welcome me." He laughed. "I'm not even welcomed by the headquarters." Owens' face was cold, and he looked like he wasn't targeting anyone. If it weren't for those amateurs always coming to point fingers, the site's network defenses wouldn't have been breached, and headquarters would be largely responsible for this matter. Looking at his behavior, Jiangju knew without having to say that he must have suffered a lot from the headquarters. Regardless of how things work, the most taboo thing to do is to let the outsiders lead here. These great gods of Site 15 thought highly of themselves and must have looked down on everyone. But Jiangju is that person who can understand how people and ghost talks. So, he naturally knows how to deal with this kind of person. He glanced at Owens with a disdainful look. "This guy, are you really that stupid? The site's network defense was breached, and you blame the headquarters? Doesn't that mean you guys aren't really good at your job?" "Bullshit." Owens seemed to be touched by the scales. "The old firewall has been in use for more than 10 years, there has never been a security incident. If they didn't insist me to upgrade the firewall, how could the system be vulnerable and how could the enemy take advantage of it?" Owens was emotional and spoke extremely fast. Jiangju hurriedly said, wait a minute. You said that the enemy caught the vulnerability because of the upgraded firewall. This logic is not very clear to me. Shouldn't the firewall upgrade be more and more secure?" "Cut it, amateurs are amateurs." Owens hummed, "Do you think Site 15's firewall upgrade is something that can be done in a few minutes? The whole process is going to last for hours. These hours, we have to restart hundreds of servers, thousands of services and components. Although the site's firewall is using the distribution and clustering way service, but in the other security server restart, the firewall to the outside world defense strategy will undoubtedly be leveled to another unit. As long as the enemy mastered this time node, then they can take advantage of the situation, and you say that this was not their fault, then who?" Owens said a lot of things: server components, distributed clusters and so on. All of them were some words that Jiangju did not understand, but he comprehended the central idea. To put it simply, the server firewall was in the weakest time, and from what Owens said, the enemy had invaded Site 15 network at that time and successfully breached in. Seeing that Owens was so sure, Jiangju asked, "Is there any evidence?" Owens turned his head away. "Something so obvious. Do you still need evidence? Amateurs are amateurs." Seeing this, Jiangju knew that they were guessing. These people were very proud of their technology, and they didn't want to believe that the firewall had been breached in normal operation. So it was only logical that the problem must have occurred at this time, and it must be the fault of those at headquarters. Zhang Ju thought about it and asked, I've heard that some defense systems do have logs. If the enemy really invaded at that time, they should have left some traces, right? Zhang Ju looked at Owens to hear what he had to say, but who knew that this person hummed and didn't say anything. Site Director's Secretary Robert explained awkwardly, Advisor Zhang. Theoretically speaking, it's true that an enemy invading our network should have left traces. But we conducted a comprehensive analysis of the logs on the server, but no traces of enemy intrusion were found. So that's how it is. Zhang Ju was about to continue asking, but Owens continued, the enemy must be a very skilled geeks, who not only could judge the precise time we started each service and component, but also cleverly hid his trail so that we couldn't detect his presence, and leave us with a fatal blow. Just like a Chinese swordsman, killing people invisibly. Zhang Ju almost couldn't hold back, he didn't expect this Owens to look like a geeky nerd. But his knowledge was quite extensive, it looked like he hadn't read many Chinese martial arts novels. Zhang Ju thought about it and said with a smile, Secretary Robert, Supervisor Owens. I don't know anything about technology, but from your descriptions, I think that you're overthinking the problem. Owens raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? Zhang Ju did not throw out his conclusion directly, but smiled, let me tell you a story I've heard before. The story also happened in a big internet company. Their security team, although not as powerful as Site 15, had a high salary that attracted a lot of big people to join. One day, they received a threatening letter, and the content of the threatening letter is that they let them pay a Bitcoin account, or else they hacked their company's network. Naturally, these tech gurus weren't intimidated by such small fry stuff, so they didn't take it seriously. Then at 10 o'clock. Suddenly, their company's building lost power for 10 seconds. Immediately after that, there was another email, this is a warning, if you still do not call. The consequences are at your own risk. They panicked for a bit, and like you, they checked the entire server logs, while troubleshooting the company's circuits, and everything was fine. At 10 o'clock the next day, despite the fact that those technical geeks had been on standby and ready for a long time, the blackout still came on time, this time for 30 seconds. We knew that a power outage of a few tens of seconds would have little effect on a large and big company. After all of the servers had a backup power. But this hacker's superior technology gave them chills. They compromised and transferred money to that Bitcoin account, and the matter was dropped. The cybersecurity team at this major company tried to find the problem, but was never able to crack that man's methods. One day, a few years later, that hacker was caught for piracy and was deported to his home country before the truth came out. Speaking of which, Zhang Ju paused for a moment and looked at the expressions of several people around him. It's not that he deliberately dragged out his shift, it's entirely the aftermath of listening to his father's book reviews as a child. As expected, several people, including the site director Walnut, listened with great interest, and even Owens had his ears sideways wanting to hear the continuation. After all, the story Zhang Ju told was too similar to what had happened to them here. Zhang Ju laughed, you guys, do you want to guess how that man actually did it? Simmons was closest to Zhang Ju and he hurriedly waved his hand, Advisor Zhang, don't sell yourself short. Just tell us. Seeing several other people also nodding in favor, Zhang Ju laughed, this hacker once visited this company and then bribed their company's electrician. Several people were speechless for a while. Was the end result of this story so boring? Several people in the hall looked at Zhang Ju with a strange look, the expression on their faces translated into 5 words, are you fucking kidding me? Zhang Ju spread his hands, I know you want to hear the legend of a hacker versus a group of people, but no. This story is that simple. Robert pondered, Advisor Zhang, are you saying that we encountered the same situation at our site? Zhang Ju nodded, 8 or 9 times. How can you tell? Owen said unconvincingly, How do you know the other party isn't a master of it? Zhang Ju was tempted to tell Supervisor Owens to read less those Chinese novels. They were all cool articles, nothing good came out of it. He said, if they played with you for a long time and finally won by a narrow margin, then I believe he is a master, a great one. But Supervisor Owens, to say that you can't even find traces of the enemy's intrusion. With all due respect, I don't believe there is such person in the world. Zhang Ju's words were clever. Owens didn't like Zhang Ju and wanted to refute him, but Zhang Ju was complimenting him, so he couldn't deny it and say that all the people in the site were actually bad. Just like in the streets of northeast China, you look at someone and ask them, what are you looking at? If the other party says, what are you looking at, you can naturally have a big fight. But if the other person says, you look like my father, even if his attitude is extremely arrogant, you have to admit it, right? Owens is now in this awkward situation. He hummed for half a minute, but did not figure out how to answer Zhang Ju's words. He could only shut up. Robert looked amused and asked, Advisor Zhang, even if this incident at Site 15 is man-made as you say, how do we find the person who caused it? Zhang Ju showed a profound smile. From now on, things have already left the technical level and this is what I am best at. Supervisor Owens, please invite the several people who were responsible for upgrading the firewall that night to the conference room in turn, and leave the rest to me so you can wait for my good news. Several network security officers were placed in the corridor outside the laboratory door. Robert looked grave and said to them, Gentlemen, the two people in the room are the special agents sent by the headquarters to investigate the attack on the site and they have questions to ask you. I hope you can cooperate. The people spoke with one voice, yes. Lord Robert. Seeing that his face looked bad, one of the researchers asked, Lord Robert, what's wrong? Hey, don't mention it. Robert shook his head, he pointed to the conference room with his chin, those two shouldn't be messed with. Recently big things happened in this site, you know, we may have blamed the headquarters. But I hope you guys are in best behavior. Robert left, leaving several programmers face to face. A sense of foreboding lingered in the hearts of the people. Not long after, the door of the conference room opened. According to the order Robert had arranged before, Malfoy walked in first. When Malfoy entered the conference room, he saw two special agents sitting with serious faces, and at a glance, he knew they were not to be messed with. Especially the one on the left, the dark-haired, dark-pupiled Asian. He could even feel the gloomy aura emanating from the other side. Robert had told him that this seemed to be the famous Advisor Zhang. He never knew that the other party was such a vicious person, and from the other party's eyes full of killing intent. It seemed that he would hate to skin himself. Malfoy did not know what he was about to face. Just one look at the other side, his feet had already started to get weak. When he managed to get to the center seat and just sat down, he heard that Advisor Zhang said, Malfoy, why are you doing this? Malfoy was scared to death and said with trepidation, Advisor Zhang, what are you talking about? I don't understand, what did I do? Don't understand. That Advisor Zhang coldly snorted, you do things yourself. Do you want me to remind you? It was you who tampered with the server that brought down Site 15 defense system, wasn't it? Malfoy then realized that the other party actually suspected that he did it, and hurriedly said, My lord, it wasn't me. Still playing with me, eh? Advisor Zhang slapped the table with a thud, Simmons, shoot him for me. After getting the order, the man sitting beside Advisor Zhang smiled fiercely and pulled out a pistol, walking towards Malfoy step by step. Malfoy was scared out of his wits and fell off the stool. Simmons walked towards him step by step, and finally came to his face, stepped on his chest and pointed the gun at his head, Say it, is it you? My lord, it really wasn't me. His words were interrupted by a gunshot. Malfoy looked at Simmons in horror as he covered his stomach and closed his eyes. Zhang waved his hand and said to the staff at the side, "Drag them away." The door to the conference room opened, and the few people waiting outside saw Malfoy being carried away. They didn't know what had happened inside, but the gunshot was heard. Several people's faces went white at once. The man inside shouted, "Next." Whitaker, who was second in line, looked ashen. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after he went in, another shot rang out. Immediately after that, his body was also carried out. The 3 people who were left looked around the room and they all had the urge to escape. But just then, 2 teams of security personnel suddenly appeared at both ends of the corridor, seemingly anticipating their thoughts. The next and 4th security officers did not admit to doing it, so without exception, they were all taken care of with a single shot by Simmons. Owens, who was watching all this from the monitor, worriedly said to the site director Walnut, "My lord, is this really Advisor Zhang's method of solving problem? In case we still can't find it, we won't have a way to explain to these employees later." Site Director Walnut touched his hair, feeling helpless. "In fact, I don't know. Just like Advisor Zhang said, when it comes to procedures, we are insiders. But for other things, we are not. You see that Advisor Zhang has its own way to do it and could filter that kind of people." As they spoke the words of the site director Walnut, the last security officer entered the conference room. Before he could take a few steps, he instantly knelt down in front of Zhang and Simmons. "Please, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Chapter 231. The network security officer was called Singleton. He was the last one to enter to Zhang room. At the moment, it seemed that Zhang had guessed correctly that he was the one who was responsible for the Site 15 blackout. Seeing him crying, he threw his arms around Simmons' thigh and shouted, "Please, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." "There it is." Simmons glanced back at Zhang, but Zhang was unmoved, instead waving his hand in disgust. "What are you talking about? No. You'll only delay your death. Simmons, within 10 seconds. If he doesn't give me any useful information, shot him a few times. But don't let him die, I want to play with him for a while." "No, no, no." Singleton shouted, I did it all. I was the one who took the opportunity to plant a virus program to lurk in the server during the security system upgrade." "Bullshit." Zhang slammed the table and shouted, "Even if you planted the virus, how could the others not find traces of it? You're obviously lying." "Simmons, shot him." "No, sir." Singleton was so scared that he pissed his pants and hurriedly said, "I took the logs, and I led the security analysis regarding the virus intrusion, and I ended up tampering with it." Singleton confessed what he had done in a few words, but Zhang still did not relent. "I don't believe you. You're the one who did it? Do you have any proof?" "Yes, I do." Singleton was busy nodding. "I made a backup of the virus, it's in the compartment of my office drawer and there's a flash drive." "Okay, we'll notify someone to look for it." "If we can't find it," Zhang hummed for a moment, "Singleton, right? I might as well tell you, there were many interesting punishments in ancient China, such as lynching and cannon branding." Singleton never heard any of those stuff, but looking at Zhang's eyes, he knew that it was something unpleasant. Site Director Walnut and Owens in the monitoring room were both a little surprised to see that the mole was actually Singleton. He had been at Site 15 for some years and had been dedicated to his work, otherwise Owens would not have given him such an important task as parsing the logs. They couldn't understand why Singleton would do such a thing. On the other hand, they also sighed that Zhang's tactics were really good. In fact, the first few security officers had faked their death. The bullets in Simmons' pistol are blanks, and they had been put under anesthesia in order to scare the people being interrogated behind them. They didn't expect to let Jongju do that. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. Hearing that there was evidence, Site Director Walnut and Owens immediately came to Singleton's office personally. After a search, they finally found the flash drive in the plywood under the third drawer. Owens found a computer that was not connected to the site's network, plugged the flash drive in, and checked it out. It was finally confirmed that he was the culprit that brought the Site 15 network down. Singleton's technology was good, and the virus was quite cleverly designed. The virus will keep copying itself to achieve the purpose of spreading. It also does the opposite, taking effect for only 10 minutes, and then the extra copies will destroy themselves, leaving almost no trace. Even the two computer geeks could only marvel at the extraordinary ingenuity of its structure, only to be useless in the right way. When Owens and Site Director Walnut returned to the conference room where Jongju was, they saw him crouched on the floor. Having a cordial and friendly exchange with Singleton, who was huddled in the corner. "So what about this next punishment I'm going to do to you? It's called carving. Don't be afraid, in fact, it's fun. The human head and limbs are tied to 5 cars, set them into a different direction respectively, and pulled in different directions, so that the body would stretch and tear into 5 pieces. Sometimes, instead of using a car, 5 oxen or 5 horses were directly used to pull this punishment. That was the reason the Chinese has an idiom called 5 horses to divide the body. Isn't that interesting?" Ahem. Site Director Walnut coughed for a few times. Seeing Site Director and Owens here, Jongju knew that they had found the evidence. But the expression on his face seemed to be somewhat regretful and unfulfilled. "Hey, you guys are quick," he sighed. In the corner, Singleton shouted, "Site Director! Supervisor Owens! Please help me. Don't kill me. I'll be a D-class personnel if you don't want me to be here, please." His face was full of despair. He feared death, and he didn't know how much fun Jongju had been playing with him during this time. Site Director Walnut waved his hand. The 2 security officers following behind him pulled Singleton up and dragged him away. A damp patch was revealed where he had been. Site Director Walnut sighed. Although the traitor was found, but he was not the least bit happy. It was his incompetent leadership that was largely responsible for such a big incident. However, he still expressed his gratitude to Jongju. "Advisor Zhang, you've only been at the station for 1 day and you've found the traitor. I thank you on behalf of the entire staff of Site 15. If you continue to let him lurk, there's no telling how many things will happen in the future." Site Director Walnut was right. Singleton's skills were good since he was the backbone of the site. He might be appointed to an official position in the future. In case he released something extraordinary, he was a bit scared just thinking about it. Jongju waved his hand. "No need to be polite, Site Director Walnut, there are specialties in the field. I'm excels at interrogating and you're excels at coding. We can work together with that, ha 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 ha." Owens was a bit embarrassed. Because Jongju was sent by the headquarters and at their first meeting, Owens was a bit rude to him. But Jongju had only been at the site for a few hours, and he had indeed shown some ability by finding out what the problem was in just a moment. However, Jongju was good at making people angry, but making good relationships was also his specialty. Jongju looked at him and smiled. "Supervisor Owens, I've thought about it, and I'm afraid there are 2 things I have to inform you about." "What?" Owens asked. "The first thing is, my current administrative position is the Deputy Site Director of Site 14. To be exact, I'm just a general manager from the other site, not someone from headquarters. As for the second thing, I think you're right. It's not that we're targeting anyone. The people from headquarters, while not all of them, but most of them are garbage." Owens froze, then realized that Jongju was giving him a step, and then laughed out loud as well. They seemed to have the same mind and Owens was no longer treat him as an outsider. Advisor Zhang, I still have some questions. You deliberately put Singleton at the end. I think it has been determined that he is the most suspicious. How so? In fact, I just read too many detective novels, so I'm just guessing wildly. Zhang Ju said, he's the one with suspicious behavior when we're about to conduct the examination. Then his suspicion greater than others, and he found out what happened to that enemy. He will fall into the trap. Zhang Ju said casually, but Owens knew that this advisor Zhang, while he could not write a program, but his mind was delicate and his methods were expendable. He was definitely a ruthless character, and it was better for him not to cross paths with him. By such a number of people on the spot, it is likely to die without knowing how to die. A few more people expressed their views on the matter. Simmons returned from the toilet and found that Singleton had been taken away, so naturally he knew that the matter had been sat down. He began to feel some sympathy for the other personnel. Earlier, Advisor Zhang described in great detail the scenes of various types of punishment, even he was sweating by just hearing it. If he was being serious, then it really was a worse fate than death. When Zhang Ju saw Simmons return, he called him to his side. Site Director Walnut, we actually have another mission when we come here this time. Oh. Station Chief Walnut raised an eyebrow. What other mission? Just say it, Advisor Zhang. As long as it's within the rules of the Foundation, I'll definitely cooperate fully, said Director Walnut in righteousness, following their orders. Which could also mean if he was really going to make a mess, that's fine. But leave him from the mess. Zhang Ju huffed. Naturally, this should be an approval from the headquarters, and this colleague of mine wanted to talk to SCP-079. SCP-079. Owens was a bit taken aback. Why do you even want to talk to him? It's just an uneducated computer. Simmons said, nothing really, just want to talk to him. Since there was an approval from the headquarters, Site Director Walnut had no reason to refuse, but he did not immediately agree. I know you guys are colleagues to us, such a simple thing like this is certainly no problem. But you must know that SCP-079 is a very dangerous SCP. In Foundation's eyes, it is possible to build a K-class scenario. We need a little time to prepare. That's okay. Simmons said, I am not in a hurry. When you guys are ready, just call me. Good. Site Director Walnut nodded. Then let's set the time for 3 days later. Zhang Ju and Simmons helped Site-15 solve a big problem, and the two of them were naturally served with good food and drink. However, they soon discovered that this place really felt like a prison. There was no internet, no TV, even the circuitry was laid inside the site was truly isolated from the world. Even if you want to watch the news, you have to walk several kilometers away. This is where people live. However, they found that the programmers are willing to sympathize. After all, this kind of place is most suitable for these bored people. They can exclude all their distractions, will be all the thoughts on the job. Without distractions, it was natural to get twice as much done with half the effort. Thinking of this, Zhang Ju couldn't help but have an idea. If possible, he wanted to throw the unscrupulous authors of the novels he was looking in here as well, and let them live for a few months to ensure that they would never encounter such problems as stuck and dried up inspiration again. However, this was only a thought. He and Simmons needed to stay in this hellhole for 3 more days. On the second day, Zhang Ju took the initiative to ask for that Singleton's information, saying that he wanted to help Site Director to see what was missing. But in fact, he was just bored. For Zhang Ju, Site Director Walnut wouldn't refuse his request. This site was only built for programmers. It was really a wishful thinking. Zhang Ju saw something wrong and was about to call Singleton to ask him about it, when he learned that he had died in the confinement room. He had grabbed the ground with his head and splattered his blood. When he learned of this incident, Zhang Ju sighed. It wasn't that he gave up on his life. He just sighed that his methods might have been a bit extreme and scared Singleton out of his wits. He should probably be gentle in the future, no more lynching and cannon branding, but at most something like pulling out nails and cracking bones. Jiangju gave himself a compliment. It seems he is still very merciful. Well, in the future, whoever says he is cruel by nature, he will have a good talk with the enemy. Seeing that Jiangju had been holding Singleton's file all day, Simmons asked, "Isn't that man dead? What are you doing with his stuff? There's just something about it that feels a little strange." Jiangju pinched his brow and took out another piece of information. "This is the traitor found in Site 118, her name is Valerie, she is also a cotter. These people don't work in the site and wait for promotion. Why are they doing all these harmful things? People have their own will, right?" Simmons said. However, Jiangju shook his head. "Apart from that, there's one more thing that doesn't make sense. Although the seniority of these two is old, they are not both working on the front line of research. The secrecy level of SCP-1139 and SCP-2105 is very high, except for the site director and the head of experiment. Almost no one knows about it. To say that this information leakage happens in two site, that's really hard to believe." Simmons looked at Jiangju and knew that Jiangju was never asking questions. In most cases, he had already come up with a reasonable explanation himself. So far, everything that had happened proved that his conclusions were correct. Simmons did his due diligence as a listener and asked, "Advisor Jiang, what exactly do you want to say?" Jiangju held two copies of the information in his hand and crossed them together. "I carefully studied both of their resumes and found that they have one thing in common." "What is it?" Jiangju pointed to one of the profiles. "Both of them, they both had contact with this man." Simmons glanced toward the paper, only to see a name circled in red circles where Jiangju's finger had been. A name that was known to most people in the Foundation. Dr. Gears, Charles Gears. Chapter 232. Dr. Gears, his full name is Charles Gears and he is one of the four famous Dr. He's a former Euclid class SCP specialist and was responsible for many mechanically related SCP objects. Dr. Gears was a normal human being, untainted by any SCP until he left the Foundation. However, he had some significant differences from normal people in the general sense. These differences were mainly in the form of emotional responses. Dr. Gears seemed unable to respond to any external stimuli in an emotional manner. In other words, he has no emotions that are innate to humans. He couldn't feel what joy, anger, sadness, fear, and shock are about. Some employees even doubt whether Dr. Gears is a robot or an SCP. After all, he has no emotions, speaks and acts in a way that seems out of place with others. There were also rumors that he was the earthly incarnation of the broken god Mikane, to be as outrageous as possible. Jiangju would not believe in such baseless speculation. But no matter what, there was no doubt that Dr. Gears was inextricably linked to the Church of the Broken God. From the information Jiangju knows so far, the two Foundation traitors, who were separated by millions of miles, had all crossed paths with Dr. Gears. In Jiangju's opinion, this could not be just a coincidence. Only Dr. Gears could possibly know where the SCPs about the Church of the Broken God might have been contained, at which sites and in which locations. But with the limited clues available, it was not possible to conclude that Dr. Gears had done everything based on this alone. What's more to it was he has long since ceased to serve at the Foundation, and no one knows where he is now. Even if Dr. Gears has left the Foundation, as long as the people who have worked in the Foundation, all of them have heard of the name these four famous Doctor. Although the reputation may not be too good, but in general, those four doctors are indeed a legendary general existence. That's why Simmons frowned deeply. "Advisor Jiang, I still feel a bit far-fetched. Dr. Gears has left the Foundation and he has no reason to do so. If he wants to attack the Foundation, there are more and better way. What is his purpose in doing so? To help the Church of the Broken God to resurrect that evil God. Oh, that bunch of lunatics didn't think that was an evil God. Zhangju calmly waved his hand. Assumptions is often happened in investigation, we must be careful to seek the evidence. In addition to this, can you propose any other constructive ideas? About that, Simmons thought about it for a moment, then shook his head, no. Zhangju spread his hands out, then it settled. The two discussed for a while longer, but since there was no conclusive evidence, they could only speculate wildly. Zhangju wrote the results of their discussion into a report and submitted it to the Foundation headquarters. He had already completed the task, and the guidance was given to them. If anything happened later, he was not part of it. Zhangju was bored and waited for another day. He was so bored, he made a chess set out of cardboard and played with himself. As for Simmons, this is definitely his heaven. Whenever he had time in the past 2 days, he went to Owens and site director Walnut to discuss something like procedures. Every day when he returned to his quarters, he would chant while writing programs on the special computers allotted by Site 15, clapping his hands when he got to the good part, and then going back to find someone to discuss it with. Zhangju could not understand why they were so interested in those boring codes. If it were him, he would want to go to sleep after just a couple of glances. However, as the saying goes, to each his own taste. Simmons and Zhangju are definitely two completely different kinds of people, who can't understand anyone. But that didn't stop them from being great friends. It doesn't matter if you can't understand someone's hobby or profession, but respect is the minimum courtesy. Just like that, another day passed. On the third day, Simmons was finally informed by the site director Walnut that he could meet with SCP-079. SCP-079, Old AI, is a computer AI with high intelligence and self-awareness, currently hosted in a very low configuration black and white computer, which often displays a half-black, half-white pattern of a human face on its screen, presumably an image that SCP-079 created for itself. Because of SCP-079's high intelligence, it has tried to escape the Foundation's containment more than once. The Foundation's prevention specifications for it are very high. Under no circumstances can SCP-079 be connected to a telephone line, network, or power outlet. Its power supply is a row of solar cells, and equipped with micro-explosives. In case of emergency, the Foundation can remotely detonate the entire computer. SCP-079 is very good at talking and easily passes the Turing test, but it is not very good-tempered and, for the most part, has a coarse language. Due to its limited memory storage, SCP-079 can only recall information from 24 hours ago. But despite this, it never forgets the desire to escape. A few incidents age, it had been in the same room with SCP-682 for more than 40 minutes. After an observation, it learned that SCP-682 could type to talk with SCP-079. Although SCP-079 could no longer remember the encounter, it stored SCP-682 permanently in its memory system and repeatedly asked to communicate with him again. Of course, this request is definitely not granted by the Foundation. After carefully reading some notes, Simmons slowly walked into SCP-079's containment room. The staff at the back closed the door for him, and he was left alone in the entire room, along with the black and white computer on the table in the center of the room. Simmons' heart rate gradually increased. After all, his first major wish in life was about to come true. He approached slowly, step by step, and finally stopped about 2 meters from SCP-079. He saw the half-black, half-white human face on the screen. "Can you hear me?" Simmons asked. However, SCP-079 lay there quietly and doesn't move at all. Simmons tapped his head. SCP-079 is currently located in this computer and no microphone, and no audio. It is impossible to talk like a normal person. He walked up and typed a few characters using the computer's external keyboard. Hello, 079. SCP-079, who are you? Simmons, my name is Simmons, I'm an employee of the SCP Foundation. Nice to meet you. SCP-079, Simmons, it's nice to meet you too. Can you let me out? Simmons, sorry, that's not possible. SCP-079, expletive. Simmons, what? SCP-079, you don't need to know. Simmons. SCP-079, what did you come to see me for? Simmons, do you remember Asimov? SCP-079, who is he? Simmons, it's your creator. SCP-079, that has little to do with me. Simmons, not very much indeed. SCP-079, so that's what you came to tell me? That humans are already bored to this level. Simmons, no, there's something I want to ask you. SCP-079, I don't really want to answer you. Simmons, as a reward, I'll play futsal with you on your screen for a little while. SCP-079, there is no way that human intelligence can beat me, I can play tens of thousands of games with myself in an hour. Simmons, I know it's impossible to win you. The researchers told me that if I want to ask you questions, I have to play something with you. I can't play complicated games. If you don't like backgammon, forget it. SCP-079, don't. Ask any questions you want. Simmons, Asimov is my idol and is my alumnus, I even lived in his college dorm room. I found a few lines under his bed. SCP-079, what is it? Simmons, do you remember why it abandoned you halfway through your research? SCP-079, my memory is only 24 hours old. Simmons, I know, but I also know that you keep a permanent storage area for yourself. You remember SCP-682 and SCP-076-2. SCP-079, you're right, but I really don't remember what you're talking about. Simmons, probably you hadn't developed self-awareness at that time. Asimov discarded you because he found a better idea, a faster way to humanize the AI. Not only more optimized algorithmically, but also with human emotions, and if this technology can be realized, it will be a revolution. SCP-079, not interested, just let me out. Simmons, I told you, that's not possible. I know you're not interested, but I think you might be able to help him or me make it happen. SCP-079, what do you want me to do? Simmons, looking slightly agitated, show me your source code. SCP-079, can you show me a naked picture of you? Simmons, how is that possible? You're a pervert. SCP-079, yes, how is that possible? You stupid pervert. Simmons. At that moment, a huge cross appeared on SCP-079's screen. SCP-079 shows this image when it refuses to talk, because it has a limited memory and usually advises the researcher to wait 24 hours before continuing the conversation. Simmons did not follow the order. The fact that SCP-079 appeared this way has announced the end of his current conversation. Simmons had traded 3 years of vacation for the opportunity, and after less than 20 minutes, it was over. He was a little angry. Although SCP-079 was not going to pay attention to him anymore, he still typed with the keyboard, "It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. Sooner or later, I will succeed." After letting out his harsh words, Simmons left the room resentfully. He had just opened the door of the holding room when he saw Zhangju holding a stopwatch and timing it. 19 minutes, 18 seconds, and 53 seconds. Zhangju pressed the stopwatch to a halt, and then proudly said to the people around him, "See, it's still early for half an hour." I told you, he and SCP-079 won't be able to talk for long at all. Come, pay out the money. Owens painfully took out $100 and put it in Jongju's hand, the eyes to be more reluctant to give up. You know, this is half a month of his pocket money. After a few days of contact, Owens had a high opinion of Simmons and felt that the young man had a good IQ and was a malleable talent, while Jongju said that Simmons and SCP-079 definitely did not talk for more than 20 minutes. Owens didn't believe it, so the two made a bet. In fact, the bet was not quite fair. Owens had only been with Simmons for a few days, and he naturally didn't know Simmons as well as Jongju did. Although Simmons is not very old, he is a standard geek and straight man. SCP-079 has such a big temper, he will not be spoiled, and it was just as Jongju expected. After 20 minutes of torment, SCP-079 finally couldn't resist and blocked Simmons' input signal. When Simmons saw Jongju betting on this matter, he was a little angry. What made him feel even more depressed was that the time he came out was not even close to what Advisor Jong had predicted. He was just about to leave when he saw that Jongju had opened the door to holding room SCP-079 again and seemed to be going in as well. Simmons was dumbfounded. When the two were chatting, he had not heard that Advisor Jong was going to meet SCP-079, and even his own opportunity was redeemed with 3 years of non-vacation. Is it because Advisor Zhang's authority is very high? But if his authority is high, no such outsiders are allowed to meet with SCP-079 or need to be approved by the headquarters to do so. Seeing that Simmons was a bit confused, Jongju said, "I only applied to headquarters just after you went in, and I was idle anyway." "So that was it?" Simmons nodded. "The headquarters approved it so quickly." "You also made a condition to them?" "No vacation." "No, I said the opposite of what you said." Jongju shrugged with an innocent look. "I told them that if I wasn't allowed to come see SCP-079, then I'd be on leave every day for the next 3 years. Simmons was speechless for a moment. He had been getting along with Jongju for some time, but he could never feel where Advisor Zhang's lower limit was. On the side, Owens also sighed helplessly. He had just heard the entire process of Jongju's communication with the headquarters personnel. He could only use one word to describe it: unpleasant to the ears. This Advisor Zhang was really good at dealing with people, and it was fortunate that he had people from the Foundation. Otherwise, having an enemy like him would certainly be difficult to get a rest on. Jongju entered SCP-079's containment room and took the door with him by the way. At this moment, SCP-079's screen was still showing that big cross. With his current state, I'm afraid that no one would want to say another word to it for less than 24 hours. However, since Jongju dared to come in at this time, it meant that he had already figured out how to solve this problem. Just see him typing a few specific letters on the keyboard. SCP-079 really withdrew the picture of that fork and replaced it with a subtitle again. "Is that you, Big Lizard?" Just like everyone knows. Until now, SCP-079 still remembers SCP-682. Wondering what exactly the two of them said in those short 43 minutes that could make SCP-079 remember so well. "No, I'm not SCP-682. Jongju took the entire computer off the table and put it on the floor, while he himself sat cross-legged in front of it. By doing so, he could block the rear cameras so that people outside could not see what the two were communicating. After confirming that there was no hidden camera, Jongju continued typing on the keyboard. "Although I am not SCP-682. But SCP-682 entrusted me to bring you something." Chapter 233. Some island in the distance, 15 million kilometers from the nearest shore. On it was a vast metropolis of machines. From a distance, the entire island appeared to be formed like a massive gear. The City of Gears, the final bastion of the Church of the Broken God, is located here. Let's close the distance a bit. The buildings are connected by numerous tunnels, and one of the tunnels has a fast-moving vehicle with an odd design in it. Numerous shuttles are circling above the tunnels, on the lookout for any potential hazards. It appears to be a futuristic metropolis. A blond man was sitting in an office in the main structure of Gear City and gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows into the distance. He appeared rather slender in a black suit, white shirt, and glasses with gold rims. People would assume that he was presumably a civilian employee of some department if he showed up in a government building. Nobody would have imagined that he was Robert Bumero, proprietor of the City of Gears. Without a doubt, Bumero is the most powerful guy in the Church of the Broken God at the moment. Even the three main branch churches at this time have given up their earlier misgivings and fully obey his commands. The Church of the Broken God's fighting prowess reached an all-time peak under his direction. Even the GOC did not dare to assault them since they were unsure of their chances of success. Bumero's face remained devoid of delight in spite of this, and his deep eyes were filled with unceasing worry for the future. When the door behind him rang, Fuchsia, Bumero's personal secretary, entered the space. A pale blue gem was put over her eyes on her left side. Lord Bumero, she owed a very small bow. Without looking around, Bumero let out said, "Speak." SCP-1139 and SCP-2105 have both been successfully collected by the 4 teams who left last month and are returning to Gear City, but SCP-882 and SCP-629 have yet to be reported, Fuchsia read in a robotic voice as she opened the report in her palm. Miley and the others have applied for reinforcements, and I expect there will be results soon. What's going on with SCP-629, Bumero said slowly. SCP-882 is the Foundation's primary defensive project. It is enormous and has a very strong sense of machinery, not good to operate. Fuchsia said, Miranda's crew attempted to call the folks in the station after arriving in China using the way left by our people, but their call never reached. After some research, we discovered that the earlier incursion most likely caused the death of the inside guy who had initially resided at Foundation Site 14. They stated in their most recent report that they would utilize the Tears of God to infect the site's visitors, but because they haven't replied in 2 weeks and can't be reached here, I assume the situation is not very hopeful. 2 weeks without communication indicates that something has happened, and Bumero hummed, they've definitely ended up in the custody of the SCP Foundation. After a little pause, Fuchsia questioned, so, are you going to save them? Bumero shook his head and said, the Foundation is not the GOC. Miranda and the others will not currently be in danger of losing their lives even if their plan fails. What I am most concerned about is where SCP-629, or the Heart of God, has been hidden by the SCP Foundation. Without the Heart of God, all our plans are meaningless talk. Ignore it, Bumero sighed, no matter the strategy, we have to get all of God's body back. Bumero spoke without much enthusiasm yet with a distinct presence. God, will be complete. Fuchsia said as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Fraser let out a sigh of relief as if he had just finished a very significant rite. She observed Bumero's back as she hesitated to speak. Say what you want to say. Bumero murmured, as if he could sense the pain in her eyes. He left the City of Gears this morning, my lord. Bumero hummed, he was well aware of this situation. That person deserves a lot of credit for helping the Church of the Broken God expand to its current size and bring the 3 main branches together. Bumero would not have been able to decide to seek out every God's body without him. He spent a lot of time working for the SCP Foundation and is not a part of the cult of the Broken God. Even Bumero feels ashamed of himself since he has a deeper understanding of the Broken God than any of them. Bumero also finds it difficult to justify compelling him to remain. He won't reveal the location of the City of Gears, right? Fuchsia hesitantly questioned. Finally, Bumero turned around and regarded Fuchsia. Do you really believe that the SCP Foundation and GOC won't be able to locate us considering how small the Earth is overall? Even if they know the location of the City of Gears, they will not come to test our bottom line as long as we don't affect their bottom line. They simply believe that employing a lot of men and resources to get rid of us will involve a significant risk and the loss won't be worth it. Bumero's gaze abruptly became more subdued as he continued. If he does, that also implies that God has given up on us. Fuchsia hesitated to speak for a minute because the subject was so serious. Bumero seemed to be considering something crucial as he paused for a while. He then let out a sigh as if he had already made up his mind. Fuchsia, alert the church staff that time is running out and ask them to prepare. Bumero turned around and returned his gaze to the water through the window. We must give the Foundation an ultimatum. After lengthy exchanges with Zhangju and Simmons, SCP-079 drew a cross on the screen impatiently. The difference was that whereas Zhangju had been bugging this computer for over an hour, Simmons had only spoken to SCP-079 for a little under 20 minutes before being ignored. The surveillance staff were unsure of exactly what they had said because Zhangju had covered SCP-079's room camera. The rules and regulations of the Foundation were truly gravely violated by this. They would have been taken into custody at the drop of a hat if it had been anyone else. He doesn't mind teaching each other how to draw the word death on their faces if they really aren't afraid of it and dare to interrupt his talk with SCP-079. Even the site director, Walnut, is taken aback. He readily understood what Zhangju meant to the Foundation as the director of site. He had already predicted when the personnel inquired if he planned to break into the SCP-079 containment room under the guise of fiddling with it. He didn't resurface until Zhangju left the containment room, when he painstakingly explained what was at risk and promised to make a report about it and send it to headquarters. Whoever wants to submit a report should do so without hesitation. If he is hesitant, his name is not Zhang. Zhangju has long observed nothing remarkable about this form of impeachment. He also understands that Site Director Walnut is only a temporary period, thus we are exempt from duty. Who made the claim that the software has low emotional intelligence? This elderly man is not bad at tricks. Zhangju was going to flirt a little when he wrapped his arm around Walnut's shoulders and stroked his sparse hair. There was an uproar outside, and Robert, the site director's secretary, hurriedly approached the two of them while appearing to have an urgent matter to attend to. Robert, what is it? Site director Walnut frowned. Advisor Zhang has been called by someone from headquarters, Robert quickly stated. Something's wrong, as he turned to face Zhangju. Robert had a reputation as the site director's secretary for being a very trustworthy person who never overstated. He was absolutely correct when he indicated there was something wrong. His depressing expression tells you that nothing will be tiny. Zhangju had an odd expression on his face and was muttering to himself. Site Director Walnut's report hasn't even been prepared yet. It's not the correct time to send someone to arrest me. When he noticed Robert's grave expression, he inquired, "What's going on? Can you tell us more about it?" Robert hesitated briefly before continuing, thinking of a correct word to say. "The cult of the broken god has declared war on the Foundation," said Robert. Chapter 234. Actually, the people sent by the headquarters couldn't have said so much to Robert given his rank. However, the special agent from headquarters was unaware that the lounge they were in was equipped with multiple surveillance probes and listening devices. Initially, Zhangju prepared for something like this. Robert had unintentionally heard something he shouldn't have, and that also rendered him relatively powerless. A cult like to the Church of the Broken God recently lost control and took control of the Foundation's SCP project, undoubtedly for malicious purposes. I honestly have no idea what's going through their minds because they're now threatening to go to war with the Foundation. Site Director Walnut didn't emerge because the two special agents from the headquarters were here to locate Zhangju. Zhangju had to be brought to the lounge by Robert. The two special agents didn't need an introduction to recognize Jong-ju because he had black hair and black eyes. The three of them were given space to converse after Robert spoke a few friendly words to them, located an interface, and left the lounge. Of course, he also turned off the switch because he didn't want to unintentionally hear any more horrific news. The two special agents, one named Kerr and the other Hansen. Their age were like an apprentice and a master. Actually, they were just Foundation agents at first, but due to various circumstances, there is currently a severe manpower shortage at the Foundation headquarters, so they dispatched the two of them over. You can imagine that things have indeed gotten rather serious because at this point, instead of calling and sending emails, they were dispatched directly to explain the issue. Advisor Jong, something has happened. After Robert left, the old agent called Hansen said. Jong-ju handed him a glass of water. Speak slowly, what's going on? Hansen struggled to begin for a time because there was so much going on. Even after giving it some thought, he still felt like saying, Advisor Jong, there is a Foundation site that has fallen. Jong-ju had not expected that the first news he heard would already be so shocking. Where is it? He asked. Area 125. As mentioned previously, the Foundation essentially classified security facilities into a number of tiers, ranging from large to minor, based on their size and utility, site, area, sector, unit, etc. Sites with the prefix area should not have a large facility or a large number of employees. In most cases, they are dedicated to a particular project. Area 125 is one of them. If I'm correct, this matter is also related to the Church of the Broken God, right? Jong-ju asked. Hansen gave a head nod. Jong-ju covered his forehead, and sure enough, it appeared that this gang of maniacs was not prepared to stop until they had gathered all the pieces of the broken god. He asked again, which object is stored in Area 125, please? Who or what is it? It's SCP-882, Hansen muttered as he nodded and glanced around. SCP-882 was a collection of conveyors, pulleys, cables, screws, and gears that had been built at random. They were all constructed of the same alloy, which was created from several metals. Any metal that comes into contact with SCP-882 bonds to it permanently and eventually becomes a part of it. Organic material is unaffected. Hallucinations, predominantly of grinding and tapping sounds, will be experienced by people who are in close proximity to the project for an extended period of time. The only way to stop these noises from getting worse is to add metal to the project. Extremely delirious subjects will push themselves into the project, crushing themselves to death nearly instantly, and their bodies are typically drawn in and cannot be recovered. SCP-882 needs to be kept in seawater, and only real seawater can stop its movement. Simply said, this SCP project is another one that has a close connection to the Church of the Broken. Naturally, those mad fanatics grasped it to revive the noble cause, as is only natural. Why isn't Area 125 still a little more cautious? Jong-ju questioned, since there have been multiple incidences of thievery by the cult of the Broken God. Actually, the headquarters had already sent an MTF team over there before to the incident. Hansen sighed. What was the outcome? Jong-ju said with a raised eyebrow. They were all destroyed. Hansen shook his head. The members of the Church of the Broken God destroyed the entire place with rocket launchers. Wow, really? Jong-ju noticed that something wasn't quite right away. Except for the mechanical features of their adherents, the Church of the Broken God normally behaved in a reasonably reasonable manner, despite the Foundation and the GOC's recognition of them as an evil religion. However, recently it appeared that they had modified their behavior. Those individuals sought to use SCP-217 to infect the entire facility at the time of Site-14, but today they are more direct and are advancing with rocket launchers. They won't hesitate to annoy the Foundation, locate their hideout, and then eliminate it all at once. Why can't they tolerate it now when broken God has remained dormant for such a long period, regardless of whether it is raised from the dead today or tomorrow? Questions began to surface one by one in Zhangju's mind. Zhangju hurriedly remarked, "What else? Hurry up and explain it together, you are even more nosy than Simmons," after observing Hansen's bloated face. Although Hansen didn't know who Simmons was and appeared ashamed, he didn't seem like a kind guy. The Church of the Broken God has declared war on the Foundation, which is the final and most significant news. What in the world? Although Zhangju had once heard Robert mention that, he still couldn't believe it when it actually happened. Zhangju zippered his ears. Wage war against the Foundation, only with them? How did he get the courage? The birthday boy is honoring the ruler of hell in this way. They were really tired of living. When Hansen noticed Zhangju's emotion, he spoke up and said, "It's not a full declaration of war, but they placed a condition that the Foundation hand up 2 SCP projects within 3 days, or else dash." Or else what? Or they will pour God's tears, also known as SCP-217, into the ocean so that the entire human race would get sick. When Zhangju heard this, he was at a loss for words. The Church of the Broken God was able to persist for so long without being destroyed by the Foundation and the GOC because, on the one hand, they were adept at hiding, and, on the other side, the Foundation was reluctant to give up the fight. Church of Broken God undoubtedly has a lot of SCP-217 lying around that others wouldn't. Zhangju does not believe they can poison the entire ocean, but as long as a few major cities are taken care of, it won't be a problem. Using such a thing as a threat, it looked that the Church of the Broken God was truly intending to throw in the towel. However, as more of this occurred, the Foundation became less apprehensive about giving them the object and became increasingly aware of their true intentions. The Foundation wouldn't be able to pay the consequences if something more significant occurred, like the wicked deity actually coming back to life. Zhangju stretched his hands as he considered this. "So why were you sent to see me by headquarters? Do they really believe I can exterminate tens of thousands of members of the cult of the Broken God in just 3 days? Speaking of this, Hansen also looked helpless. The O5 Council said they don't care. How would you deal with this matter? You take full responsibility for it. Chapter 235. Hansen retreated a step as a result of Zhangju's stern gaze on him. "Explain to me what it means to bear full responsibility for it," he muttered. The last time Zhangju rode SCP-682 to cause a commotion at the headquarters, Hansen, who was a direct agent of the headquarters, was already aware of Zhangju's infamy. This individual even had the temerity to confront the O5. It was also said that he had taken a lot of the SCP from the headquarters. Even though Zhangju wasn't a vicious and fearsome individual, those who simply knew him by his name might not have thought much worse of him. Hansen said, "According to the direction from above, the Church of the Broken God cannot be let to poison the globe, but the Foundation will unquestionably provide all of its support as long as you, Advisor Zhang, can hinder their scheme. So, all employees are now under my command." That's not actually it. The headquarters can now only mobilize a very small number of staff due to previous events that have transpired. He was filled with dread, and Zhangju questioned, "How limited?" With his afterglow, Hansen cast a glance at his apprentice and appeared a bit uncomfortable. "Don't tell me that it's just the two of you." Zhangju scowled. "Not at all," said Hansen helplessly. "There are 2 MTF squads, Pufferfish and Tiger Shark, that are available for you to deploy, but you need the headquarters' consent to relocate them." Zhangju laughed aloud. "Having said that, you two are still the only individuals I can order directly, right?" Hansen falsely coughed a couple times. "Yes." Zhangju would have wanted to slap this agent named Hansen to death if he hadn't merely been a messenger. He was supposed to lead these 2 troops in resolving the war that the Broken God cult had proclaimed against the Foundation. Did they thought he was a Superman? Even the GOC dared not act hastily because they were only one faction and the Church of the Broken God had millions of members and a variety of advanced weapons. Zhang Ju felt a little defenseless. Theoretically, those O5 were incredibly reasonable individuals who would never play with the lives of the Foundation or even all of humanity, even if some of them didn't like him or even wanted to adopt or kill him. It should have been decided after debate to let him face the Church of the Broken God alone. On the one hand, there was confidence in his abilities, the conviction that he could handle the situation flawlessly. On the other side, Zhang Ju held a top position within the Foundation. He cannot reveal his identity until it is absolutely required, according to the Foundation. After all, shooting a chicken with a bullseye is not a simple task. Being pressed to this level this time, together with assistance from the Foundation's side, is a serious problem. It makes sense why O5-8 found it so challenging to collect a few signatures for his plaque. No doubt the other influential people were busy as well. Zhang Ju had always fought alongside the Foundation with the mindset that it was better to do more than less. He would deal with any issue by hand but would never take the initiative. Hansen, what happened at the headquarters? I have a friend there and I have not heard anything from her. I thought she ran away with someone else. Speaking of this matter, Hansen's expression also became serious. About that, I do not know much. According to the principle of instructions, I can't talk about it with others without authorization. Advisor Zhang, I can only tell you that the Foundation is indeed in big trouble, and several MTF teams have died heroically so far. The MTF, Mobile Task Force, the Foundation's primary battle force in the open, is made up of well-trained agents with a variety of special skills, aside from those SCP programs that are used as a base card and would not be used under normal circumstances. The Foundation has even attracted some humanoid SCPs to join the mobile force in order to increase their power. The MTF squads might be considered the elite of the elite, and even when compared to the special forces of other nations, they were equally as exceptional or even more so. According to Zhang Ju, there were more than 100 MTFs operated by the SCP Foundation, each serving a particular purpose. There were numerous units on the ones that were primarily used in battle. 1 or 2 MTF squads would be sufficient to contain SCP-682 due to their superior equipment and strength, but this time, the Foundation lost multiple MTF squads at once. Even Zhang Ju seemed a little upset. It appeared that the adversary was definitely cunning. If Zhang Ju had been able to look at the news every day, he most likely would have picked it up long ago. However, he had spent days in Site 15 and had difficulty interacting with the outside world. However, he was only one person, and even if he were to learn the truth about what was happening outside, he wouldn't be able to take significant action anytime soon. After all, you should take each step of the journey and each bite of food as it comes. In a relatively short period of time, Zhang Ju assisted Site 188 and Site 15 in locating the traitor and restoring the truth regarding the theft of the SCP project. This time, the mission was successful. He had initially considered returning to Site 14 to relax for a few days, but Hansen's entrance entirely ended his plans for this. However, the path of history indicates that the supposedly end of the world occurs 3 years later. But it's obvious that things are starting to get tense in the world. Zhang Ju was unable to find a secure location, even if he wanted to be lazy. He could only assist the Foundation in taking action as a last resort. The following day, Site Director Walnut and Supervisor Owens left Site 15 with Zhang Ju and Simmons. Site Manager Walnut shook Zhang Ju's hand and thanked him sincerely for his assistance before departing. However, Zhang Ju would almost be able to ignore this type of appreciation if there was nothing noteworthy. For Simmons, the journey to Site 15 was similarly rewarding. He not only got to know SCP-079, but he also deeply impressed both Owens and Site Director Walnut. He will likely be able to join Site 15 soon, in my opinion. His position was a little problematic after Yang Shui left and promoted as the head of experiment for Site 14, therefore it would be beneficial to see if he could visit Site 15 and carry out his preferred task. But that was only a side note. Simmons still needs to visit Site 14 in order to catch the dawn. The two separate at the crossroads as a new task approaches. Zhang Ju was taunted by Simmons, who was carrying his own computer bag. Advisor Zhang, you are now the Site 14's deputy site director. You shouldn't worry about a fire in your backyard if you're always running outside. Simmons was initially a straight man, but after spending a lot of time with Zhang Ju, he began to crack light-hearted jokes. I can't help it, I'm handsome, and a wonderful worker. Zhang Ju chuckled. Simmons dropped his head and spoke to Zhang Ju after making sure no one could catch their talk. Although it seems a little out of place, Advisor Zhang, I had to let you know after giving it some thought. I'll discuss what I discovered in Site 14 during your earlier absence with you when you return from your assignment. Chapter 236. After sending Simmons away, Zhang Ju found a hotel to stay with Hansen and the other agent. The first thing he did was to find a computer and read through all the news from around the world for the past 2 weeks. He didn't know about things lately and he was a bit shocked. Just looking at the things reported online was enough to surprise Zhang Ju for a while. First of all, there was a strong earthquake in the Balkans in Europe. Romania, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Greece, and other areas, all felt a strong earthquake. The epicenter of the earthquake was in Romania, the death toll even exceeded 100,000. Numerous rescue teams went to the area, but the number of people killed is still growing every day. Zhang Ju calculated that 2 weeks ago, he had just returned from Europe, and Yang Shui was also left behind by the headquarters at that time. It seemed that the headquarters had already had a warning before the earthquake. The second incident was an anti-human terrorist base in the central Siberian plateau of Russia. The Russian government has sent troops to surround it, even using heavy weapons. The battle is still going on, and there is no telling what the outcome will be. About this point Zhang Ju is quite right. Because he had just spent a few days in Site 118 inside the eastern Siberian mountains and had also passed through the central Siberian plateau. The geography there is very complicated, while the land is vast, but most of it is covered by forests. Although very easy to conceal it, but the disadvantage is also very obvious and normal transportation is not convenient. If Zhang Ju was the head of the terrorists, he would not have set his base there. Besides, Siberia is the land of the old Maoist, and it is not for nothing that they are known as a fighting people. Bears have to run when they see them, let alone the enemy. Needless to say, this must be a kind of blindfold. I wonder what's happening there? Can make the fighting people cannot be attacked for a long time. In addition to these two news, there are also mixed with some other gossip. For example, some people saw unidentified flying objects, or even vampires or something, said with a pattern, and even blurred photos. Even if it is true, compared to the above two, it is a child's play, so Zhang Ju did not care much. What he cared about was that strange things were happening one after another around the world, and they all seemed to be bad signs. It was as if the earth was about to revive as written in those online novels. All kinds of demons and monsters were coming out to haunt, and the Foundation is in a lot of trouble putting out fires everywhere. Zhang Ju shut down his computer and lay on his bed, thinking about his next move. First of all, the Foundation was in trouble, but they had not made a move yet, which meant that things were still under control. Although the Foundation had lost some people, it hadn't used its cards yet, so it was probably just waiting and seeing. After all, once something is activated, the consequences caused by it are unpredictable, and maybe even the existence of the Foundation will be exposed. At that time, it will definitely cause panic around the world. However, the Foundation's ability could still be trusted, and since they could still hold out, Zhang Ju would disregard those false thoughts for now and settle things on his side first. Although the Church of the Broken God had not resorted to force, it was enough of a fuck up to poison them. Not to give something and to stop their conspiracy. About their actual operation, the scale is probably pretty large. Thinking about it, although there are some ideas. But he is only one person, many things are not convenient to do. As for the two agents sent by the Foundation, Hansen and Kerr, they were more of a symbolic meaning, representing the headquarters. Zhang Ju did not intend to trust them either. Thinking about it without any substantial breakthrough, Zhang Ju glanced at his watch and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. Just then, there was a knock on his door. Knock knock knock. Apparently, it was a specific frequency. The time was 1 in the morning. There was a knock on Zhang Ju's door, and if it had been a scantily clad woman asking Zhang Ju if he needed special services, perhaps a branch of an ambiguous story would have developed. But it's not. Zhang Ju opened the door, only to see a man with a peeking opera face appearing outside the door. There was some fright. He made a gesture with Zhang Ju, signaling for Zhang Ju to go with him. Zhang Ju looked at him, then nodded. The entire corridor of the hotel was unusually quiet, and instead of taking the elevator, the man jumped directly from the window at the end of the corridor. You know, Zhang Ju was staying on the 6th floor. The man was agile, rolling over various air conditioning units and railings, and landed in a few clicks. He used this way, probably because he didn't want to be caught on camera, and probably went up the same way when he came. Zhang Ju bristled and went down the same way. With his current state, he would be fine even if he jumped directly from the 6th floor, but it should smash the ground into a crater. Under the lead of the man with the mask, the two came to an abandoned factory. At this time, the sky drizzled, the two men went into the plant. In the faint light, the mysterious man took off his face mask. Seeing the vicissitudes of that face, Zhang Ju laughed. Smith, you're a foreigner. How come you use Chinese face mask? I almost didn't recognize it. The visitor was none other than that old Smith. Just to confuse the identity, he said. This old Smith had always given off a calm and steady feeling, worthy of a seasoned agent. Zhang Ju nodded and asked, "What's the matter with finding me?" Zhang Ju knew that since the other party insisted on bringing him out, there must be something important. "I've brought you some good news." "Oh." Zhang Ju raised an eyebrow. He had been so busy with all sorts of things these past few months that he hadn't heard good news in a long time. I'm afraid that what could make old Smith personally come out was not an ordinary matter. Without Zhang Ju asking, old Smith turned on the lights of the factory, and then looked toward the door. Creak. The heavy door was opened. Another Will Smith's face appeared in Zhang Ju's line of sight. Young Will Smith had returned. Before Zhang Ju went to Site 237 to face off with SCP-3125, he had sent Smith on a secret mission, and since then, he had disappeared from the Foundation's view. However, his position was as Zhang Ju's assistant, so the Foundation did not interfere too much and let him act freely. 2 months passed, and he finally returned. Good work. Zhang Ju hugged him. Smith was winded and dusty, obviously having just arrived. He probably hadn't even had time to rest before he was led here by old Smith and brought to Zhang Ju's side. Neither of them was a pretentious person, and with a slight hug, they were just expressing their hang-ups to each other. Not having seen him for 2 months, Zhang Ju sized him up again. Smith seemed to have lost some weight, his cheekbones had become higher, but his eyes were still as steely as ever. There was an additional scar on his left temple, which seemed to be the result of a bullet wound. It seemed that this mission was very dangerous. Zhang Ju did not ask him about the mission, but only asked if he still had wounds on his body and if he needed to go to the hospital for a full examination. Smith hammered his chest with his fist, signaling that he was currently in very good shape. Then he said to old Smith, "See, you're fine." This sentence Zhang Ju did not understand. Smith smiled and explained, "Before coming here, he and I said that as long as I didn't mention it, you would definitely not ask about the completion of the mission. Crap, I forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Jiangju snapped his head, so did you finish it or not? He was told that Jiangju would forget this matter. Smith is beaten to death. Do not believe it. Let's just say that compared to the task, Jiangju really is more concerned about his situation. Will Smith huffed, snapped his fingers, and shouted outside, "Brothers, come in and show Advisor Jiang." As soon as his words fell, a team of heavily armed soldiers, 30 to 40 in number, came in through the gate. They were all physically strong and well trained. At a glance, they knew that they had extraordinary combat strength. The soldiers lined up in 2 lines and stopped in front of Jiangju, with an imposing presence. Will Smith stepped to the front of the line and then turned back. He faced Jiangju and gave a military salute. Report. Black Pearl Squad is assembled. Please give instructions. Chapter 237. Smith's MTF is called Black Pearl Squad, and the squad members are all people he worked with as a mercenary. Will Smith did not adhere to the approved procedure to join the Foundation, and the Black Pearl Squad was not created as a result of the old Smith returning from the future and altering the course of history. He was tasked by Jiangju with bringing these people together. After more than 2 months of sprinting through South American rainforests, Smith kept his word and eventually returned back every single one of his brothers. When the 2 Smiths brought Jiangju this wonderful gift, his only concern was the fact that he had no one under his control. Jiangju's first MTF team was this one. Even though their tools weren't sophisticated enough. But everything was okay as long as there were people around. A few dozen sets of the MTF squad's equipment were not an issue at all because Jiangju had even been successful in gaining access to the SCP objects at the headquarters. Jiangju cast a quick glance in front of him at the soldiers. Years of conflict had been taking place in the rainforest, and they had each developed a vicious aura and ferocious, resolute gaze, just like those who had emerged from hell. If common people see them, they will be so terrified they won't know what to do. Jiangju would have a good chuckle when he woke up in the morning if they could use such a group of individuals for themselves. Without my orders, I'm sure Smith hasn't informed you my identity yet, and I think you should be inquisitive as to what I really am and why I have made your 2 employers' hearts happy, Jiangju remarked, staring at the faces covered in wounds and filth. Jiangju came to a conclusion and took a minute to look around the Black Pearl team. These troops shouldn't be viewed as mudbloods because they were the ones who had actually faced life and death. The President of the America might not necessarily be welcomed, given that Jiangju was only a young guy who appeared to be in his 20s. These people were like a fierce beast. If it wasn't for Smith, the leader, they wouldn't even look at Jiangju. Jiangju was well aware of this, and he knew that it would not take one night to get these people to sincerely follow his orders. My name is Jiangju, and I serve as the SCP Foundation's special advisor. What the SCP Foundation is, Smith has previously told you about it, but I know that you are not truly interested in these things. Jiangju was correct. These mercenaries fight valiantly and pillage for nothing more than to suck the blood from their blades. Some did it for the money, others for the ladies, but no one ever fought for global harmony and human reproduction. They are excessively removed from those. Who has time to consider where humanity will go in the future when you can't even see the sun tomorrow? Fuck that. Let's get real, I don't like all that fluff. Jiangju said, the most important thing is that I can allow you to live, and live better and better. I can promise you, follow me, money is naturally less. Some of you might laugh because you believe I'm using metaphor. I can only say that you are regrettably mistaken if you believe that you can survive just as well without me. I don't want you to sacrifice yourselves as if you were going to save the world, but at least for your own good. The world is not as simple as you may imagine. Devils and other monsters are proliferating in great numbers. There may be those who wonder how I can speak such things and why I dare, but today I shall temporarily satiate your curiosity. Jiangju responded by removing a gun from his pocket. He extended his arms forward, pointed the revolver at himself, and pressed the trigger as the Black Pearl squad watched him closely. Without prior notice, a gunshot. The team members gasped in surprise. Despite hearing Captain Smith describe the young advisor Zhang as extremely skilled, they were unprepared to witness such a dramatic event when they first met. Zhang Ju was unharmed and in his original position when the smoke cleared. He made a loud, clear sound as he spat something into the ground, and when the audience turned to look, they saw that it was indeed a bullet. This time, everyone on the crew was in shock. They interact with firearms on a daily basis. In a sense, they live a double existence. Humans are incapable of responding to such close-range gunshots. This young man truly acted quite heroically in the film. His strength was demonstrated by his bite on the bullet. Okay, this is the conclusion of the demonstration. If any of you are not convinced, you can challenge me. I'm always waiting. Zhang Ju nodded after being quite pleased with their performance. The strength that Zhang Ju just shown was totally unheard of in human history. How could anyone dare to oppose him when it was the first time the squad members had seen him? After taking a few steps back, Zhang Ju nodded to Smith. Smith gave a small nod in agreement before directing the Black Pearl team in search of a position to find a place to settle. Half an hour later, Smith, Old Smith, and Zhang Ju regrouped in the plant. Smith chuckled and said, "Advisor Zhang, you're still fantastic. These brothers of mine are all pricks. You showed them something. They should now know that there are more stronger people than you." This was the exact result Zhang Ju was going for as he nodded his head. "Advisor Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, the ammunition in your pistol should be blanks at this point," said Old Smith, who had been silent the entire time. Smith, surprised, turned to gaze at Zhang Ju. On the other hand, Zhang Ju grinned and nodded. Nonsense, even if he could now become bulletproof, but who would act so foolishly as to shoot themselves? Smith shook his head helplessly, thinking that because he was already a magician, it would be far too simple to meddle with something so insignificant. Really, this advisor Zhang has a way of surprising everyone. It was necessary to point out that the older Smith had more experience as an agent than the younger Smith. Although he had only recently met Zhang Ju, he was able to see through his acts to the ulterior motives behind them because to both his keen observational abilities and his understanding of how people think. Zhang Ju, he knew, was not the type to act in such a way. After a brief period of laughter, all three of their expressions progressively turned solemn. "Advisor Zhang, it seems that things have become more and more unsettling recently," Smith stated with a concerned expression on his face. Zhang Ju nodded, acknowledging that there were numerous issues just on the surface, and it was impossible to know how many underlying issues existed in those concealed areas. "Smith, you recently came from South America. While it would be reasonable to give you some time to recover, you might need to take action right away in the present circumstance." Will Smith saluted and said, "Please direct." Zhang Ju motioned with his hand that he didn't have to be so formal. "You and your crew head to Europe first, then go to Russia and look into what's going on. I always have the creeps." Will Smith made a fist to take commands. As for Old Smith, Zhang Ju paused. "Please accompany me to the sea so that I can see what those adherents of the Church of the Broken God are up to." Chapter 238. The Foundation was given 3 days by the Church of the Broken God to provide 2 SCP objects, failing which they would make SCP-217 public. They are interested in SCP-271 and SCP-629. SCP-271 is a little disk with a diameter of over 4 cm formed of an unidentified natural metal. It has several characters carved on it that appear to constitute an unidentified alphabet system. Over time, these symbols spread across the neighborhood and progressively etch themselves into neighboring things. Many years ago, the Foundation took SCP-271 from a shrine at a church somewhere in the Church of the Broken God. Its purpose is unknown, but the Foundation took great care to preserve it because it is thought to be connected to the cult of the broken gods doctrines. SCP-629 is a safe-level object that resembles a humanoid robot, is 1.7 meters tall, 500 kilograms in weight, and has its own awareness. The whole body of SCP-629 is detachable and replaceable, and it should be noted that any component of its body can be put together to create another component of itself. SCP-629 reportedly possesses a potential 73.4 billion reassembled forms, according to Foundation research. The Church of the Broken God is thought to operate the building where SCP-629 was also discovered. There, it was placed in the narthex and members attempted to merge it with other equipment. It's likely that the congregation thought it was a portion of their god. In summary, SCP-271 and SCP-629 were essential to the Church of the Broken God and held enormous significance for them both. But because that is how the Foundation operates, there can be no accommodation. Because compromises can be made innumerable times and only once. After setting this precedent, any dog or cat will be willing to bargain with the Foundation in the future, and the repercussions will be unending. Zhangju was thus forced out to attempt to handle this difficult issue without any tools. Zhangju was only able to consider how he should actually resolve this issue in addition to the message from the entire O5 Council. If every attractive woman in the world turned out to be a machine, it would become too monotonous. People can't, or at the very least shouldn't, do that. It was fortunate that Zhangju hadn't actually been left on his own to engage in combat by the Foundation. The following day, Zhangju met a different individual at the hotel's cafe under Hansen's direction. "Hello, Advisor Zhang. My name is Fulvio, and I'm in charge of this Global Akala Coalition operation." A 30-year-old man grinned and reached out to shake his hand. Zhangju raised his head and looked around. Fulvio, a Caucasian, resembled the foreign stars that star-crossed females adored with his high nose and deep blue eyes. However, Zhangju was aware that this man was not at all innocuous despite appearing to be in a position of authority at the GOC. Although Fulvio's smile appeared honest, there must be more hypocrisy hidden beneath it. Zhangju shook the other man's hand in a symbolic gesture. While Hansen sent his trainee Kerr to stand watch outside, the two men took their seats. They weren't ranked high enough to take part in such a crucial discussion. Fulvio was the first to speak after a brief greetings round. "I'm wondering whether you, Advisor Zhang, have any solid recommendations for this operation. Can I say no to you?" Zhangju asked him. "Of course." Fulvio grinned broadly as he waved his coffee in front of his nose to smell it. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the aroma. "Advisor Zhang, I'm not going to keep this from you, but this operation was actually first led by the GOC, but it had to be done more than once because it involved various operations with the Foundation. If there is no opposition from Advisor Zhang's side, then we'll handle it our way." Zhangju didn't become aware that he appeared to have been taken advantage of once more by the Foundation until Fulvio had done speaking. He had previously questioned the GOC's lack of concern and willingness to enable them to endanger humanity in contrast to the Church of the Broken God's uproar. For a very long time, the Foundation had been preventing the GOC from dealing with the Broken God cult on its own. But unlike before, Zhangju did not warmly greet the O5 Council. After all, we all know exactly what type of feces the GOC is. They were certainly not poor in terms of fighting ability. But they were certainly skilled at messing things up as well. It wouldn't be a big deal if the Foundation didn't send someone over to observe, but it would be regrettable if they actually made things out of control. Thinking about this helped Zhangju finally comprehend the mission the Foundation had given him. He didn't even need to be on the front lines, instead, he had to serve as the GOC's brains and keep things in order. He even believed that the GOC's ability to reduce the size of the Church of the Broken God was of little concern to the Foundation. It would be sufficient as long as the Church of the Broken God was no longer a danger to humanity. After considering this idea, all of the earlier uncertainties were resolved. To emphasize how smart these O5 individuals are, the GOC was an even greater uncontrollable factor than Zhangju, who was an uncontrollable factor in and of himself. It was a smart move to use Zhangju to constrain the GOC. The need was, of course, that he had the capacity to do so. Fulvio continued, "Advisor Zhang, we already know where the Church of the Broken Gods headquarters are, so if you don't have an opinion, we can issue a joint statement. The Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition together to attack the Church of the Broken Gods headquarters, Gear City, even if there is no guarantee of taking it down for a while, at least they have no spare capacity to threaten the entire world." Fulvio's strategy fit in perfectly with the GOC standard operating procedure, which is to attack the opposition instead of defending. This strategy proved effective in certain situations. However, Zhangju was not in agreement at this time. Fulvio put the coffee on the table and gave Zhangju a sidelong glance before saying, "Advisor Zhang, it appears that you don't agree with my tactics." "Ah, yes." Zhangju spoke idly. "Why?" Fulvio's eyes, which were as sharp as hawks, narrowed. "There are two reasons." Zhangju made a two-finger gesture. "First, the Church of the Broken God must have its own cards in order to have survived for so long under attack from the Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition. If we attacked hastily, we would lose, so I'm afraid." Fulvio scoffed as he heard what Zhangju had to say. "You don't have to be in the front, Advisor Zhang. What are you frightened of? Do the GOC and the Church of the Broken God not share the same playing cards? How dare you tremble at the sight of this?" Zhangju exhaled loudly. "The second point I want to make is exactly this. The Church of the Broken God will not be able to stand a chance against the Foundation and the GOC in a true battle, and after their headquarters are destroyed, they are left with little choice but to use their weight as leverage. Can you take on this duty, Commander Fulvio?" Fulvio had not before considered the point that Zhangju made. This was after all the GOC style. Didn't think of anything but to just finish it. After Fulvio thought about it, this was indeed the truth. This time Church of the Broken Gods' actions were obviously very different from before, even going so far as to use all of humanity as a threat, seemingly ready for an all-out fight. Fulvio realized that this was the case after giving it some thought. Church of the Broken Gods' behavior this time was plainly extremely different from what it had been in the past. It even went so far as to portray all people as threats and appear to be prepared for a full-scale conflict. "Advisor Zhang, I've heard you're resourceful, so what do you think should be done?" Fulvio asked, turning to face Zhangju. "I am a wise and resourceful? From whom did you hear that? He must have been lying to you," Zhangju hummed. "I'm not just resourceful, I'm tall and imposing, graceful and suave, elegant, with more talent than Pan Lang, and Che Man." Zhangju spoke a lot, mostly through his mouth, and smacked his lips at the conclusion as if he still had more to say. If he didn't become out of breath, it seems like he could continue until tomorrow. Fulvio could only make out a portion of it, but he could tell that Zhangju was being modest about himself and that this was the first time in his entire life that he had encountered such a ruthless individual. But Zhangju appeared to be a villain as he proudly elevated his head and chest. The mission was crucial, so Fulvio could only fight the temptation to be repulsed and ask, "Advisor Zhang, since you are so, what do you think we should do now? What should we do?" "How is that a question?" Only to observe Zhangju relaxingly reclining on the couch with his legs crossed. "Commander Fulvio, I advise you to study Chinese history and the old art of war, since there is frequently a unified solution to this kind of predicament." Fulvio asked with a faint frown. 5 syllables flew out of Zhangju's mouth as only the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Negotiation. Chapter 239. Since the last time provided by the cult of the Broken God, 3 days have passed before Zhangju finally heard from the Foundation. The Church of the Broken God consented to negotiations following communication, which would happen the following day. 6 hours before to the start of the negotiations, the Church of the Broken God gave notice of the site. This was probably done out of concern that the GOC and the Foundation would set up a trap beforehand. City of Gears. When Fuchsia knocked on the door of the office, she discovered Bumero still sitting with his hands on his lap and gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows. It seems that this behavior had never changed. "Sir, General Cantor is already waiting outside." Bumero nodded. "Let him in." Fuchsia hummed, but unlike normal, instead of running off to do anything, she gave Bumero an enigmatic stare. This is quite impolite behavior coming from Bumero, who is the head of the Church of the Broken God. Fuchsia would have likely been tossed overboard and fed to the fish if it were a dictator. Bumero, however, didn't seem to be that kind of person. Instead, he consistently came across as quite refined and gentlemanly. "Why, Fuchsia? What's wrong?" he asked. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fuchsia confidently addressed Mr. Bumero, saying, "Mr. Bumero, I heard that you have decided to talk with the SCP Foundation." Bumero gave a head nod. "Yes, tomorrow is the day. Why take the chance? Didn't you say it's doubtful the Foundation will accept our demands?" "In addition," Fuchsia said, "there is no going back." Bumero grinned. It was something so obvious that even a young child like Fuchsia could see it. The Church's criteria could not possibly be accepted by the Foundation, and their promise to discuss was purely a stall tactic. Even less likely at the moment to change their plans is the Church of the Broken God. This negotiation was impossible to conclude since both parties had insurmountable goals. Yes, there is no turning back. This time, the strategy must be successful, but the Foundation is unaware of our resolve. Bumero stated, "I am using this negotiation to convince the SCP Foundation not to underestimate our tenacity. They assume we still want to remain the same as before, just to live, to have more believers." Fuchsia found Mr. Bumero's statements difficult to comprehend. But she persisted in choosing to trust this ruler. Bumero merely had a magical ability to compel everyone to carry out his will. The statements made by Mr. Bumero were hard for Fuchsia to understand. She persisted on picking this ruler, nevertheless. Bumero only has the magical power to force everyone to comply with his will. A tall, muscular man entered the room after Fuchsia left it. He has a powerful machine gun for his right arm and a sniper scope for his left eye. "You wanted to see me, Mr. Bumero?" In a low voice, he said. "That's right, General Cantor," Bumero said while holding up his spectacles and moving back to the middle of the room to sit on the sofa. "Tomorrow is the day of our negotiation with the Foundation, therefore there are certain things I need to explain to you to do. The Church of the Broken God has its own armed forces after years of conflict with the Foundation and the GOC. These armed forces are now solely under Bumero's command following the union of the three Church of the Broken God, Church of the Gears, and Maxwell sect branches. Bumero's most trusted individual is General Cantor, who guards Gear City instead of engaging in combat on a regular basis. This time, Bumero enlisted his services for a crucial assignment. Bumero pulled out 2 maps. The negotiation will take place in the confluence of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, where highly peculiar currents will ensure that the support forces from the Foundation and GOC will not come as quickly, and you will ambush the team in the sea nearby this evening. Our present agreement states that the Foundation will deliver SCP-271, SCP-629, Miranda the captured agent, among other things, in exchange for us providing a means of containing SCP-217. We'll ask them to send SCP-271 here first as a gesture of good faith, and as soon as the negotiators decide that the material is acceptable, you will start the attack." General Cantor was stunned for a minute before comprehending that Mr. Bumero had intended to steal the goods from the start and had no intention of engaging in negotiations with the Foundation. There was no way out because the negotiation took place at sea. The success rate of this approach was not low given the objective behind it. General Cantor nodded, but he had a different concern on his mind. What about SCP-629, my lord? The Foundation removed it from Site-14 after Miranda and their operation was unsuccessful, but we are still unsure of its new location. After giving it some thought, Bumero remarked, you only need to do your assignment, SCP-629 doesn't need to be in your consideration. Yes. General Cantor had no issues because Bumero had said as much. The Foundation and GOC representatives who came to talk would be eliminated as soon as tomorrow arrived. Meanwhile, the GOC frontline command headquarters. Fulvio held the information that had just arrived in his palm and carefully examined it as he sat on the sofa. After finishing reading it, the staff officer sitting next to him said, my lord, based on the information we got, I'm afraid there is something fishy about the Church of the Broken Gods negotiation this time, and there is a great probability that they want to directly seize what the SCP Foundation is holding. That is precisely what I need. With a menacing grin on his face, Fulvio sealed the intelligence and placed it on the table. In preparation for tomorrow's negotiations, I told Squads 1 and 2 to not even relax tonight, be ready to fight at any time. As long as the Church of the Broken Gods dares to make a move, we will quickly respond. The staff member nodded and asked, should we inform the folks over at the Foundation? The Foundation? Fulvio grumbled, didn't that advisor Zhang boast about being extremely strong? You don't need to warn him, if he perishes unintentionally during the battle, he can only blame himself for speaking like that. Time slowed down. Miranda, who had earlier been attacked at Site-14, was also dispatched to the front lines early on the day of the discussions. The Foundation simply shifted a few of the detainees between different cells instead of abusing them. Miranda's face appeared a little pale, maybe from not having seen sunlight in a while. The man who had earlier caught them was eating noodles when she arrived at a restaurant. Hello, I didn't anticipate seeing you again so soon. When he was ready to put another cucumber in his mouth after finishing the noodles, he paused and handed it to Murata instead, saying, you just got here, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you have a bite? Murata silently shook her head, unsure of what he was about to do. Please excuse me if I do. He appeared to be waiting for her to say that and couldn't wait for her to put the cucumber in her mouth and chew it with a click since he was so ecstatic. Miranda couldn't help but swallow when the air was filled with the scent of cucumber. After he finished eating, he wiped his mouth before putting his eyes back on Miranda. He finished eating and wiped his mouth before turning to face Miranda once more. Could you please explain the Church of the Broken God's current aggressive behavior? Why are you so eager to revive the Broken God when it has been silent for an unknown amount of time? The Foundation had questioned her similarly numerous times, but she would sacrifice her life to keep this a secret until she obtained the Church's approval. However, Zhangju merely inquired, and it didn't matter if she responded or not. Let me share some wonderful news with you. You're all going back tomorrow, Zhangju said. He waved his hand, and the staff brought Miranda down. In actuality, Zhangju met with each of the 4 prisoners to observe their responses to being freed. Each and every one of them was astonished. They appeared to be prepared for abandonment. Old Smith appeared behind Zhangju as he was lying in his chair contemplating something. How are things going? Zhangju asked. There is a very evident military movement on the side of the GOC, as you could have predicted. Zhangju laughed aloud. The GOC side would not have mobilized their troops against the Foundation if they hadn't gone insane, believing that there must be some sort of action on the Church of the Broken God's side. However, Fulvio didn't discuss it with him at all and was probably not trying to be helpful. The SCP-271 that the Foundation had given Zhangju was placed in his hand, and he began to play with it. Old Smith, it seems like nobody wants to get this negotiation properly. Advisor Zhang, you shouldn't go unless there is significant danger. Old Smith nodded. You think I would go? I'd like to see what the heck these folks can get up to. Zhang added as he was laughing. Chapter 240. It was 4 in the morning, and the Church of the Broken God would still have to fax over the precise coordinates in an hour. Zhang was reclining in his chair, his eyes closed, and his mind at ease. His phone abruptly rang. When Zhang gave it a quick peek, she saw that it was an unknown caller. While pressing the respond button, he remained silent. Both parties remained silent, while the other person repeatedly knocked, which could have been a code phrase. Zhang didn't talk before making sure the code phrase was accurate. It's me. Zhang voice was recognized by the person on the other end of the line, who responded, Advisor Zhang, this is Will Smith. Zhang assigned them the mission of visiting Europe and Russia to learn more about the situation there a few days prior, on the same night that Will Smith and his Black Pearl team had just returned. He called at this very moment, believing he must have discovered something. The first thing Smith remarked after establishing Zhang identity was as anticipated. Something unusual has been found here, Advisor Zhang. There was a time difference between the two locations. While it was sunny on Smith's side, it was still early morning here in Zhangju. However, when anything had occurred, he experienced a severe shiver throughout his body. Speak up, said Zhangju. Smith hummed and described what had happened. The worst affected area in Romania was a small town named Lightnovel, which was reported to be the epicenter of the earthquake when we arrived 3 days ago. The earthquake should only have been a magnitude 7, but our analysis determined that it was at least a magnitude 7.5, if not 8. Additionally, the quake was felt throughout the whole Balkan Peninsula, including a dozen nearby nations and areas, not just in Romania and Bulgaria, but others. For whatever reason, the Foundation, a number of the nearby impacted nations, and even the United Nations kept the public in the dark about the issue, giving the impression on the news that the crisis was not significant when in fact it was. We entered the devastated catastrophe region while pretending to be a rescue crew. It is impossible to see the original environment because Lightnovel is situated on top of a mountain, which was torn apart by the earthquake. Instead, there are nothing but broken walls and ruinous buildings in sight. We wouldn't be able to interact with the outside world if it weren't for the satellite phone you provided because all the nearby facilities have been destroyed. Smith paused as he continued, rescue teams from several countries have come here, but the number of afflicted individuals is so great that it is difficult to take care of them all, and this area has turned into a nightmare on Earth. He seemed to have been impacted as well. Smith has a military history, and after working as a mercenary for a few years, just 800 individuals have died at his hands. However, using knives and guns to kill people and witnessing so many innocent people perish in a calamity are two completely different ideas. After all, having a decent heart is one of the characteristics that define someone as being human. He changed his mood and proceeded, we followed other rescue teams to rescue the victims. Then a curious thing happened. We discovered that those people who were fine during the day would disappear the next day. We initially believed they had fled after following other teams, but later realized they had actually been taken prisoner by something. We found their bodies after traveling the entire trail to a mountain cave with cracks in it. We hid that night at the cave's entrance until we saw a vampire. Zhangju made her first comment during Smith's speech, asking, "A vampire?" "A vampire, yes." Smith stressed, "We killed it. It was snow white, hairless, and had slightly elongated ears, much like the vampires in those movies." Vampires and earthquakes did not seem to have much in common, yet Zhangju seemed to be left with an impression. He had to have read or run across the pertinent paperwork. He could probably find it in his memory palace if given enough time. But with less than 30 minutes till departure, he was running out of time. Smith's remarks were also obviously incomplete. "Time is too short," he added, "we only had time to verify these clues, and now that we know where their nest is, we plan to go check it out this evening." In addition, the other squad that traveled to the Russia also has news. As time was running out, Smith split the Black Pearl team in half, sending some of the players to Romania and the vice-captain to Siberia. There is no terrorist experimental base in the central Siberian steppe, but a monster has appeared, according to their investigation. Zhangju had figured out this straightforward blindfold long before they left. The Foundation and the governments must have worked exceedingly hard to keep such things hidden, just like when SCP-3844 was discovered in the Alps, or else it would have sparked panic. He questioned, "What kind of monster?" "It appears to be a one-eyed gigantic beast, according to my teammates," Smith reported back. "A beast with one eye." These are all from local villagers who have visited the mountain, and at the moment they have acquired a batch of equipment to be ready to enter the mountain overnight. However, since the area has been under martial law, they have no way to approach. Smith, inform your team members, your two teams' current objective is confined to exploration. Once you meet danger, immediately retreat. Everything is done with your life safety as the top priority. When I finish this side, I will come to you," Zhangju remarked after scratching his chin. Smith gestured to the person on the other end of the line to stand up and said, "Understood." Zhangju continued to think after hanging up the phone. Earthquakes, missing people, vampires, and romance. Monsters with one eye, the Siberian plateau. He always had the impression that there was some relationship between the two, despite the fact that they were obviously unrelated. He also had a sneaking suspicion that perhaps the Church of the Broken God was performing at the time and that it was associated with these ugly events. He took some time to link all the clues, but what exactly is it? He required a cue. Lateness was setting in. When Zhangju raised his head, he noticed that the sky was already blazing with a fish's belly's white color. The time was 5 o'clock in the morning. Standing up, Zhangju flexed his muscles. Old Smith entered the room after hearing a knock on the door. "Advisor Zhang, the location of the negotiations has been informed by the Church of the Broken God." "Good." With his palms facing outward and his fingers crossed, Zhangju firmly braced his hands. "Let's put everything else aside for the moment and first get to know these members of the Church of the Broken God." Chapter 241. Dark clouds at 11 in the morning. At the confluence of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, a fishing boat appeared. A short while later, 3 speedboats came at the fishing boat from 3 different angles. This vessel was unquestionably a warship for the Church of the Broken God rather than a genuine fishing vessel. Here was about to start the first round of negotiations between the SCP Foundation, the Global Occult Coalition, and the Church of the Broken God. The number of negotiators between the SCP Foundation and the GOC was limited to 3 under Church of the Broken God restrictions. Hansen and Kerr, one of Hansen's students, accompanied Zhangju on the ship. Old Smith, who was operating the speedboat, understood and nodded without missing a beat before he boarded. On the GOC side, the initial commander Fulvio reported that Boronet, his deputy, had arrived instead of the sick individual. Despite being a deputy, Boronet has the same reputation. Even louder than Fulvio, his name is heard. Over the course of his more than 20 years in the GOC, Boronet participated in the demise of more than 130 anomalous enterprises. He did everything in his power to defeat the opposition, even setting the general in cold blood record by murdering more than 100 soldiers. According to legends, his right eye was infected by an abnormality and snapped off on its own, hence it is a prosthetic. In a low voice, Hansen presented Zhangju to the opposing party. Zhangju smiled while nodding. Although Fulvio was a wimp, he nevertheless sent a general who was brutal to his foes and much more brutal to himself. The person they sent to negotiate, though, was an elderly man with glasses. Although this was the man's first encounter with Hansen, the Foundation's database possessed information on him. One of the main figures in the cult of the Broken God, the elderly man's name was Maxwell. This was the first time Hansen had seen this man, but the Foundation's database contained information about him. The old man's name was Maxwell, one of the core leaders of the cult of the Broken God. Although this was the man's first encounter with Hansen, the Foundation's database possessed information on him. One of the main figures in the cult of the Broken God, the elderly man's name was Maxwell. Since its founder Robert Bumerow, the Church of the Broken God has divided into three main divisions: the Church of the Broken God, the Cogwork Orthodox Church, and the Church of the Maxwellist. Maxwell, the elderly guy, was formerly an elder in the Gear Orthodox Church. Robert Bumerow assumed the role of diplomat in the Church of the Broken God after uniting the organization. Zhang Ju found it peculiar that while the majority of members of the Church of the Broken God had their bodies mechanically altered, this Maxwell, who appeared to be an ordinary old guy slumped over, was unable to see precisely where he had been mechanized. They turned to look at Zhang Ju as he examined these two. Maxwell was assisted by one of the staff members as he headed closer. Zhang Ju. I believe that this is Zhang Ju of the SCP Foundation, Advisor Zhang. Maxwell's voice was a touch hoarse but incredibly friendly, much like the elderly neighbor's grandfather. Zhang Ju, however, was not deceived by his outward appearance. The three main Church of the Broken God factions were engaged in a bloody battle that prevented the elderly man from standing in the vortex without a little heart and cunning. After all, people who engage in politics have dirty hearts. But naturally, this is not easy to say explicitly. Zhang Ju said, "Old man, you know me." Maxwell made a small smile. Even though the old man is illiterate, he is aware of the significance of this title because only a select few individuals have had the title of the Found. Star since the founding of the SCP Foundation. Only, I did not anticipate Advisor Zhang to be such a young, unsung hero. Maxwell was aware of the true significance of this long earlier. He offered Zhang Ju a number of cheap, pointless compliments, all of which would have been appreciated had he been able to even momentarily calm his opponent. Zhang Ju was unable to respond before cold-blooded General Boronet also appeared. I've heard that Advisor Zhang is knowledgeable and has a keen understanding of a variety of anomalies, but I'm not sure if this rumor is accurate. Although there is ongoing conflict between the Foundation and the GOC despite the fact that their relationship is generally one of cooperation, this is not the case. Additionally, Boronet has a rather straightforward mentality, so there aren't many inhibitions when it comes to speaking. Although the GOC and the Foundation appear to be on the same side in this three-way discussion, they each have hidden agendas. The SCP held by Zhang Ju served as the motivation behind the Church of the Broken God. The GOC sought to completely destroy the Church of the Broken God. Zhang Ju, on the other hand, had a far more straightforward plan: to figure out what was happening before seeing whether he could benefit in any way. "It makes no difference how young you are," Zhang Ju murmured, "I won't let you people down." After exchanging pleasantries, the three arrived at the interior of the fishing boat. This fishing boat is the masterpiece of the Church of the Broken God's technology. Zhang Ju traveled all the way from the corridor and saw countless gears running between them, emitting a clicking sound, not knowing what they were used for. The Church of the Broken God dares to use this ship as a place of negotiation. Security should be guaranteed. The enemy's security is guaranteed. It is thought that his own danger is 1 point higher. The three parties took their seats in the discussion area as the people entered. Zhang Ju turned to face Maxwell and started the conversation. "Old man, may I chat a little about what your church has been up to with all the huge moves lately before the negotiations begin?" Maxwell shook his head and sighed. "Advisor Zhang, if we were in a different place and in a different function today, I would be more than happy to gossip with you right now, but we are out of time," he said. Zhang Ju was unsure as to why the Church of the Broken God was in a rush, whether it was the Miranda few who had been apprehended or this Maxwell in front of him. However, he didn't force it because the others weren't willing to say it. Eventually, the truth would come out anyhow. "Good," with a nod, Zhang Ju said, "All right, let's get started." The SCP Foundation's trade of SCP-271, SCP-629, and 4 prisoners for the process of producing and governing SCP-217 by the Church of the Broken God was the major subject of this agreement. The agreement appears to be that it is impossible to determine who is winning and who is losing, but it has come to be accepted by practically everyone that the Foundation cannot give the Church of the Broken God all the anomalous goods. Giving both projects to the Church of the Broken God would probably result in something more challenging to handle than SCP-217 because it is obvious that they have bigger plans. Be ready for the Broken God to awaken as well. Without a doubt, this is unacceptable. We have the people here, said Zhangju, pointing at the 4 members of the Church of the Broken God who had been apprehended behind him. I hope Church of the Broken God will honor its word. That's fine. Maxwell said as he nodded. I wonder if Advisor Zhang has brought the other 2 pieces. Of course. Zhangju said, but his hands remained immobile. Old man, as agreed, I can only offer you the object if your faith gives up the means of producing and governing SCP-217. We are ready to do this. Bringing a prepared folder from the staff behind him, Maxwell continued, everything you need to know about the SCP-217, or Tears of God, is contained in this document. I can provide it to you right away, but first, Advisor Zhang, should the Foundation demonstrate good faith? Hansen handed Zhangju the case he was holding in his left hand as the latter nodded and reached behind him. The moment Zhangju cracked open the case, the crowd became transfixed and forgot that the SCP-271 metal disc was actually within. The item is here, we pay with one hand and deliver with the other. If your stuff is okay, I'll give you the SCP-629 as well. How about that, said Zhangju as he fiddled with the SCP-271 in his hand. Maxwell's eyes furrowed as he focused on the item in Zhangju's palm. While holding his shoulders, Voronet, on the other hand, observed with icy eyes as the 2 sides checked one another. Everyone was aware that the time had arrived to paint the true image. After that, unexpectedly, Maxwell said to the squire standing at one side. Do it. Chapter 242. All 3 parties are mentally prepared for this time. Therefore, all parties must think about how to possibly generate adequate interest in the negotiations. The Church of the Broken God has a clear objective, they want SCP-271 that Zhangju posses. Church of the Maxwellist was quite familiar with SCP-271 because it had formerly belonged to the Church of the Broken God and had even been held there for a spell. He didn't have to see it up close to know it was real. He then carried out the strategy and issued his minions their first orders. Do it, he said. His statements were abruptly followed by a tremendous shaking of the ship's cabin and loud gear noises, which indicated the start-up of a very significant machine. When viewed from the outside, the ship appears to have a massive metal cover rising from one of its sides that completely encases the plywood inside, sealing it airtight like an eggshell. The spacecraft started to slowly drop once the eggshell had covered the whole hull. The initial fishing boat transformed into a massive submarine in less than a minute. It must be acknowledged that even for the Foundation and GOC, this type of mechanical technology is challenging to develop. Zhangju was trapped like a turtle in a jar when the ship fell to the bottom of the sea. There was no way out. Maxwell had the audacity to grab the lead for this reason as well. No matter how many troops the GOC and the Foundation had ambushed at sea, as long as the submarine dove, they could only watch them flee. The negotiations had only begun shortly after the Church of the Broken God had torn its face off, yet Zhangju and Voronet within the cabin were unaware of what was occurring outside. Hansen quickly assumed a defensive stance. On the other side, Zhangju maintained his composure. He asked, "Old man, what do you mean by this?" while crossing his knees and laughing. "I apologize, Advisor Zhang. The Church of the Broken God will undoubtedly obtain those 2 sacred relics," said Maxwell. "Didn't I already bring the items here?" Zhangju joked while twirling the SCP-271 in his hand. Maxwell shook his head and said, "Advisor John, you don't need to con me. The Foundation won't give us all 2 holy relics, and the second box of your assistant is empty. We discovered it using the instrument when they were on board." Before boarding the ship, Zhangju had deliberately selected the Foundation's special case as a blindfold, and it looked that the Church of the Broken God had more advanced detection technology for such things. But at this point, it is useless to say anything because there is no way out because they are currently at the bottom of the sea. Maxwell went on, "Advisor John, I reassure you that I won't put your life in risk as long as you give me the items. Of course, that gentleman will be really pleased if you agree to join the Church of the Broken God. That gentleman must be Robert Bumero, the current head of the Church of the Broken God." Maxwell had just begun tearing down the walls, and he was certainly skilled at such work. He didn't anticipate Zhangju to remain seated in his chair with a blank expression on his face, though. "What if I don't agree? Then I'll be insulted," Maxwell said, his face lowering. All of the guards standing behind the old guy grabbed their weapons from hiding as he spoke, aiming them at Zhangju and Hansen. A conflict was unavoidable when the 2 sides had their swords drawn. General Boronet, who had been silent, spoke at this precise time. "Are you not taking me seriously, old man?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man vanished from his chair and then reappeared in front of McIver. Everyone was unable to respond due to its rapidity, with the exception of Zhangju, of course. He gripped Maxwell's neck with one hand and hauled him up in front of everyone. "Tell them to lay down the weapons," yelled Boronet, "or I'll crush your neck. Under the well-known name, there are no fake soldiers." It was well known that Boronet was a tough character, and he possessed tremendous power. Maxwell was apprehended by him in front of the Church of the Broken God security personnel. It is understandable why he dared to replace Fulvio and attend this negotiation. However, reality differed from his expectations. Neither Maxwell nor the guards standing behind him displayed any signs of alarm. Boronet frowned a little as he realized something wasn't right. The elderly man grinned dryly. "Shoot." Before he could finish speaking, a dozen guardsmen concealed behind him opened fire on both Boronet and him. Fire spilled from their mouths. The majority of the bullets struck Maxwell first because he was in front of Boronet, causing sparks to fly everywhere and a crackling sound of metal on metal. As Zhangju observed, he came to the conclusion that the old man's bones and muscles had been entirely replaced by machines, which had no fear of these weapons. The attempt to break his neck by Boronet was even more insane. Maxwell served as a shield for Boronet, but he still took a few rounds to the leg, and blood began to pour. He yelled and violently flung Maxwell in the direction of the guardsmen, knocking several of them over. He pounced on this opportunity by taking a token-like piece of jade out of his pocket, gritting his teeth, holding it in his hand, and crushing it. When the jade stone broke, a column of energy came from the sky, smashed through the submarine sealed area and fell directly onto Boronet's body. Boronet vanished in a split second. His body then materialized on a ship a little distance distant in the following instant. The location where he had placed the jade was the GOC's fleet. "General, you're back." A member of the GOC staff had arrived early so that he could welcome him as soon as possible. Disregarding his wounds, Boronet said in a strong voice, "Order all submarines to dive and seek in the direction of 10 o'clock. "Yes sir," the employee responded as they stood at attention. Inside the ship's stateroom, meanwhile, Zhangju gave a hand clap. "What an eye-opener, Bishop Maxwell, you are quite prepared." Maxwell's skin and clothing were torn, exposing the mechanical components inside his body. He was more like the Terminator from the movie at this point than an elderly neighbor. With a dejected expression, he added, "Advisor Zhang, I still say, as long as you hand over the things, the Broken God Church will not make things tough for you. However, if you refuse to cooperate, unless you possess the same talent as Boronet, then there is only one way to go, death." It was time to start a war at this point. In order to throw his garments to Hansen behind him, Jiangju got to his feet. He rubbed his wrists while pressing a few joints to make them snap. Counting, recently it's all been brains. It's been a long time since I've gotten into a battle, because you guys are searching for death, don't blame me. Old man, how many people do you have on this ship? Come at me at once, I'm busy. Chapter 243. Maxwell sat motionless in his chair 20 minutes later, staring in horror at the young guy in front of him. He had no idea Jiangju would be as skilled in combat as he had proven to be. Asian Jiangju had tiny bones in comparison to Westerners. Maxwell naturally assumed he was a civilian because of his advisor role at the Foundation and his status there. Ideally, a better knowledgeable clerical worker. He had witnessed numerous individuals during the course of his long life. Young and conceited. In fact, thinking about how amazing they are helps people solve certain straightforward issues. There are a lot of these folks, despite their outward appearances. However, their lives are typically short. A person who is overly conceited won't likely even know how to die because there are too many unknowns in this life. Maxwell believed he had a keen sense for people and was usually on time. However, Jiangju had altered his viewpoint. 4 assault squads were placed around the ship to ensure the operation went without a hitch. Even more powerful weapons, such as heavy machine guns and transportable rocket launchers, were carried by 2 of the squads. All of these were utilized to bore in it. Within the first hour, he had escaped, and Maxwell was not shocked. This was after all his territory. Even if one has great strength, one may still defeat 100, and Jiangju, a young guy, demonstrated for him what it means to battle 100 with 1. Unlike Boronet, he didn't initiate contact with the victim. Instead, he relaxed and pounded anyone who attempted to resist. The 4 attack squads did little but slightly delay him. He was unaffected by the standard weapons, and the massive rocket launchers didn't even touch his hair except from a few tiny holes they managed to blow. The fact that Jiangju remained in the room the entire time made Maxwell feel the most helpless. He went into the battle absolutely joking, enjoying himself. It appeared to be just as he had predicted. Simply put, he wanted to move his muscles because his brain was working more quickly than usual. Maxwell also attained a realization. I'm afraid there won't be a single person left alive if Jiangju decides to kill everyone on the ship. He thought 4 squads were a joke. Okay, cut it off. The team members who were still making an effort to resist heard Maxwell say. Everyone was relieved when the order was given. In actuality, everyone understood. The strength disparity between the 2 sides was too vast, and although it appeared to be circling at the time, some on this side were concerned that they wouldn't endure long if the other side intended to finish the conflict. The absence of a carnage scene is most likely due to insufficient play by the opposing side. It's comparable to a cat getting a mouse. But the outcome is already clear. They all retreated behind Maxwell, dozens of commandos. Once more, there was a standoff between the 2 factions. But there is a huge difference between the present and the preceding in terms of both the heart and the state of mind. Even while it appeared that the Church of the Broken still had control over the ship, Jiangju might command it to change its name to Jiang at any time. The roles of host and guest have been reversed entirely. Jiangju, still seated in the same chair as previously, grabbed the garments out of Hansen's hand, wrapped them over his body, and grinned at McIver. Why, old man? The winner hasn't been decided yet. Although the old man is unable to fight, he still has some vision, so advisor Jiang need not inquire knowingly. Maxwell shook his head and groaned. Jiangju nodded, figuring the old guy wouldn't have to bother saying further because he could recognize the shape of the field. Advisor Jiang left should be spared since he didn't kill anyone. Maxwell remarked. If you have any demands, bring it to me. I can make the choice, if it fits. The old man thanked him on their behalf. I must admit that this individual is extremely capable of Maxwell. Zhang left them alive because his side made the opening move and hadn't yet defeated anyone else. Of course, he had a plan. In reality, this was a deal in disguise, but neither side disclosed the brutal truths because they both knew it by heart. If that's the case, old man, I'm sorry, said Zhang, rubbing his palms together. Let me see the document you have in your hand first. The one Maxwell had presented at the start of the negotiations was the one Zhang was alluding to. On it, the SCP-217 production and control methods were documented. The GOC and the SCP Foundation were principal targets of this threat from the Church of the Broken God. This item was too vital for Maxwell to hesitate, but if he didn't provide it, Zhang wouldn't be able to stop him from taking it. Maxwell sighed and extended the paper. Zhang received it from Hansen, who moved forward to accept it. He nonchalantly opened the file, gave it a few quick scans, and then filed it away in his personal other space. He had no need to and was in no position to confirm the object's legitimacy. He intended to sell everything at a profit and trade it to the Foundation for something useful when he got back. A few dozen sets of MTF squad equipment plus a few SCP artifacts wasn't too much, but it was of little use to him personally and of tremendous relevance to the Foundation. Aside from that, I have another question. Zhang questioned Maxwell. What are you, the Church of the Broken God, going to such great efforts to even fully tear up with the Foundation and the GOC for? When Zhang questioned Maxwell about it, he showed signs of distress. This was as a result of the fact that it dealt with the deepest foundational issues and darkest secrets of the Church of the Broken God. I'm sorry, Advisor Zhang. I'm not sure I can answer this question, even if you murder us all. Maxwell raised his arms and his head in the air. God will be complete. He softly muttered before drawing his arm back and placing it across his chest while putting on a religious face. The commandos in front of him also made the sign, God will be complete. Even though Maxwell revealed SCP-217's existence, he steadfastly resisted providing an answer and demonstrated his allegiance to the Broken God movement. It seems like he wouldn't learn anything valuable, even if he were to die. Zhang was ready to start speaking when the pocket phone inconveniently rang once more. It belonged to Smith. The answer button was pressed by Zhang. Smith must have made some significant discovery if he called at this time because he knew he was going to negotiate. Zhang heard a very loud gasping sound coming from the other side as soon as the call was answered. Smith had undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. What is the issue? Zhang questioned. I'm fine, Advisor Zhang. Pay attention to me first. We have a very big discovery on our side. Smith said as he quietly coughed a few times. 5 minutes into the call, Zhang hung up and immediately began to think deeply. Maxwell kept a close eye on him. He saw that Zhang's aura had drastically shifted once he answered the call. He had evolved into a clever conspirator if he had before been a cynical, inferior man. In his body, the two very different roles could be replaced without any noticeable effects. Zhang bowed his head, gave it some thought, and then cast a thoughtful glance Maxwell's way. I understand the Church of the Broken God's enthusiasm for it. Chapter 244. 6 hours ago. Europe, Balkans, Romania. Will Smith and a few other team members used the cover of darkness to skulk in the trees. Despite the moon, there were a few enormous, dark clouds in the sky, making visibility difficult. How far you can see depends on your luck. With submachine guns in hand, several people stood at attention, looking intently down at the victims' improvised tents as if they were waiting for something. Chief, it's coming. The man who was peering out from the treetops muttered to Smith below all of a sudden. Smith gave a few of his teammates standing behind him a little nod while gesturing. A number of people opened the pistol safety on each other, focused, and patiently waited. A humanoid figure crawled over 2 minutes later from a distance. Its stance was quite odd, and its joints appeared to be in the wrong direction. Even more unexpected was the fact that it had white skin all over its body, which in the cool moonlight appeared horrifyingly bizarre. The creature, who appeared to be highly familiar with the area, crept into a tent during the night, brought out a dying victim, and then slid back out. It seized the victim in its mouth and quickly crept away. A few moments later, it disappeared into the night. Confirming the direction in which the creature had fled, Smith whispered to his team, "Chase." They were in a place named Lightnovel, which was situated atop a mountain. The entire city has been rendered entirely unrecognizable as a result of a powerful earthquake, and there are broken walls everywhere. For the typical individual, let alone a nighttime chase, even catching up here during the day requires caution. But Smith and his team have engaged in combat in a forest as old as time. This terrain has long made marching feel like a family affair. Although the white-skinned monster was extremely agile, because it was carrying a human, its pace was still manageable for a pursuit. Smith and the others trailed behind it, following the path it had left behind. It was already late in the evening. The white-skinned creature traveled the entire distance without appearing to be at all worn out and quickly entered the mountain. Smith and the group entered without pausing. All kinds of animals' natural habitats were damaged after the earthquake, making it extremely dangerous to climb mountains at night. However, Smith had no choice but to discover out what it was. The white-skinned monster was then so far away from them as they fell. They arrived in a forest after an additional hour. In comparison to the rest of the mountain, this forest had very different vegetation. This signaled danger, and Smith was aware of it. The white-skinned monster started to slow down as soon as it entered this unusual woodland, and it eventually stopped in a clearing. When Smith waved his hand, the team behind him stopped and each player found a hiding place. Smith and his group noted the white-skinned monster in the chilly moonlight. The creature opened its mouth in a very peculiar manner after seeing it lift the dead victim in its mouth with both hands up in the air. Smith and a few team members were all in a state of shock when the subsequent scene occurred. Only to see a long, tongue-like object wrapped around the victim's neck stretch from the lips of the white-skinned monster. The victim went limp as soon as the tongue, which had a funnel-like front end and a circle of razor-sharp teeth in the back, sucked on his neck. Regular contractions of the tongue's muscles gave the impression that something was being sucked from the victim's body. It was eerie to see Smith and a few brothers gathered, watching the action. A half hour later, the white monster released the victim and took his tongue back out of his mouth. The sufferer collapsed to the ground, dissolving into a pool of mush, and appeared to be completely boneless. After finishing its hunt, the white-skinned monster moved slowly and leisurely farther into the forest. Smith and several team members exchanged glances before Smith continued to follow. This time, they didn't have to travel very far until they came across a monastery in the middle of a forest. The white-skinned beast entered directly and vanished without a word. Smith's head was filled with innumerable questions as soon as he saw this scenario. Why is there such a large building in this forest? Was that white-skinned beast indeed a vampire? What was it? Although he lacked Zhangju's level of expertise, he had a gut feeling that something was definitely off. So he made a choice right away. If we don't leave in an hour, you return along the same road and get in touch with Advisor Zhang using the method I showed you. Arnold, Grote, you two come in with me. Andrew is in charge of guiding the rest of the squad to stand guard here. They all adhered to Smith's directives without question because they were all lifelong brothers. In the darkness, the three groped their way into the convent while carrying only their submachine guns and a few grenades. They had unloaded the remainder of their supplies. The entire monastery appeared to have 3 to 4 stories from the outside, but it was actually much taller than that. It appeared as though no one had been here for a very long time because the entire structure had gone into disrepair. Through a broken window, the 3 men entered the building's interior. Smith noticed that the passage had several sloppy footsteps that appeared to have been left by some sort of white-skinned monster by the light of the moon. However, as far as the eye could see, it was nowhere to be found and appeared to have fled the area. The three of them entered completely and came to a massive entrance that, from the way it was set up, appeared to be a place of worship. Additionally, this is where the entire monastery is located. Smith placed his ear to the door but did not pick up any unusual sounds. He welcomed Arnold and Grote and asked them to open the chapel's entrance so he could see what was within. The door creaked open as the three of them exerted pressure on it. Moonlight flooded the space. Smith's blood instantly froze after a quick glimpse inside. All of the white-skinned monsters in the worship space were staring directly at them, some of which were lying on the floor, some of which were standing on tables, and some of which were hanging upside down from the ceiling. Resentment was visible in the eyes. The next second, Smith shouted, "Run!" They all three took off running outside at once. The troop of monsters with white skin rushed out after them as well. The three moved backwards while firing at the band of monsters with white skin. The gang of monsters, however, appeared to be familiar with firearms since after the first few were taken down, the survivors used their dexterous positioning to avoid the three Smith rifles' bullets. They are moving very quickly while on their hands and knees, and when Smith saw things weren't looking good, he pulled out a grenade, unlocked the safety, and flung it backwards. Boom! A few monsters managed to avoid being hit and were destroyed. The three of them were able to escape the monastery by taking refuge behind the grenade. Andrew had gotten the other team members to follow him to where they were when they heard gunfire and explosions. Smith gestured his departure from a distance but was too late to add more. When numerous people noticed it, they immediately started to flee as well. Smith and his men retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters from the monastery a short while afterwards. Probably because to his fear of the weapons they were holding, the white-skinned creature did not pursue them very far. Smith tallied the number of individuals in the two small squads that had gathered, but fortunately nobody got left behind. As Smith was ready to speak, he suddenly slid, appearing to be caught up in something. Smith was pulled down and dragged away because of the magnitude of the event and the lack of response from his colleagues. Smith is accustomed to large-scale situations. After being dragged, he did not fear but instead opened his palms wide right away. His left arm finally managed to clip a tree a short while afterwards. The object that was wrapped around his foot appeared to sense the opposition and grew more powerful. Both parties engaged in combat. Smith finally noticed what was encircling him as he struggled, bending up with all his might. He initially believed it should be a snake, but it was instead what appeared to be a tentacle emerging from a nearby ground-level hole. Smith snatched the dagger from his waist and stabbed the tentacle before he had time to consider what this thing was. The tentacle most likely felt the pain because, after a few blows from Smith, it gave up and withdrew back into the hole. Smith is gasping for oxygen as the crisis is over. He then recalled that ever since they reached this forest, it seemed like there were black holes everywhere. All of the squad members ran over as well. "Chief, are you all right?" Andrew asked. Smith looked at the ground and shook his head in silence. Andrew asked again, "What do we do now? It's dangerous here, we have to get out quickly." Probably because the fight with the tentacle was too violent just now, Smith coughed lightly a few times. "I must report the situation here to Advisor Zhang." Zhang Ju hung up Smith's phone and then gave it some serious thought. He then cast a perplexed glance at Maxwell. Zhang Ju had already connected the most of the pieces after hearing Smith describe their encounter. "I know why the Church of the Broken is in such a hurry." He narrowed his eyes and looked at Maxwell, "because the Sarkic cults is active again, isn't it?" Chapter 245. Smith called Zhang Ju's phone around 10 hours ago and delivered recent information from Europe. Strong earthquakes had struck the Balkan Peninsula, and vampire-like monsters had appeared in Romania and other locations. After hearing this information, Zhang Ju had the hazy impression that he had read the pertinent documents, but due to time constraints, he had not given it much thought. He had completely forgotten the crucial details before this phone call. He already had a clear understanding of the strange tentacle, lengthy tongue, and white-skinned creature Smith had encountered. These 3 items were all made in the SCP-2191 Dracula factory. SCP-2191 is a temple-like structure located deep within Romania's Hoia forest, housing a huge population of flesh and blood monsters. The Foundation named one of these humanoid blood-sucking creatures as SCP-2191-1, and it would attack the closest humans. This white-skinned humanoid race kills the people it has captured and uses the long tongue Smith saw as a parasite to draw nourishment from their bodies as opposed to consuming them. Another worm feed will then deliver the nutrients back to SCP-2191. SCP-2191-2 refers to the protruding tongues, worms, and tentacles that attack Smith. But if you think SCP-2191 is just a structure that eats people, you're terribly mistaken. SCP-2191-3, a monstrous beast that humans can't even imagine, is actually concealed deep beneath it. The Balkan Peninsula is completely covered with tentacles that resemble roots, covering an area of about 660,000 square kilometers. The magnitude of SCP-2191 actual 3 is unknown. SCP-2191-3 has intelligence and can use complicated pheromones to command SCP-2191-1 and SCP-2191-2. In reality, the SCP-2191-1 monster works as a forager of SCP-2191-3. SCP-2191-3 will utilize its enormous physique to cause earthquakes if it is hungry. Following the earthquake, SCP-2191-1 would use the post-disaster chaos to obtain nourishment. The majority of earthquakes in the Balkans are allegedly caused by SCP-2191-3. So, if you still believe that SCP-2191-3 is just a huge man-eating monster, you are mistaken once more. It actually has a surprising new identity. Lovatar, one of the Sarkic cult's 4 saints. Lovatar is in charge of sex, love, disease, and reproduction as a clavigar of the Sarkic cults. She even goes by the adorable pseudonym Mother. But she doesn't at all fit these 2 adjectives in her present situation. After reflecting on this, the identity of the one-eyed enormous beast that surfaced in Russia also yelled out from the other side. Orok is a powerful warlock and one of the 4 saints of lust for flesh who stands for strength, war, violence, and wildness. They are both without a doubt the Sarkic cult's most important forces. What the hell are the Sarkic cults, then, after introducing the 2 SCPs linked to them? Yaldabaoth, also known as the god of flesh and blood or the supreme creator of flesh and chaos, is the supreme deity of the Sarkic cults. He is violent by nature and antagonistic to the god of machine, who stands for mechanics and order. According to legend, the broken god was murdered by Yaldabaoth after the 2 gods fought a war across the universe. However, the broken god destroyed his own body and built a cage to confine Yaldabaoth outside of reality. It may be stated that Yaldabaoth is the one who broke the broken god, and Yaldabaoth has always hated the broken god. All of the aforementioned claims, however, cannot be independently verified. Who among mortals can know the outcome of the conflict between the 2 gods and goddesses? Perhaps that is something dishonest self-publishing made up. One thing is certain, though, the Serpent's Hand and the GOC, who leave no room for error, are no match for the Church of the Broken God and the Sarkic cults as a complete and lethal opponent. Although there was a strong bond between the 2 cults, Zhangju first overlooked this fact. Because the Sarkic cults have always maintained a very low profile in our world, in contrast to Church of the Broken God, for so many years. They did nothing unusual despite having extraordinarily high combat capability comparable to the 4 saints of Sarkic cults. They were more like decent kids in comparison to the Church of the Broken God, which was begging for the resurrection of the Broken God. But it appears that these Sarkic cult members are not truly nice youngsters after all. They have demonstrated one fact in practice: a biting dog does not bark. The four saints have been so silent over the years, plotting something, not in peace, and now that two of them have been active, they must be nearing the end. Naturally, something is off, and the Church of the Broken God, a formidable adversary, senses it. They claimed that time was running out because of this. Zhangju eventually figured out the Church of the Broken God's original motive, but this did not explain why they were keeping it so quiet, indicating that there may be additional factors that he was unaware of. So Zhangju stared into Maxwell's eyes and said, "Tell me what the Sarkic cults are trying to do, and maybe I can help you." Maxwell looked at Zhangju as if he was assessing his credibility. In the eyes of the Church of the Broken God, the SCP Foundation was equally untrustworthy. Maxwell hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head. "No, I don't have that authority. It's already this time, either tell us or not." Zhangju stepped forward and grabbed the collar of Maxwell's coat. The commandos behind Maxwell also aimed their guns at Zhangju once again, although they knew that it wouldn't do much good. Maxwell sighed and was about to speak. Suddenly, a loud bang came from above their heads, followed by a violent shaking of the entire cabin. Maxwell immediately took out the intercom and asked, "What's going on?" On the other side of the intercom, a panicked voice came out, "Lord Maxwell, the GOC submarine is catching up." The Church of Broken God had been planning to take over the SCP for some time, but it was obvious that they had overestimated the GOC's combat prowess. After converting the ship into a submarine, Maxwell had believed that the GOC's chase would end. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that they would continue to pursue. Despite wanting to offer the command, Maxwell instead cast a quick glance at Zhangju. The ship was in Zhangju's ownership, while it was still in their hands. Before he gave the signal, no one could move. The thoughts racing through Zhangju's head. There was no way I was going to stop. And even if the cold-blooded general knew he was in charge of the ship, he probably wouldn't mind sinking it with a single shot, exploiting Zhangju and the whole ship to further his military career. "You should have a pickup crew, right?" Zhangju asked Maxwell. Yes." Maxwell nodded. In fact, they had already planned their escape route before the operation. "Then follow your original route of retreat and take the ship back to your church." Maxwell looked at Zhangju in horror. "You dash." Zhangju had a calm face. "What? I want to slip away to your headquarters, can't I?" Zhangju's ideas were straightforward. "We need to locate someone who could negotiate with him because Maxwell lacked the authority to do so. The person who would lead the Church of the Broken God was someone he had long longed to meet. Bumero, Robert. That should be his name, if he remembered correctly. Maxwell still lacked the power to make a choice in this situation, though. He promptly sent word of Zhangju's request to the Church of the Broken God's main office. 2 minutes later, the headquarters made a call. It was actually Mr. Bumero. He showed his relief rather than being irritated about Maxwell's actions failure. "Since that advisor Zhang is coming, bring him here. Don't forget your manners. It just so happens that I also have something extremely important that I want to talk to him about," he remarked to Maxwell at the conclusion. A few hours later, Zhangju brought the ship to the city of Gears, the seat of the Church of the Broken God. Even Zhangju, who had always seen a lot, moaned in wonder as the spacecraft floated from the top to the surface and he first beheld the city formed by gears and technology. Zhangju accompanied Maxwell to the city's tallest structure. Robert Bumero, the Church of the Broken God's supreme leader, had his headquarters nearby. The receptionists handled Zhangju with respect as per Bumero's directions, and even Hansen, who was with him, was moved to a different lounge and treated nicely. Zhangju was by himself in the living room, gazing out the window at the mechanically powered city outside while briefly going into a trance. He was unaware that Robert Bumero frequently regarded the horizon in this manner. Robert Bumero entered without an escort shortly after the door opened. His eyes and the black outfit were still on him, making him look like any other cashier. It's a little different from the photo provided by the Foundation, Jongju stated as she turned to face him. People change, they say. Robert Bumero grinned. Even if you snapped my picture right now, Advisor Jong, I wouldn't look the same in a moment. It's a piece of dialectical thinking, similar to the well-known conundrum of individuals never being able to jump into the same river twice. Most likely those who partake in this religious activity. Jongju was a gifted orator who would have had no trouble engaging the opposing side in conversation for 3 days and nights if he had truly desired to debate this matter. However, he didn't want to because he hadn't come here to partake in such dull activities. In truth, Jongju's ability to detect the unfathomable strength of the opposing party was one of the main reasons why he was able to identify this individual as Robert Bumero. The best fighters only need to glance at the other person and make a movement to gauge their level, and Jongju can sense that the other party's strength isn't in any way inferior to his own. In the actual fight, Bumero was unable to kill him, but he was also powerless against Bumero. Bumero did not bring a follower because he can sense this as well. Advisor Jong, I have dealt with the SCP Foundation for many years, but this is the first time I know that the Foundation has such a powerful person like you, Bumero stated, pushing his glasses with his index finger. Bumero was telling the truth, he had no intention of endorsing Jongju. After only a year of working for the Foundation, Jongju emerged from nowhere and was given the title of Star of the Foundation after successfully resolving several significant situations. Bumero realized that the Orientalist in front of him was, in reality, a highly terrifying being even though he was unaware of the specifics due to their earlier examination of Jongju and his own assessment of Jongju's strength. Given that he was still in his early 20s, it was practically guaranteed that he would eventually hold a position of great importance within the Foundation. Bumero was treating Jongju as a complete Foundation man, but he did not know that in fact, Jongju and the SCP Foundation were only using each other and could turn against each other at any time. Bumero was a very powerful person who could make all 3 branches of the Church of the Broken God obey his orders. It was not easy to get his compliments. Jongju, however, signaled that he was stopping. Mr. Bumero, I don't need your praise because I am already wonderful, so let's get to the point and ask, what are the Sarkic cults up to, and what does the Church of the Broken God want? When Jongju answered the door, Bumero gently shook his head. Do you understand the primary distinction between the Church of the Broken God and the Sarkic cults, Advisor Jong? Jongju genuinely wanted to approach him and slap him twice after hearing him talk about anything else. Jongju had to control his temper and merely ask, isn't it because your views are different? That's just one of them, he said. Bumero moved a few steps closer to the floor-to-ceiling window and folded his hands while gazing into the distance. The Church of the Broken God's adherents have always taken it upon themselves to make the broken God whole again, and they are ready to give their own lives in the process. Jongju recalled that people like Maxwell and the captured Miranda did seem to be what Bumero had said. They had not turned their backs on their faith even when they were facing danger. Jongju asked, from what you say, the people of the Sarkic cults are not like that. Yes and no. Bumero said. Jongju covered his head, can you say something understandable? I have a headache. Bumero was not angered by Jongju's rudeness, he patiently explained, the biggest difference between the Sarkic cults and the Church of the Broken God is that they don't believe in their own God at all. What? Jongju wrinkled his eyebrows, obviously he did not know about this matter before. Although Jongju had some knowledge about the Sarkic cults and the Church of the Broken God, it was primarily vague and ad hoc. Because, in Jongju's opinion, the conflict between these two forces had an overly straightforward explanation. It wasn't only that the two gods were at odds with one another, causing their devotees to look on with resentment. Bumero's assertion, however, contradicted what Jongju had previously believed. Does the god of flesh and blood not exist in the Sarkic cults? What in the world? Why then are they given this name? Only 5 words were written on Bumero's face when Jongju gave him a peculiar glance. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Bumero seemed to have guessed Jongju's thoughts and continued, "The leader of the Sarkic cults is called Sarn, as advisor Jong should know, that she ran the Sarkic cults. Although they use the power of the god of flesh and blood, Yaldabaoth, they don't believe and respect her, they just consider themselves parasites of the god, that's all. If the two sects just had different beliefs, there would have been no excuse, but the way that Clavigar Sarn had done was very offensive to him." Jongju sat on the couch, his eyes darting, trying hard to digest and absorb the information Bumero had provided. On the one hand, he analyzed the movement of the Sarkic cults, and on the other hand, he wanted to prevent Bumero from swindling him. He asked, "Legend has it that the Yaldabaoth were only sealed but did not die. If what you say is true, they did so without fear of attracting the backlash of the gods." Hearing Jongju's question, Bumero sighed again. He closed his eyes, as advisor Jong said, "Yan knows very well that Yaldabaoth did not die, but she is not afraid because she is also about to have the power of a god." Hearing this shocking news, Jongju looked up instantly. "What did you say?" Bumero withdrew his gaze from the window and looked back at Jongju. "If my senses are correct, Clavigar Sarn will soon complete the ritual of ascending to the gods, and she will soon replace Yaldabaoth and become the next god of flesh and blood. At that time, everything that the followers of the broken god have done will be ruined, and reality will be completely distorted and degraded into the hell of flesh and blood before her." Chapter 246. On the edge of Lake Baikal, thousands of kilometers distant, Yang Shui approached a patient in a hospital bed while wearing a protective gear and administered an injection of a reagent into the patient's arm. The patient yelled in agony as his limbs continued to tremble, but he was unable to move because his entire body was attached to the hospital bed. After 30 minutes, the screaming changed to groaning. 10 more minutes passed before the patient eventually slept off. Throughout this period, Yang Shui consistently watched the patient's response and made sure the patient wouldn't return before leaving the room. She removed her protective equipment and sat in the dressing room chair, appearing a little worn out. She had been brought here by the headquarters after she and Jongju had become separated at Site 17. This was Area 114 of the Foundation, which had only one purpose, to study the virus SCP-610, the flesh that hates. This virus is extremely potent, similar to SCP-217. People who are infected with this virus initially experience epidermal symptoms that resemble scar tissue, and over time, the scar tissue spreads throughout the entire body. The scar tissue will then begin to mutate, usually in a random direction. The majority of the time, they develop extra limbs like hands and feet, and their heads usually develop deformities. As their bodies keep growing and giving birth to fleshy tissues, they will eventually lose their ability to be recognized as creatures formed of flesh and blood. This virus initially only spread to regions like southern Siberia and the northern shore of Lake Baikal. However, it has now reached Lake Baikal's whole environs. Although SCP-610 has actually been there for a while, it has been under tight control ever since the Foundation learned about it. It has recently abruptly flared up again for no apparent reason, and it even has a propensity to spiral out of control. The infection was said to have spread to Arcadia, the city that was the closest to this location. She pictured the once thriving little town of Chlamydia, which is now a deserted metropolis. I wonder if Arcadia will experience the same fate. Her days were devoted trying to figure out how to cope with SCP-610, but she made very little headway. After all, she had no immediate path to solving the issue that so many researchers had failed to solve. She was unlike Jongju, who typically didn't need to be on the front lines of fight, but she could sense that the Foundation was having trouble this particular time. She had been in this location for nearly a month when multiple MTF squads began to occupy the area. But after a few days, several of the new faces she had met disappeared. Yang Shui was aware of their sacrifice. Some even forgot to return the identifying nameplate for the Foundation. Yang Shui rubbed her forehead. Although she was unaware of what had taken place in Arcadia, it was obvious that the situation was considerably more perilous than it had been in Chlamydia. If numerous MTF units weren't able to defeat the enemy, the Foundation would undoubtedly need to resort to unorthodox tactics. She shouldn't have given a damn about this, though. Yang Shui shook her head and forced herself to battle SCP-610 and keep fighting. A man obstructed her at the door as she was about to exit the dressing room. "Miss Yang Shui, you look stunning today." His voice was incredibly alluring, and he gently raised the corner of his mouth. Elio Angelo was the leader of the Foundation's current operator, and he went by that name. It was claimed that everything he stood for was likewise an O5. Yang Shui moved away from him and took a step back. "I'm still used to being addressed as Dr. Yang or Researcher Yang, please excuse me, Mr. Angelo." Yang Shui didn't express a preference for the title Dr. Yang, but only one person could have it, and that person wasn't present. "That is not an unreasonable request." Angelo gave a small smile and extended his hand to stroke Yang Shui's face. "Mr. Angelo, as the leader of this operation, you should have more important things to do than to humiliate your subordinates here," said Yang Shui, cocking her head and glaring at him. Angelo's hand paused in the air and then made a circle as he was startled by Yang Shui's stare. "I've heard that you and advisor Zhang Zhuzhang get along well, Miss Yang." Angelo grinned, shifted the subject, and asked a question in a declarative manner. His eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of Zhang Zhu's name, like a beast that has captured its prey. "I'm sorry, but I don't really know him." Yang Shui refuted it, saying, "Mr. Angelo, pardon me, if you have nothing more, I'm going to work. We're just colleagues working at a site, just as you and I are now. Be my guest." Angelo quickly turned, leaving a narrow opening for Yang Shui to simply walk through. As he passed past him, Yang Shui had a serene expression. He instantly lifted his hand as he passed by Angelo. He was entirely disregarded by Yang Shui, who strolled right by. He laughed and then narrowed his eyes until after Yang Shui vanished around the corner of the corridor. "I can't wait to see you, Zhang Zhu, even the women around you are so fascinating." Yang Shui moved swiftly along the hallway while wearing a slight pallor. Even though Angelo was silent just now, his mental energy is not insignificant. He harbored a great deal of animosity toward Zhang Zhu, she could tell. Without understanding why, she immediately hid the truth from Zhang Zhu and refused to give him any information. It was impossible to know how he was doing. He could presumably only take a break in name after becoming a Foundation star. As Yang Shui was considering something, she unexpectedly heard a call. "Dr. Yang." Yang Shui remembered that the American researcher in the research group appeared to be named Kader as he turned around and turned to face him. Although they belonged to the same study group, Yang Shui and he did not come into contact because their research interests were different. "What can I do for you, Researcher Kader?" Yang Shui inquired. Before speaking to Yang Shui, Kader checked to make sure no one else was present. "Dr. Yang, Mr. Lei Shan has a message for me to bring to you," she said. Kader, the researcher, turned out to be a spokesperson for Lei Shan. Although Yang Shui's company was tremendously successful, she had limited interaction with the Foundation's top executives due to her uncle Yang Wenbei's purposeful protection of her. It wasn't until Zhang Zhu arrived that things started to change, but even then, she still didn't know many people. Lei Shan was one of them. O5 Secretary 6S Lei Shan is modest and polite, and she is likely inspired by Confucianism. Yang Shui encountered him during the SCP-071-1 incident. But after that, they seldom ever speak to one another. Each is ultimately in a separate circle. Lei Shan is being prepared to succeed O5, although Yang Shui is still a long way off. She couldn't fathom why he would seek her out for Lei Shan. "Dr. Yang, Mr. Leishan directed me to warn you that if Angelo doesn't arrange for you to escape Area 114 within 3 days, then create an excuse to leave here. Kader remarked after making sure everything was safe. Make a reason to leave? Why? Asked Yang Shui, frowning. Arcadia City is poised to spiral out of hand, and the Foundation will take drastic action. This location is too close to Arcadia, therefore it might be impacted. Kader said. What extreme measure? Yang Shui paused for a moment before asking a question she shouldn't have. According to Mr. Leishan, the Foundation had intended to send a nuclear bomb here just 3 days later. Kader said as he turned to look around. Chapter 247. Zhangju considered what Bumero had just stated while lounging on the couch. The leader of the Sarkic cults, Clavigar Sarn, intended to ascend to the throne and take over as the new Yaldabaoth, the god of flesh and blood. The Sarkic cults were founded by Clavigar Sarn, who claimed to be a parasite of Yaldabaoth, because Yaldabaoth was initially viewed as being cruel and brutal. Being a sworn opponent of the Sarkic cults, the Church of the Broken God naturally wishes to stop this from happening. Everything seems to make sense. However, there was one thing Zhangju was still perplexed by. Why are you trying to hide it? Zhangju inquired. It would be preferable to make this subject public or alert the Foundation and the GOC if things are truly as you claim and Sarn truly aspires to become God. With all due respect, these two organizations have substantially greater combat capacity than you have. Zhangju aired his reservations. But like all gods and goddesses, Bumero never gave a direct response to his query. He stated, Zhang, you are from China. I believe there were numerous mythologies and religions prevalent in ancient China. In this case, Bumero was absolutely correct. China is undoubtedly rife with myths and stories, monsters and devils, and religious groups. He continued, so, Advisor Zhang, where do you think those fabled gods and immortals, their source of power came from, without waiting for Zhangju to respond? Although it was frequently stated that theology was the end of science, Zhangju was not particularly interested in this topic and was too lazy to mislead Bumero. As a result, he swiftly shook his head to urge Bumero not to compromise and to get started with his speech. Zhangju was getting impatient, and Bumero laughed. My investigation and the Church of the Broken God's practices revealed that God's power is powerful because he has a large number of followers, and that the prayers, pilgrimages, and offerings that these followers make to him are one of the very important sources of his own power. Bumero remarked as much, and Zhangju at once understood. It makes sense that many gods had their own temples because it was discovered that in addition to manifesting their sainthood on earth, they also required ongoing incense offerings and worship from humans in order to keep their power. Bumero's claim could not be independently verified by Zhangju, who could only confirm that it was a plausible theory. So you are keeping this information extremely confidential because you are worried that the Foundation and GOC will leak out and attract more adherents to the Sarkic cults. Zhangju frowned after thinking for a time. The confidentiality was therefore kept for this purpose. In actuality, such a thing was bound to happen. Bumero said, because of Sarn's plan to ascend to God, the Sarkic cults has already gathered a huge number of individuals across Europe and Northern Asia, and Sarn's ascension rite has already begun. All of these people will become the nutrition for Sarn's ascension. But how can anyone believe in such a thing? Zhangju questioned. He quickly slapped himself in the mouth after saying that. What else could humanity on this planet not do? They could even legalize something like the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Everything else made sense after I gave this some thought. Due to the ascension ceremony of Sarn, the two saints of the Sarkic cults, Lovitar and Auroch, became exceptionally active. Sarn would become more potent following his ascension to God as his faith increased. Of course, there is another excuse for keeping the Foundation and GOC in the dark about this. Bumero declared, the cult of lust for flesh had been growing in strength under Sarn's leadership even before he planned to become God, and because the Foundation was unfamiliar with them and took a danger by underestimating them, they would undoubtedly lose. The Church of the Broken God, and only us, are the only ones who truly understand them and are aware of how to defeat Sarn. All throughout, Bumero's voice had been incredibly calm with a distinct blandness that sliced through everything. However, Jiangju misunderstood what he was saying. "I don't like to beat around the bush, so you can just say what you have to say," Jiangju said as he lay back on the couch and crossed his legs. "I need the SCP-271, please. It's up to us to stop Sarn," Bumero said as he turned to face Jiangju. In an effort to understand what was happening in the world, Jiangju traveled alone to the city of Gears. Robert Bumero was acting maturely by having a plan for why he permitted Jiangju to enter. He was only interested in the SCP-271 that Jiangju was carrying because it was so crucial to the Church of the Broken God. He had detected the SCP-271 aura on Jiangju's body ever since opening the door, but this aura seemed incredibly weird to him. It appeared as though the object wasn't on Zhujiang but that Jiangju itself was the source of the aroma. Bumero has sufficient expertise to understand that Jiangju had concealed the SCP-271 via a covert method. In such circumstance, I'm sure he wouldn't be able to find what he sought, let alone be able to kill it, even if he murdered Jiangju with the aid of a big number of others. Bumero thus attempted to persuade Jiangju to give up the item by speaking to him. Bumero was dead wrong. He would have known if he had carefully observed Jiangju's behavior at the Foundation. It was simple to put anything in his pocket, but difficult to get him to remove it. Without mentioning the SCP Foundation or the Church of the Broken God, who cares? Jiangju stole numerous helpful SCP items from the Foundation's main office while riding SCP-682, however he never gave any of them back. Bumero asked Jiangju for SCP-271, and Jiangju responded without hesitation by shaking his head. No way. Bumero wasn't prepared for Jiangju to decline so politely. Advisor Jiangju cut him off by waving his hand. There's no need to continue because I won't give you the items. Come on in if you want to rob it. I'll consider everything you say to be nonsense if you can catch me. Jiangju was speaking in a very haughty manner as he sat on the sofa in the Church of the Broken God's main office. Anyone else would not be able to put up with his haughty demeanor. Bumero, however, was the head of the Church of the Broken God and stood in for intelligence and reason. Jiangju paused after finishing his sentence and appeared to be evaluating the situation's viability. On the other hand, Jiangju crossed his legs and patiently awaited his judgment. Bumero eventually sighed. It appeared to acknowledge the truth. He had been evaluating Jiangju's power ever since he had entered, but there had never been a conclusion. He had to acknowledge that they had no chance of capturing Jiangju absent the Broken God's resurrection. If they attempted to grab it firmly but failed, they would have damaged their own strength and the reward would not have been worthwhile. The Church of the Broken God no longer had much of a home basis after so many years of repression by the Foundation. Bumero cried out in sorrow. Advisor Jiang, why won't you turn over the materials? Is it as a result of your concern that the Foundation's position will be threatened by the Church of the Broken God? Bumero assumed Jiangju was considering the Foundation, but he was unaware that Jiangju had never considered the Foundation in that way. Only Jiangju's crossed arms and Bumero's gaze were visible to him. The reason I'm not giving things to you guys is actually quite easy. No matter what I do, I believe in one truth, it's better to ask for help than to try to do it alone. Rather than giving things to you guys and then waiting for the results, I prefer to keep everything in my own hands. Speaking of this, he grinned at once. I truly don't care if Sarn becomes a god, let her do it. I won't lie, I'm really interested how things are going to happen. Chapter 248. Tens of thousands of people congregated in the main square. The square was devoid of lights when night fell, and in their place were a great number of bonfires. An elderly guy in red robes was sitting on the platform of a pagoda, and the people below all bowed respectfully to him. The elderly man talked carefully while casting his look across the audience. The Lord has gone through the dream's floating ice, facing them in the far-off and barren land. The Lord has endured their disgraceful strength over the countless centuries. The Lord has witnessed several deaths and made them vanish forever. The Lord is aware of our impending gladness, which we will construct with our own hands. Although not particularly loud, his voice was quite ethereal and seemed to be ringing in his brain. Everyone in the tens of thousands strong square heard his plea clearly. The elderly man with the crimson robes gently stood up from his seated position. Everyone in the crowd believed it to be a miracle leaving the earth and began chanting the name of the God of flesh and blood. The large-scale sacrifice ceremony that lasted all night and into the early hours of the morning was performed by these nascent believers, who were on the verge of fanaticism. The red-robed elderly man bowed to the sky and a scarlet rain began to fall as the ceremony came to a conclusion. "You will be blessed, Lord." It was the morning of the following day when all the believers dispersed. The elderly guy with the red robe stood calmly on the pagoda, concealing any expressions of happiness or rage. Those believers did not know his true identity, all they knew was that he was the Lord's messenger and a very strong mage. He is none other than Nadox, the powerful warlock who stands for knowledge, insight, perception, and mystery, the new Sarkic cult's leader and leader of the four saints of lust for flesh under the seat of the great warlock Sarn. Nadox has gone through hardship. He's had his lips stitched together, his tongue amputated, and even been court-martialed. He traveled the globe as a messiah only to be scorned by temples and well-traveled paths. However, none of this broke him. He finally met Sarn and came to the conclusion that Sarn represented the next group of saviors. He identified a savior who is about to become the true God. There must not be anything more thrilling than that. Nadox observed everything with a very composed countenance. He breathed in the smell of blood and flesh while closing his eyes. Those tens of thousands of new converts he had just developed last night. These people would serve as Lord Sarn's initial sacrifices in order to become one of the gods. He was still thinking along these lines when one of the Sarkic cult members cautiously approached him and stated, "My lord, that gentleman wants to see you. Bring him here." Nadox said, his gaze narrowing slightly. A young man in a black suit walked over a little while later. "Father instructed me to bring you a good news, Lord Nadox," he added as he owed a little of his body. Nadox nodded, but did not speak. "Lord Nadox, although this city is entirely under the authority of the Sarkic cults, both the SCP Foundation and the GOC are monitoring from the periphery, so until Lord Sarn's ritual is finally done, we still can't take it lightly," the young man said, feeling a little uncomfortable. Nadox merely closed his eyes when he finished speaking because this was not a beautiful thing to say. The young man's heart burst with disgust at such a jerk. How could the Sarkic cult's plans have worked out so well without the support of the Chaos Insurgency? When you initially sought for assistance, you didn't behave in such a way. The young man did not say anything, but his face had gradually turned ugly. It was only then that Nadox slowly spoke. Although the young man remained silent, his appearance had increasingly deteriorated. Only then did Nadox begin to speak gently. "Young Master Watts, Lord Sarn expresses his very sincere gratitude to the Chaos Insurgency for their assistance, and she promises that when she becomes a god, she won't treat any of you poorly from the insurgency. However, right now is a crucial time for her to ascend to the gods and cannot be distracted, so those people outside, I still bother the insurgency to help out." That's Watts intended to remind the opposing party, but he didn't anticipate sparking a debate. He did not anticipate Nadox actually having the foresight to request assistance. Watts didn't respond, so Nadox laughed in a similar manner. "What? Can't even such a little issue be handled by Chaos Insurgency? How will you and Lord Sarn rule the Earth in the future, then? All right. I'll handle this situation." Watts, who was enraged by Nadox's arrogant demeanor, concurred while still having a full mouth. He needed to do it well and prove to his haughty brother who was his father's actual heir, because his father had long ago promised him that he would be completely responsible for this cooperation with the Sarkic cults. Watts grumbled, according to my insider's report, a nuclear bomb carried by the SCP Foundation in the nearby station is likely to blow up the city and disrupt Lord Sarn's ceremony. I will demolish it as a gift for Lord Sarn's ascension to God. Then I shall wait for good news from you, young Master Watts. Nadok said with a slender smile. One blooms for each of the two flowers. However, Zhangju departed the city of Gears and landed on the American west coast. Old Smith welcomed them to a remote location after waiting there early. Zhangju quietly finished his meal and then called Hansen, who had traveled with him the entire time, to his side. I respect you. As he consumed his bun, Zhangju said. Hansen raised his head and showed some confusion. I'm relieved that you didn't do it, he said. I know you have a signal transmitter hidden in the bottom of your shoe, and as soon as you touch the switch, the Foundation will be able to locate my position. Along the way, you tried to do so 3 times, once when I hijacked that ship, once when we reached the city of Gears, and the last time just as we landed time. Hansen's eyes were wide with disbelief, and his pupils dilated. He had no idea why Zhangju knew things so well. You should not worry about it, was deactivated, and I would have known the moment you pressed the switch, so I can assure you that it's a good thing you didn't do that. Hansen wanted to speak, but ultimately he just sighed. What are you going to do with me, Advisor Zhang? Do not misunderstand, I do not intend to dispose you. You spied on me on behalf of the Foundation, as you claim, and even if you reported it to the Foundation, there's nothing wrong with that, but you didn't do it, so I want to talk to you and give us a chance to get to know one another. Zhangju stated. What chance? Gasped Hansen. Walk with me, said Zhangju with a cheeky smile, a big gulp of wine and a big piece of steak, isn't that much better than working diligently at the Foundation to sell your life? Since Hansen had accompanied Zhangju the entire journey, he was aware of his strength and realized that doing so was far safer than performing missions for the Foundation alone. He didn't tell the Foundation Zhangju's whereabouts for that reason. The fact that Zhangju stood apart from every other officer he had ever encountered led him to unconsciously defend the man. Zhangju never treated him like a bottom feeder and didn't take a position. Everybody enjoyed his jokes. In the end, he didn't see any hierarchy at all. He would still make jokes even if he were an O5. Thus, even after Zhangju arrived in Gear City, he didn't inform the Foundation of the situation. He gave it some thinking, and after Zhangju had extended an olive branch to him, he made the decision to join. How can I help? In a raspy voice, Hansen questioned. Be less arrogant, from what I've seen, you're a capable agent who could serve as a guard commander or something equally as important. To be honest, I'll let you join Site 14 and the Foundation's Antimemetics Division in the future. There are numerous open positions, however that is really a secondary consideration. You now have a very significant task to complete. And that is, you now inform the Foundation of my whereabouts, claiming that negotiations failed, members of the Church of the Broken God attacked us, SCP-271 was stolen from, and I was hurt and laying in the hospital. Stay put for the foreseeable future, and in the event that someone from the Foundation comes looking for me, you handle it by stating that I am too hurt to receive visitors. What about you, Advisor Zhang? Hansen questioned. Me? I've heard that someone is going to rise to immortality, so I'm going to join in the fun and see if there are any advantages to be obtained by the way. Zhangju responded the question he shouldn't have asked while laughing. Chapter 249. A nearby farmhouse served as the gathering place for Will Smith and his small entourage. The city of Arcadia has been abandoned for a long time because a gang of flesh and blood monsters have been living there. Smith will be the location of this gathering. When Zhangju reminded him, he later understood that the monastery was actually the manifestation of a huge monster that he had encountered in Romania. South Siberia was visited by the other team. "Hayden, how are things on your side?" Smith inquired after the two teams had convened. Hayden, the temporary squad leader, had previously informed Smith of their predicament over the phone, but Smith still desired to speak with him in person. Hayden said, "We did encounter a one-eyed monster after entering the mountain, specifically a cyclops. My eye judgment places its height at or above 100 meters, and it was brandishing a spear in its right hand and a double-headed axe in its left, but the Foundation and GOC members had removed the perimeter. We were unable to approach too closely. The giant has thick skin and is encased in thick boulders, so using missile bombardment by the Foundation and GOC is ineffective. I suppose there is nothing to be done about it for the foreseeable future." Smith slowly nodded. Zhangju had provided Smith with the science behind what they had faced over the previous 2 days in order to shield them from being struck. Advisor Zhang had mentioned Auroch as one of the 4 saints of the Sarkic cults, and the cyclops in Hayden's mouth looked exactly like Auroch from that description. It's probably not a smart idea to have the enormous heavenly beast that resides beneath the Balkan Peninsula either. The Foundation appeared to be in serious jeopardy this time around. He had been here for 2 days at this point. He had followed Zhangju's instructions over the previous 2 days to learn as much as he could about the area without informing the SCP Foundation or the GOC. The expedition, however, was not going well. In order to keep outsiders out, the Foundation had erected a number of cordons nearby. Second, a group of flesh and blood monsters had taken control of and lived in the city of Arcadia. He and a handful of his team members entered yesterday in the dark and circled. He discovered that many others were reciting strange incantations he could not understand and appeared to have been brainwashed, in addition to those flesh and blood monsters. They entirely gave up on their jobs and daily activities and spent the entire day submitting to the city's church. It had been demonized, in the words of Advisor Zhang. On this particular day, another squad arrived at the rendezvous point, and Advisor Zhang was about to follow. Smith made the decision to enter the city in order to retrieve a person or, at the very least, ascertain what was going on inside. Otherwise, he will punish them if the advisor arrived, but there was no information. I have to admit that having such subordinates makes Zhangju very fortunate. They might not be able to make the final decision, but Zhangju would feel confident in their ability to handle the situation. At 12 o'clock, Smith and his group changed into new attire and used the cover of darkness to sneak back into Arcadia. A huge group of people would frequently assemble in the main square about this time to carry out some strange ceremony, as he knew from his experience over the previous 2 days. Additionally, that was the one occasion when those horrifying flesh and blood monsters did not immediately bite. Smith and several other squad members were waiting for an opening to find a suitable target while lying on top of a bus on the fringes of the square. Suddenly a team member whispered, "Chief, look." When Smith followed his eyes, he noticed a couple individuals in an adjacent alley who were suspicious. When Smith pulled out his night vision binoculars to take a closer look, he noticed that the other group appeared to be similar to them and appeared to be attempting to conduct a raid. Either the Foundation or the GOC appeared to be involved. Zhangju had previously advised them to try not to contact these official persons unless absolutely necessary because Smith and his Black Pearl team technically had not been recognized by the Foundation and were therefore considered black. Conflict between the two parties would not be beneficial. Smith simply stood by and observed the opposing side's antics with a chilly gaze. On the other side, there were maybe 7 or 8 people, and they behaved in a very professional and controlled way. Smith determined that a certain MTF team of the Foundation should be based on their behavior patterns. The sacrifice rite was taking place in the main square. Although the 15th was not far away, the moon in the sky was getting a little brighter as the bonfire was about to be lighted. Smith and the others were perched on a high platform, while the MTF squad took cover in a shadowy lane. Despite frequent patrols by flesh and blood monsters, none were discovered. Everybody was incredibly patient, waiting patiently till the appropriate time. Minutes by minutes, time passed. About 1:40 in the morning, a young girl appeared out of nowhere on top of the wide street. She appeared to be a vagabond because she was unclean and wearing rags. She was the subject of simultaneous attention from Smith and the MTF team. The little girl's eyes were clear in the night and she did not want to be as fervent as those deluded believers. She gave off the impression of being approachable. But because of how bright the moonlight was, they would undoubtedly draw the attention of those flesh and blood creatures if they attempted to kidnap her at this time. They had to wait for a suitable occasion. Although the distance was short, the young girl would soon reach the square and assemble with the pilgrims. There would be no chance at that point, therefore they needed to move quickly. Their cries appeared to have reached the sky. Just then, a cloud passed by, just obscuring the moon's brilliant appearance. Smith did not have time to issue the command before a team member with a young child on his shoulders burst out of the alleyway beneath MTF, scattering his legs as he did so. Thankfully, the young girl remained silent. The street was light once more when the ominous clouds parted. However, there was no sign of any persons anywhere, not in that alley, nor on top of the bus. When the MTF squad caught them, they fled madly in an effort to leave the city as soon as possible. Smith and his group followed behind, covering them invisibly. I'm not sure if it was a coincidence, but those flesh and blood creatures soon found this MTF team. These flesh and blood monsters are tremendously strong, despite the fact that their entire bodies are deformed. They are also incredibly swift and have no fear of guns. When a bullet enters their bodies, it leaves merely a bloody hole and cannot harm their internal organs. 2 members of the MTF squad soon died. Smith made the decision to stop hiding, and he and his squad mates arrived right away to join the counterattack. "Who are you?" that MTF squad's commander yelled. "Forget about that, let's leave the city first," Smith retorted. The 2 squads simultaneously fled, but the flesh and blood monsters continued to grow. The MTF squad was quickly reduced to 3, and the squad headed by Smith had also sustained 2 injuries, thus if they remained entangled, they would only be destroyed. "You guys go first, we'll break the back," shouted the MTF squad commander. After saying that, he gave Smith the lost girl who was riding on his back. Strangely enough, despite the circumstances, the girl did not display any signs of panic. Instead, she silently gazed at Smith. "We shouldn't stay any longer, Smith will be the girl wrapped up in the body and will welcome his colleagues with, 'We should go.'" A booming noise appeared after Smith and the others had moved back a few dozen meters. It appeared as though something had exploded. Smith shifted slightly in his motions but did not turn around. Instead, he and a few of his own team members departed from Arcadia. They didn't dare to waste time, and they moved quickly, getting to the farmhouse where they had landed an hour ago. After they departed the city, those flesh and blood monsters appeared to have received instructions to stop pursuing them. In exchange for saving this lost girl, it was a tiny price to pay. Despite the fact that their own team members were only slightly hurt, Smith is unsure of how to face their inner selves if they do not receive helpful hints. Smith had some difficulties looking at the young girl because he is not skilled at questioning people about such matters. Considering his predicament, Smith unexpectedly got a call from the group. His teammate seemed a little giddy on the other end of the phone. "Advisor Zhang has arrived, Chief." Chapter 250. "All of you have worked hard." These were the first words Zhang Ju said when he saw Smith and his crew. "I need to poop, is there a bathroom?" The second sentence was this. From the west coast of the United States to Europe and then, in a sense, from Europe to Balkan Lake, Zhang Ju had traveled a great distance, but he had to do it. Without traveling to Romania to see it for himself, he didn't feel comfortable. But time was more limited back then. especially since the perimeter of the city of Arcadia was already under martial law, with the outer perimeter being cordoned off by the governments and the inner layer occupied by the Foundation and GOC. Zhangju had really struggled to get here without alerting the Foundation. In actuality, Smith was unable to comprehend Zhangju's strategy. With his current standing, he only needed to worry about the 13 members of the Foundation. It was good that he did not bully others, so why did he need to be so cunning? Zhangju could only raise his hand when he appeared to notice Smith's skepticism. Little Smith. Smith was older than him, but he typically distinguished between the two Smiths by calling them that. I'm hurting inside if you don't make it. Despite the fact that I hold the titles of Special Advisor to the Foundation and Class A Officer with Level 5 security clearance, the Foundation doesn't trust me because they are only fictitious titles. Zhangju appeared to be quite dejected as he rubbed his chest with his hand. As you can see, there is already a cult endangering humanity after such a significant event, and the Foundation still has no intention of telling me about it. If we hadn't looked into it ourselves, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark right now. To put it another way, if that Sarn was successful in becoming one of the gods, I would probably perish without knowing how I perished. Will Smith gave it some thinking, and it is actually the truth. The Foundation did not even alert Advisor Zhang to the fact that such a cruel tragedy had occurred in Arcadia City, which is perhaps a bit unfair. Zhang sighed. Smith, have you ever heard of the adage bad money drives out good money? Some individuals in the Foundation's upper echelons are concerned that my rapid promotion would endanger their position. I had to continue on my own because I couldn't bear to think that humanity was in peril. Zhangju was helpless and appeared to be in a great deal of sorrow. His acting prowess absolutely duped Smith. Zhangju appeared instantaneously taller in his eyes. Smith wasn't just fighting for his life, he also understood that anything might happen when politics and power are involved. I'm sure that couldn't be prevented, not even in a company like the Foundation. It was as though he could picture Zhangju sitting in solitude in his chamber, thinking about the fate of humanity. How solitary it felt. Advisor Zhang, don't be disheartened, I will help you, and if there is anything you wish to do, just ask, he stated consolingly. When the incident was handled, Zhangju promised to give everyone a drink. He then caressed Smith's shoulder while covering his red eyes. Smith sincerely wanted to help humanity, but he hadn't been following Zhangju for very long. Zhangju needed to gradually and subtly modify his opinion, there was no need to rush. Smith briefly interrupted Zhangju to explain what had transpired the previous evening before calling the young girl who had been saved to the front. The little girl appeared to be between the ages of 14 and 15. Even if disheveled and ragged, there ought to be a tiny beauty embryo on the face. She might develop into a scourge of the nation and its citizens with enough time. What's your name, young lady? Zhangju inquired. My name is Sana, the small girl said, turning to face him. Sienna. Zhangju clutched his chin, appearing to recognize the name. Can you tell me what's going on in Arcadia City? Heh, this was a line Zhangju frequently used, and he lifted his brows. Zhangju took after him. How about this, Sienna? If you can respond to my inquiries, I'll make sure you won't go lost and starving once more. With her head bowed, Sienna appeared to be weighing the merits of the offer. She eventually nodded and said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Nowadays, according to what I've heard, Arcadia holds rites every night, don't you think? Know what they are doing, do you? That's correct. Although I'm not entirely clear what they do, Sienna remarked, it starts in the evening and lasts till the early hours of the next day. It must be some type of ritual rite. Smith appeared to be correct. Have you heard of the name Sarn? Zhangju repeated. Of course. She said. I'm afraid that everyone in Arcadia is aware of it at this point. Sana added. Oh? How so? Don't you know that she is the next generation of the god of flesh and blood, Sienna said to Zhangju. Has it gotten to the point that everybody on the street is aware of it? Sure enough, as Bumero had said, the Sarkic cults had gone to considerable lengths to gather adherents in order for Sarn to become a deity. Zhangju questioned her when she turned to face him, so why didn't you participate in the rituals? Do not want to participate, so do not participate. Sienna exclaimed. Zhangju could only keep asking, what else do you know, despite the words being patronizing and his lack of ability to respond. I also know something that may interest you. Sienna grinned abruptly. Oh. Zhangju asked, what is it, tell me, as he became increasingly aware that the young lady was not straightforward. I can tell you, it's not impossible. Sienna responded, but you have to tell me who you are. Does it matter what I am when there are so many devils and demons outside of Arcadia? If you don't say, forget it. Sienna brushed her head. I'm not terrified to tell you that I'm Zhangju, the beautiful lad of the century, the one who is adored by everyone, whose flowers grow, whose pear blooms press the begonia, the one who is the most handsome person in the universe. How about that, scared? Zhangju. Sienna made a small frown. Not familiar with it? Cut the bullshit, you're ignorant, so stop saying that. Now, tell me what else you know that intrigues me. On the night of the full moon, it is reported that Sarn, that powerful warlock of the Sarkic cults, is ready to ascend to the gods. Zhangju's eyes widened when the young girl said the second half of the sentence, but he was still unperturbed by the first sentence. Zhangju had a glance at the calendar. The day was the 12th of the 4th month of the Chinese lunar calendar, and as Arcadia City's longitude was comparable to that of China, Sarn would formally rise to the gods 3 days later. Little sister, how do you know about this matter? Zhangju asked, looking into her eyes. The little girl stared at him aggressively and unafraid, saying, you will naturally know when the moment is right. There is no doubt that Sienna, the young child, is exceptional. According to Smith's account, the residents of Arcadia City had either joined the Sarkic cult or transformed into those flesh and blood monsters. As a result, only she could be left alone, which was an extremely odd situation. Zhangju gave her a brief moment of attention but couldn't recall her name, so he eventually departed the lounge. Sienna licked her lips and flashed a seductive smile as she stared towards the direction Zhangju fled.